Section 1 of The Story of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley Jones. The Story of London by Henry B. Wheatley. Dedication and Preface. Dedication. To the memory of a lifelong friend, Danby Palmer Fry, late legal advisor to the local government board. I dedicate this book as a slight expression of the debt of gratitude I owe to him, and of the great loss I, in common with all his friends, have suffered by his death. I especially wish to associate his honoured name with this book because he took the greatest interest in its evolution, and I have had the benefit of his acumen and wide knowledge in the consideration of most of the subjects discussed in its pages. Henry B. Wheatley. Preface. History. What is history but the science which teaches us to see the throbbing life of the present in the throbbing life of the past? Jessop's Coming of the Friars, page 178. There can be no doubt that our interest in the dim past is increased the more we are able to read into the dry documents before us the human character of the actors. As long as these actors are only names to us, we seem to be walking in a world of shadows. But when we can realize them as beings like ourselves, with the same feelings and aspirations, although governed by other conditions of life, all is changed, and we take the keenest interest in attempting to understand circumstances so different from those under which we live. The history of London is so varied, and the materials so vast, that it is impossible to compress into a single volume an account of its many aspects. This book, therefore, is not intended as a history, but as, to some extent, a guide to the manners of the people and to the appearance of the city during the medieval period. An attempt is here made to put together some of the ample materials for the domestic history of the city which have been preserved for us. The City of London possesses an unrivalled collection of contemporary documents respecting its past history, some of which have been made available to us by the late Mr. H. T. Riley, and others are being edited with valuable notes by Dr. Reginald Sharp. The Middle Ages may be considered as a somewhat indefinite period, and their chronology cannot be very exactly defined, but for the purposes of this book, the portion of the medieval period dealt with is that which commences with the Norman Conquest and ends with the Battle of Bosworth. It is impossible to exaggerate the enormous influence of the Norman Conquest. The Saxon period was as thoroughly medieval as the Norman period. But our full knowledge of history begins with the conquest because so few historical documents exist before that event. Moreover, the mode of life in Saxon and Norman London was so different that it would only lead to confusion to unite the two in one picture. In order, however, to show the position of the whole medieval period in the full history, an introductory chapter is given which contains a short notice of some of the events during the Saxon rule, and a chapter at the end is intended to show what remains of the medieval times were left when Shakespeare lived and Johnson expressed his opinion of the preeminent position of London. It is necessary for the reader to bear in mind that London means the city and its liberties up to the end of the 18th century. The enlarged idea of a London in the north and the south, the east and the west, is a creation of the 19th century. The City of London is still the centre and heart of London, and the only portion of the town which has an ancient municipal history. Other cities have shifted their centres, but London remains as it always was. The Bank, the Royal Exchange, and the Mansion House occupy ground which has been the Eye of London since Roman times. There is no greater mistake than to suppose that things were quiescent during the Middle Ages, for these pages at least will show that that was a time of constant change, when great questions were fought out. The first 7 chapters of this book refer to life in the Old Town. Here we see what it was to live in a walled town, what the manners of the citizens were, and what was done to protect their health and morals. The following 5 chapters deal with the government of the city. Some notice is taken of the governors and the officials of the corporation, the tradesmen and the churchmen. The subject of each chapter is of enough importance to form a book by itself, and it is therefore hoped that the reader will not look for an exhaustive treatment of these subjects. There is more to be said in each place, but I have been forced to choose out of the materials that which seemed most suitable for my purpose. During the editing of this volume, a vivid picture of the medieval life has ever been before my mind, and I can only regret that it has been so difficult to transfer that picture to paper. I can only hope that my readers may not see the difference between the conception and the performance so vividly as I do myself. In the preparation of these pages, I have received the kind assistance of more friends than I can mention here. But I wish especially to thank Mr. Hubert Hall, Mr. W. H. St. John Hope, Mr. J. E. Matthew, General Millman, C.B., Mr. Darcy Power, Sir Walter Prideaux, Sir Owen Roberts, Mr. J. Horace Round, Dr. Reginald Sharp, and Sir William Soulsby, C.B. End of dedication and preface. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Story of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley Jones. The Story of London by Henry B. Wheatley. Chapter 1. Introduction. Early History of London to the Norman Conquest. The question as to the great antiquity of London has formed a field for varied and long-continued disputes. An elaborate picture of a British London, founded by Brute, a descendant of Aeneas, as a new Troy, with grand and noble buildings, was painted by Geoffrey of Monmouth. The absurdity of this conception, although it found credence for centuries, was at last seen, and some antiquaries then went to the opposite extreme of denying the very existence of a British London. The solid foundation of facts proving the condition of the earliest London are the waste, marshy ground, with little hills rising from the plains, and the dense forest on the north, a forest that remained almost up to the walls of the city even in historic times, animal remains, flint instruments, and pile dwellings. All the rest is conjecture. We must call in the aid of geography and geology to understand the laws which governed the formation of London. The position of the town on the River Thames proves the wisdom of those who chose the site, although the swampiness of the land, caused by the daily overflowing of the river before the embankments were thrown up, must have endangered its successful colonization. When the vast embankment was completed, the river receded to its proper bed, and the land which was retrieved was still watered by several streams flowing from the higher ground in the north into the Thames. Animal remains, very various in character, have been found in different parts of London. Examples of mammoth, elephant, rhinoceros, elk, deer, and many other extinct as well as existing species are represented. Of man, the mass of flint instruments in the Paleolithic floor, which proves his early existence, is enormous. General Pitt Rivers, then Colonel Lane Fox, in 1867 made the discovery of the remains of pile dwellings near London Wall and in Southwark Street. The piles averaged 6 to 8 inches square, others of a smaller size were 4 inches by 3 inches, and 1 or 2 were as much as a foot square. They were found in the peat just above the virgin gravel, and with them were found the refuse of kitchen middens and broken pottery of the Roman period. There is reason to believe that the piles were sunk by the Britons rather than by the Romans, and General Pitt Rivers was of opinion that they are the remains of the British capital of Cassivelaunus, situated in the Marches, and, of necessity, built on piles. Dr. Monroe, however, who alludes to this discovery in his book on lake dwellings, believes that these piles belong to the post-Roman times, and supposes that in the early Saxon period these pile dwellings were used in the low-lying districts of London. The strongest point of those who disbelieve in a British London is that Julius Caesar does not mention it, but this negative evidence is far from conclusive. We learn from Tacitus that in AD 61 the Roman city was a place of some importance, the chief residence of merchants and the great mart of trade. Therefore we cannot doubt but that to have grown to this condition it must have existed before the Christian era. The Romans appear to have built a fort where the Tower of London now stands, but not originally to have fortified the town. London grew to be a flourishing centre of commerce, though not a place capable of sustaining a siege, so the Roman general, Paulinus Suetonius, would not run the risk of defending it against Boadicea. Afterwards, the walls were erected, and Londinium took its proper position in the Roman Empire. It was on the high road from Rome to York, and the starting point of half the roads in Britain. Bishop Stubbs wrote, "Britain had been occupied by the Romans, but had not become Roman. Probably few Romans settled here. The inhabitants consisted of the governor and the military forces, and Romanized Britons. When the Roman legions left this country, Londinium must have had a very mixed population of traders. There were no leaders, and a wail went up from the defenseless inhabitants. In the year 446, we hear of the groans of the Britons to Aetius, for the third time consul, which took this form of complaint: The savages drive us to the sea, and the sea casts us back upon the savages. So arise two kinds of death, and we are either drowned or slaughtered. In this place, however, we have not to consider the condition either of British or Roman London, for the Middle Ages may be said to commence with the break-up of the Roman Empire. Saxon London was a wooden city, surrounded by walls, marking out the same enclosure that existed in the latest Roman city. We have the authority of the Saxon Chronicle for saying that, in the year 418, the Romans collected all the treasures that were in Britain, and hid some of them in the earth. From the date of the departure of the Roman legions to that of the Norman conquest, nearly 6 centuries and a half had elapsed. Of this long period, we find only a few remains, such as some articles discovered in the river, and some entries in that incomparable monument of the past, the Saxon Chronicle. All we really know of Saxondom we learn from the Chronicle, Bede's Ecclesiastical History, and the Old Charters. The history of England for the greater portion of this time was local and insular, for the country was no longer a part of a great empire. Professor Earle tells us that the name London occurs 50 times in the Chronicle, and Londonburh 13 times, but we do not know whether any distinction between the two names was intended to be indicated. The chronicler tells us of the retreat of the Roman legions, and how Hengist and Horsa, invited by Vortigern, king of the Britons, landed in Britain. Then comes the ominous account of the Saxons, who turned against the friends that called upon them for succour and totally defeated the British at Crayford in Kent. Quote, 457. This year Hengist and Aesk, his son, fought against the Britons at the place which is called Craigenford, and there slew 4,000 men, and the Britons then forsook Kent, and in great terror fled to Lundenburg. End quote. Then, for a century and a half, there is no further mention of London in the Chronicle. We are not told what became of the fugitives, nor what became of the city. As Lappenberg says, no territory ever passed so obscurely into the hand of an enemy as the north bank of the Thames. It is as difficult to suppose what some have supposed, that the city was deserted and remained desolate for years, as to imagine that trade and commerce continued in the city while all around was strife. There may have been some arrangement by which the successful Saxon who did not care to live in the city agreed that those who wished to do so should live there. But all this is conjecture in the face of this serious blank in our history. If there had been a battle and destruction of the city, we should doubtless have had some account of it in the Chronicle. Gradually, the Saxons settled on the hithes or landing places on the riverside, and at last overcame their natural repugnance to town life and settled in the city. When London is again mentioned in the Chronicle, it appears to have been inhabited by a population of heathens still to be converted. Under the date 604, we are told, quote, "This year Augustine consecrated 2 bishops, Mellitus and Justus. He sent Mellitus to preach baptism to the East Saxons, whose king was called Sebert, son of Ricol, the sister of Ethelbert, and whom Ethelbert had then appointed king. And Ethelbert gave Mellitus a bishop's see at Londonwick, and to Justus he gave Rochester, which is 24 miles from Canterbury." End quote. The Christianity of the Londoners was of an unsatisfactory character, for after the death of Sebert, his sons, who were heathens, stirred up the multitude to drive out their bishop. Mellitus became Archbishop of Canterbury, and London again relapsed into heathenism. In this, the earliest period of Saxon London recorded for us, there appears to be no relic left of the Christianity of the Britons which at one time was well in evidence. Godwin recorded a list of 16 ecclesiastics, styled by him Archbishops of London, and Lenève adopted the list in his Fasti Ecclesiae Anglicanae on the authority of Godwin. The list begins with Theanus during the reign of Lucius, king of the Britons in the latter half of the 2nd century. The second is Eluanus, who was said to have been sent on an embassy to Eleutherius, Pope from AD 171 to 185. The 12th on the list is Restitutus, whose name is found on the list of prelates present at the Council of Arles in the year 314. Perhaps the answer to the question as to the extinction of British Christianity in London is to be found in Geoffrey of Monmouth's statement that when the Saxons drove the British fugitives into Wales and Cornwall, Theon, the 16th and last on the list of British bishops, fled into Wales with the Archbishop of Caerleon, the Bishop Thadiac of York, and their surviving clergy. The traditional date of this flight is AD 586, not many years before the appearance of Mellitus. Geoffrey of Monmouth is not a very trustworthy authority, but there is no reason to doubt his belief in his own story, and it is interesting to note that he specially mentions Theonus. At all events, we know from other sources that there were bishops of London during the Roman period. The bold statement that King Lucius founded the Church of St. Peter, Cornhill, can scarcely be said to find any credence among historians of the present day. But a reference of the doings of this ancient king will be found embedded in the statute book of St. Paul's Cathedral. Quote, "In the year from the incarnation of the Lord 185, at the request of Lucius, the king of Greater Britain, which is now called England, there were sent from Eleutherius, the Pope, to the aforesaid king, 2 illustrious doctors, Fagnus and Dumanus, who should incline the heart of the king and of his subject people to the unity of the Christian faith, and should consecrate to the honor of the one true and supreme God the temples which had been dedicated to various and false deities." End quote. To return from the wild statements of tradition to the facts of sober history, we find that London, after the driving out of Mellitus, remained without a bishop until the year 656, when Cedar, brother of St. Chad of Lichfield, was invited to London by Sigibert, who had been converted to Christianity by Finan, bishop of the Northumbrians. Cedar was consecrated bishop of the East Saxons by Finan about 656, and held the see till his death on the 26th of October, 664. The list of bishops from Cedar to William, who is addressed in the Conqueror's Charter, is a long one, and each of these bishops apparently held a position of great importance in the government of the city. In the 7th century, the city seems to have settled down into a prosperous place and to have been peopled by merchants of many nationalities. We learn that at this time it was the great mart of slaves. It was, in the fullest sense, a free trading town, neutral to a certain extent between the kingdoms around, although the most powerful of the kings successively obtained some authority over it when they conquered their feebler neighbors. As to this, there is still more to be said. During the 8th century, when a more settled condition of life became possible, the trade and commerce of London increased in volume and prosperity. A change, however, came about towards the end of the century when the Scandinavian freebooters, known to us as Danes, began to harry our coasts. The Saxons had become law-abiding, and the fierce Danes treated them in the same way that in former days they had treated the Britons. Freeman divided the Danish invasions into 3 periods. 1. 787 to 855, a period when the object was simply plunder. 2. 902 to 954, attempts made at settlement. 3. 980 to 1016. During this period, the history of England was one record of struggle with the power of Denmark till Canute became undisputed King of England. We still have much to learn as to the movements of the Danes in this country, and when the old charters are more thoroughly investigated, we shall gain a great accession of light. Thus we learn from an Anglo-Saxon charter, printed in de Grey Birch's Cartularium Saxonicum, that in the year 872 a great tribute was paid to the Danes which is not mentioned in the chronicle. London was specially at the mercy of the fierce sailors of the north, and the times when the city was in their hands are almost too numerous for record here. Even when Alfred concluded with Guthrun in 878 the Treaty of Wedmore, as it is still commonly called, and by which the country was divided between the English and the Danes, London suffered much. With the reign of Alfred, we come to the consideration of a very difficult question in the history of London. It has been claimed for this king that he rebuilt London. Mr. Lofty expresses this view in the very strongest terms. He writes, quote, "So important, however, is this settlement, so completely must it be regarded as the ultimate fact in any continuous narrative relating to the history of London, that it would be hardly wrong to commence with some such sentence as this. London was founded exactly 1,000 years ago by King Alfred, who chose for the site of his city a place formerly fortified by the Romans, but desolated successively by the Saxons and the Danes." End quote. There is certainly no evidence for so sweeping a statement. Nothing in the chronicle can be construed to contain so wide a meaning. The passage upon which this mighty superstructure has been formed is merely this. Quote, 886. In the same year King Alfred restored, Gesette, London, and all the Angle race returned to him that were not in the bondage of the Danish men. And he then committed the burh to the keeping of the Alderman Ethered. End quote. The great difficulty in this passage is the word Gesette, which probably means occupied, but may mean much more, as founded or settled. Some authorities have therefore changed the word to besate, besieged. Professor Earle proposed the following solution of the problem, which seems highly probable. London was a flourishing, populous, and opulent city, the chief emporium of commerce in the island, and the residence of foreign merchants. Properly, it had become an Angle city, the chief city of the Anglian nation of Mercia, but the Danes had settled there in great numbers, and they had many captives whom they had taken in the late wars. Thus the Danes preponderated over the free Angles, and the latter were glad to see Alfred come and restore the balance in their favour. It was of the greatest importance for Alfred to secure this city, not only the capital of Mercia, but able to do what Mercia had not done, to bar the passage of pirate ships to the upper Thames. Accordingly, Alfred in 886 planted the garrison of London, i.e., introduced a military colony of men and gave them land for their maintenance, in return for which they lived in and about a fortified position under a commanding officer. Professor Earle would not have Londonburh taken as merely an equivalent to London. Alfred, therefore, founded not London itself, but the burh of London. Under Athelstan, we find the city increasing in importance and general prosperity. There were then 8 mints at work, which shows great activity and the need of coin for the purposes of trade. The folkmoot met in the precincts of St. Paul's at the sound of the bell, which also rang out when the armed levy was required to march under St. Paul's banner. For some years after the decisive battle of Brunanburh, 937, the Danes ceased to trouble the country, but one may affirm that fire was almost as great an enemy as the Dane. Fabian, when recording the entire destruction of London by fire in the reign of Ethelred, 981, makes this remarkable statement, quote, "Ye shall understand that this day the city of London had most housing and building from Ludgate toward Westminster, and little or none where the chief or heart of the city is now, except that in divers places were housing, but they stood without order." End quote. The good government of Athelstan and his successors kept the country free from foreign freebooters, but when Ethelred II, called the Unready, or rather the Reedless, came to the throne, the Danes saw their opportunity. In 991 he tried to bribe his enemies to stay away, and was the first English king to institute the Danegeld, which was for so many years a severe tax upon the resources of the country. The bribe was useless, and the enemy had to be bought off again. A Danish fleet threatened London in 992, and in 994 Olaf, or Anlaf, Tryggvason, who appears first as harrier of English soil in 988, with Sweyn, the Danish king, laid siege to London, but they failed to take it. They then harried, burned, and slew all along the sea coasts of Essex, Kent, Sussex, and Hampshire. The English paid £10,000 to the Danes in 991, and in 994 they had to produce the still larger sum of £16,000 in order to purchase peace. Olaf then promised never again to visit England except in peace. Subsequently, Ethelred brought disaster upon himself and his country by his treachery. In 1002 he issued secret orders for a massacre of all the Danes found in England, and in this massacre Gunhild, sister of Sweyn, was among the victims. In consequence of Ethelred's conduct, the Danes returned in force to these shores, and had to be bought off with a sum of £36,000. They came again and made many unsuccessful assaults upon London, upon which the chronicler remarks, quote, "They often fought against the town of London, but to God be praised that it yet stands sound, and they have ever fared ill." End quote. In 1010, Ethelred took shelter in London, and in 1013 Sweyn again attacked the city without success, but having conquered a great part of England, the Londoners submitted to him, and Ethelred fled to Normandy. After Sweyn's death in 1014, Ethelred was invited to return to England, as the country was not willing to receive Sweyn's son Canute as its king. When Ethelred returned to England, he was accompanied by another Olaf, Anlaf Haraldsson, who succeeded by a clever maneuver in destroying the wooden London Bridge and taking the city out of the hands of the Danes. The story is told in Snorro Sturluson's Heimskringla, the story of Olaf the Holy, the son of Harald. Quote, "Olaf covered the decks of his ship with a roof of wood and wickerwork to protect them from the stones and shot which were ready to be cast at them by the Danes. King Olaf and the host of the Northmen rode right up under the bridge and lashed cables round the poles that upheld the bridge, and then they fell to their oars and rowed all the ships downstream as hard as they might. The poles dragged along the ground, even until they were loosened under the bridge. But inasmuch as an host under weapons stood thickly arrayed on the bridge, there were on it both many stones and many war weapons. And the poles having broken from it, the bridge broke down by reason thereof, and many of the folk fell into the river. But all the rest thereof fled from the bridge, some into the city, some into Southwark. And after this they made an onset on Southwark, and won it. And when the townsfolk saw that the river Thames was won, so that they might not hinder the ships from faring up into the land, they were afeard, and gave up the town, and took King Ethelred in. End quote. The later life of Olaf was one of adventure. He was driven by Canute from his kingdom of Norway, and took shelter in Sweden. Here he obtained help, and in the end regained his throne. At the Battle of Stiklestad he was defeated and slain, 1030. His body was hastily buried, but was afterwards taken up, and, being found incorrupt, was buried in great state in a shrine at Drontheim. He was canonized, and several English churches are dedicated to him. There are 4 parishes bearing the name of St. Olav in London. One of the churches is in Tooley Street, which also preserves the name of St. Olav in a curiously corrupted form. After this, Ethelred succeeded in driving Canute out of England back to Denmark. Of this success, Freeman enthusiastically wrote, quote, "That true-hearted city was once more the bulwark of England, the centre of every patriotic hope, the special object of every hostile attack." End quote. There was, however, little breathing space, for Canute returned to England in 1015, and Ethelred's brilliant son, Edmund Ironside, prepared to meet him. Edmund's army refused to fight unless Ethelred came with them, and unless they had the support of the citizens of London. Before, however, Canute arrived, Ethelred died. England was in the hand of the Dane, and London only remained free. Edmund was elected king by the Witan, united with the inhabitants of the city, and thus the Londoners first asserted the position which they held to for many centuries, of their right to a voice in the election of the king. Canute was determined now to succeed, and he at once sailed up the Thames. He was, however, unable to pass the bridge, which had been rebuilt. He therefore dug a trench on the south side of the river, by which means he was enabled to draw some of his ships above the bridge. He also cut another trench entirely round the wall of the city. In spite of this clever scheme, the determined resistance of our stubborn forefathers caused it to fail. Edmund Ironside was successful in his battles with Canute, till his brother-in-law, Edric, alderman of Mercia, turned traitor, and helped the Danish king to vanquish the English army at Assendon, now Assenton in Kent. Edmund was now forced to agree to Canute's terms, and it was therefore settled that Edmund should retain his crown and take all England south of the Thames, together with East Anglia, Essex, and London, Canute taking the rest of the kingdom. On the 30th November 1016, Edmund died, and Canute became king of the whole of England. His reign was prosperous, and he succeeded in gaining the esteem of his subjects, who appreciated the long-continued peace which he brought them. Dr. Stubbs describes him as one of the conscious creators of England's greatness. He died in November 1035 at the early age of 40. We may now pass over some troubled times, caused by the worthless successors of Canute, and come to the period when the West Saxon line was restored in the person of Edward the Confessor, who, being educated at the Norman court, became more a Norman than an Englishman, and prepared the way for the conqueror's success. The Confessor was but an indifferent king, although he holds a more distinguished place in history than many a more heroic figure as the practical founder of Westminster Abbey, where his shrine is still one of its most sacred treasures. When Edward died, the Witan, which had attended his funeral, elected to succeed him Harold, the foremost man in England, and the leader who had attempted to check the spread of the far too wide Norman influence. After conquering his outlawed brother Tostig and Harald Hardrada, King of Norway, at Stamford Bridge, he had to hurry back to meet William, Duke of Normandy, which he did on a hill on the Sussex Downs, afterwards called Senlac. He closed his life on the field of battle after a reign of 40 weeks and 1 day. Then the conqueror had the country at his mercy, but he recognized the importance of London's position and moved forward with the greatest caution and tact. The citizens of London were possibly a divided body, and William, knowing that he had many friends in the city, felt that a waiting game was the best for his cause in the end. His enemies, led by Ansgar the Staller, under whom as sheriff the citizens of London had marched to fight for Harold at Senlac, managed to get their way at first. They elected Edgar Atheling, the grandson of Edmund Ironside, as king, but this action was of little avail. When William arrived at Southwark, the citizens sallied forth to meet him, but they were beaten back, and had to save themselves within the city walls. William retired to Berkhamsted, and is said to have sent a private message to Ansgar asking for his support. In the end, the citizens, probably led by William the Bishop, who was a Norman, came over to the conqueror's side, and the best men repaired to Berkhamsted. Here they accepted the sovereignty of William, who received their oath of fealty. Thus ends the Saxon period of our history, and the Norman period in London commences with the conqueror's charter to William the Bishop and Gosfrith the Portreeve, supposed to be the elder Geoffrey de Mandeville. In the foregoing pages, the main incidents of the history of Saxon London are recited. These are, I fear, rather disconnected and uninteresting, but it is necessary to set down the facts in chronological order, because from them we can draw certain conclusions as to the condition of London before the Norman conquest. Unfortunately, our authorities for the Saxon period do not tell us much that we want to know, and, in consequence, many of the suggestions made by one authority are disputed by another. Still, we can draw certain very definite conclusions which cannot well be the subjects of contention. The first fact is the constant onward march of London towards the fulfillment of its great destiny. Trouble surrounded it on all sides, but, in spite of them all, the citizens gained strength in adversity, so that at the conquest the city was in possession of those special privileges which were cherished for centuries, never given up, but increased when opportunity occurred. Patient waiting was therefore rewarded by success, and London, by the endeavours of her men, grew in importance and stood before all other cities in her unique position. The governor who possessed the confidence of Londoners, although all the rest of the country was against him, need not to despair, while he who had the support of the rest of the country, but was opposed by London, could not be considered as triumphant. The so-called heptarchy was constantly changing the relative positions of its several parts, until Egbert, the King of Wessex, became Rex Totius Britanniae, AD 827. The seven kingdoms were, at some hypothetical period, Kent, Sussex, Wessex, Essex, south of the Thames, East Anglia, Mercia, north of the Thames, Northumbria, including Deira and Bernicia, north of the Humber, and as far north as the Forth. The walled city of London was a distinct political unit, although it owed a certain allegiance to one of the kingdoms, which was the most powerful for the time being. This allegiance therefore frequently changed, and London retained its identity and individuality all through. Essex seems seldom to have held an independent position, for when London first appears as connected with the East Saxons, the real power was in the hands of the King of Kent. According to Bede, Winnie, being expelled from his bishopric of Wessex in 635, took refuge with Wulfhere, king of the Mercians, of whom he purchased the See of London. Hence, the Mercian king must then have been the overlord of London. Not many years afterwards, the King of Kent again seems to have held some jurisdiction here. From the laws of the Kentish kings, Lothair and Eadric, 673 to 685, we learn that the Wick-Reeve was an officer of the King of Kent, who exercised a jurisdiction over the Kentish men trading with or at London, or who was appointed to watch over their interests. There is a very interesting question connected with the position of the two counties in which London is situated. It is necessary to remember that London is older than these counties, whose names, viz., Middlesex and Surrey, indicate their relative position to the city and the surrounding country. We have neither record of their settlement nor of the origin of their names. Both must have been peopled from the river. The name Middle Saxons clearly proves that Middlesex must have been settled after the East and West Saxons had given their names to their respective districts. There has been much discussion as to the etymology of Surrey, more particularly of the second syllable. A once favourite explanation was that Surrey stood for South Kingdom, Anglo-Saxon Riki, but there is no evidence that Surrey ever was a kingdom, and this etymology must surely be put aside. In Elton's Origins of English History, there is the following note. Quote, 3 under-kings concur in a grant by the King of Surrey. End quote. This is a serious misstatement, for the document cited says, Ego Frithwaldus Pruincie Surrianorum subregulus regis Wulfari Mercianorum, Dono Concedo, etc. Frithwald is here described as subregulus, under-king, subject to the king of the Mercians, and in the attestation clause it is added, Et isti sunt subreguli qui omnes sub signo suo subscripserunt. Their names are Frithwald, Osric, Wigherd, and Ethelwald. Each is described as testis merely. This does not seem to imply concurrence, but, even if it does, the title subregulus does not mean an independent sovereign. In the description of the boundaries of the granted land, which is in Anglo-Saxon, the grantor is certainly described as Frithwald king, but this cannot mean king in the full sense, and the Anglo-Saxon clause in the Charter could not have been intended to contradict the Latin, which designates Frithwald as subregulus throughout. Dr. Stubbs, after describing the gradual disappearance of the smaller sovereignties, and pointing out that the Heptarctic king was as much stronger than the tribal king as the King of United England was stronger than the Heptarctic king, wrote, quote, In Wessex, besides the kings of Sussex, which has a claim to be numbered among the 7 great states, were kings of Surrey also. End quote. The note to this, however, only refers to Frithwald, subregulus or ealdorman of Surrey, and no mention is made of any ruler who was capable of making Surrey into a kingdom. The form of the name used by Bede, in Regione Sudergeona, may suggest a derivation quite different from any yet suggested. Surrey was originally an integral part of Kent, and when it was severed from that county, it became, apparently, an independent district, a sort of republic under its own alderman. In later times it became subject to the neighbouring kingdoms. At the date of this charter, it was under Mercia. It was never reckoned as a separate member of the Heptarchy. London fought an uphill fight with Winchester for the position of chief city of southern England. Under Egbert, London grew in importance, but Winchester, the chief town of Wessex, was still the more important place politically. In the trade regulations enacted by Edgar in the 10th century, London took precedence of Winchester. Quote, Let one measure and one weight pass such as is observed at London and at Winchester. End quote. In the reign of Edward the Confessor, London had become the recognized capital of England. Some dispute has arisen respecting the position of the Lithsmen, who appear at the election in Oxford of Canute's successor, and subsequently. Freeman describes them as seafaring men of London, while Gross writes, quote, "The lithsmen, shipowners, of London, who, with others, raised Harold to the throne, were doubtless such burgthanes." End quote. Another important point to be noted is the prominent political position of the bishop. As early as AD 900, the bishop and the reeves who belonged to London are recorded as making in the name of the citizens laws which were confirmed by the king, because they had reference to the whole kingdom. Edward the Confessor greeted William Bishop, Harold Earl, and Esgar Staller, so that William the Conqueror followed precedent when he addressed his charter to bishop and portreeve. Foreigners in early times occupied an important position in London, but there was serious complaint when Edward the Confessor enlarged the numbers of the Normans. The Englishman always had a hatred of the foreigner, and this dislike grew as time went on, and the English tried to obtain the first place and succeeded in the attempt. Other points, such as government by folkmoots and guilds, which will be discussed in the following chapters, find their origin in the Saxon period. The government of London under the Saxons was of a simple character, approximating to that of the shire, and so it continued until some years after the conquest. When the commune was extorted from the crown, a fuller system of government was inaugurated, which will be discussed in a later chapter. End of Chapter 1. End of Section 2. Section 3 of the Story of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley Jones. The Story of London by Henry B. Wheatley. Chapter 2. The Walled Town and Its Streets. Part 1. In the medieval city, the proper protection of the municipality and the citizens largely depended on the condition of the walls and gates. The government of town life was specially congenial to the Norman, and the laws he made for the purpose were stringent, while the Saxon, who never appreciated town life, preferred the county organization. Thus it will be found that, as the laws of the latter were too lax, those of the former were too rigorous. Riley, referring to the superfluity of Norman laws, describes them as, quote, "laws which, while unfortunately they created or protected few real valuable rights, gave birth to many and grievous wrongs." End quote. He proceeds to amplify this opinion and gives good reason for the condemnation he felt bound to pronounce. Quote, "that the favoured and so-called free citizen of London, even, despite the extensive privileges in reference to trade which he enjoyed, was in possession of more than the faintest shadow of liberty, can be hardly allowed, if we only call to mind the substance of the enactments and ordinances, arbitrary, illiberal, and oppressive. Laws, for example, which compelled each citizen, whether he would or no, to be bail and surety for a neighbour's good behaviour, over whom it was perhaps impossible for him to exercise the slightest control. Laws which forbade him to make his market for the day until the purveyors for the king and the great lords of the land had stripped the stalls of all that was choicest and best. Laws which forbade him to pass the city walls for the purpose of meeting his own purchased goods. Laws which bound him to deal with certain persons and communities only, or within the precincts only of certain localities. Laws which dictated, under severe penalties, what sums and no more he was to pay to his servants and artisans. Laws which drove his dog out of the streets, while they permitted genteel dogs to roam at large. Nay, even more than this, laws which subjected him to domiciliary visits from the city officials on various pleas and pretexts, which compelled him to carry on a trade under heavy penalties, irrespective of the question whether or not it was at his loss, and which occasionally went so far as to lay down rules at what hours he was to walk in the streets, and incidentally what he was to eat and what to drink." End quote. We see from this quotation that the position of the inhabitant of a walled town was not a happy one. Still, he was more favored than his neighbor who lived in the country. A few examples will show us what the city life was, and these specific instances are necessary, for so many centuries have passed since Englishmen lived in a walled town that without them it is barely possible for us to conceive what this life of suspicion and fear of danger was really like. The one thing which we do see distinctly is the gradual emancipation of the Englishman from the wearing thraldom of his position. He went on gradually in this course, always bearing towards the light, and he gained freedom long before the citizens of other countries. In the 15th century, we find that galling laws here in England were allowed to fall into desuetude in favor of freedom, while the same rules were retained in foreign countries. Some of our countrymen objected to this, and English merchants were irritated to find that, while the regulation enjoining every alien merchant during his residence in London to abide in the house of a citizen assigned to him as a host by the magistrates had fallen into abeyance, the restriction was rigidly enforced abroad. The writer of the remarkable Libel of English Policy, 1437, alludes to this feeling. Quote, "What reason is't that we should go to host in these countries, and in this English coast they should not so, but have more liberty than we ourselves?" End quote. The citizens had to put up with constant surveillance. The gates were closed early in the evening, and at curfew all lights, as well as fires, had to be put out. Night walkers, male and female, and roisterers generally had a bad time of it, but probably they were very ill-behaved, and in many cases they doubtless deserved the punishment they received. In the year 1100, Henry I relaxed these stringent regulations and restored to his subjects the use of lights at night. The streets were first lighted by lanterns in 1415. London within the walls was a considerable city in the Middle Ages, although it only contained the same area that was walled in during the later Roman period. The relics of this wall, continually renewed with the old materials, are so few, and the old area is so completely lost sight of in the larger London, that it is necessary to point out the line of the walls before dealing further with the habits of the Londoners. It was long supposed that the Ludgate was the chief entrance to the city from the west, but, in spite of its name, there can be little doubt that for some centuries the great western approach was made through Newgate. We will therefore commence our walk round the walls with that gate. Although there can be no doubt that here was a gate in the Roman period, we have little or no record of its early history. One of its earlier names was Chamberlain's Gate. The new gate was erected in the reign of Henry I, and in a pipe roll of 1188 it is mentioned as a prison. In 1414, the prison was in such a loathsome condition that the keeper and 64 of the prisoners died of the prison plague. In consequence of this, it was decided to rebuild the gate. Richard Whittington was the moving spirit in this rebuilding, and it is supposed that he paid the expenses. In the course of excavations made in 1874 to 1875 for the improvement of the western end of Newgate Street, the massive foundations of Whittington's Gate were discovered several feet below the present roadway. The wall passed north through the precincts of Christ's Church, Christ's Hospital, formerly occupied by the Greyfriars or Franciscans. The town ditch, which was outside the walls and arched over about the year 1553, ran through the hospital grounds. The wall then turned round to the north of Newgate Street and passed into St. Martin's le Grand, where, in 1889, the foundations of several houses on the west side were exposed while the excavations for the latest addition to the General Post Office were being proceeded with. The great bell of the Collegiate Church of St. Martin's tolled the curfew hour when all the gates of the city were to be shut. The great gates were shut at the first stroke of the bell at St. Martin's, and the wickets opened. At the last stroke, the wickets were to be closed, and not to be opened afterward that night unless by special precept of the mayor. The ringing of the curfew of St. Martin's was to be the signal for the ringing, quote, at every parish church, so that they begin together and end together, end quote. In an ordinance, Edward III, 1363, the bell at the Church of Our Lady at Bow was substituted for that at St. Martin's. Outside the walls were Smithfield, where the tournaments were held, and Giltspur Street, where knights bought their spears and armour might be repaired when tournaments were going on. Within the gate were the Greyfriars, Stinking Lane, now King Edward Street, and the Butcher's Shambles in Newgate Street. St. Paul's had its enclosed churchyard, so that the main thoroughfare for centuries passed round it from Newgate Street to Cheapside. The name of Cheap tells of the general market held there, and the names of several of the streets out of Cheapside tell of the particular merchandise appropriated to them, as Friday Street, Friday's Market for Fish, Milk Street, and Bread Street. At the west end of Cheapside was the Church of St. Michael le Quern, or At the Corn, which marked the site of the Corn Market. It was destroyed in the Great Fire. At the east end of this church stood the old cross, which was taken down in the year 1390 and replaced by the little conduit, which is described as standing by Paul's Gate. There is an engraving of this church and the conduit, with the waterpots of the water carriers dotted about. The wall passed north along the side of St. Martin's le Grand till it came to Aldersgate, close by the church of St. Botolph. The exact spot is marked by number 62 on the east side of the street. Stowe's etymologies of London names are seldom very satisfactory, but he never blundered worse than when he explained Aldgate as the Old Gate and Aldersgate as the Older Gate. But his explanation has been followed by many successive writers who do not seem to have seen the impossibility of the suggestion. One of the earliest forms of the name is Aldridsgate, showing pretty conclusively that it was a proper name. The wall proceeds east to Cripplegate with an outpost, the Watchtower or Barbican. The Reverend W. Denton has explained the name of Cripplegate as due to the covered way between the postern and the Barbican or Burkenning. Anglo-Saxon, Crepel, Criffle, or Crippel, a burrow or passage underground. The name occurs also in the Domesday of Wiltshire, where we read, quote, to Wonsdyke, thenceforth by the dyke to Cripplegate. End quote. If this etymology be accepted, we have here the use of the word gate as a way. In the north, this distinction is kept up, and the road is the gate, while what we in the south call the gate is the bar. For instance, at York, Micklegate is the road, and the entrance to the wall is Micklegate Bar. It may be noted that St. Giles was the patron saint of cripples, but the first church was not built until about 1090 by Alfune, the first hospitaller of St. Bartholomew's, so that the dedication may have been owing to a mistaken etymology at that early date. In the churchyard is an interesting piece of the old wall still in position. The course of the wall to the east is marked by the street named London Wall, from Cripplegate to Bishopsgate Street. Here it bore south to Camomile and Wormwood Streets, where stood, till 1731, the gate. The distance between Cripplegate and Bishopsgate is not great, and much of the space outside the walls was occupied by Moorditch. Still, in 1415, Thomas Falconer, then mayor, opened a postern in the wall, where Moorgate Street now is, for the benefit of the hay and wood carts coming to the markets of London. He must also have made a road across the morass of Moorfields, for that place was not drained until more than a century afterwards. The site of Bishopsgate is marked by 2 tablets on the houses at the corner of Camomile and Wormwood Streets respectively, numbers 1 and 64 Bishopsgate Street without, inscribed with a mitre and these words, quote, "Adjoining to this spot, Bishopsgate formerly stood." End quote. Footnote: It is scarcely creditable to the city authorities that no mark of the position of the other gates has been set up. To place these memorials would be an easy thing to do, and this attention to historical topography would be highly appreciated by all Londoners. The mark of Aldgate should take the form of a statue of Chaucer, who lived at that gate for some years. The corporation would honour themselves by doing further honour to the great Englishman, who was also one of the greatest of Londoners, if they placed at the great eastern entrance to London a full-length effigy of the son of one of London's worthy merchants. This would be in addition to the gift of a bust to Guildhall by Sir Reginald Hanson. The line of the wall should also be marked, but this would be a more difficult operation. End of footnote. Bishopsgate was named after Erkenwald, Bishop of London. Died 685, son of Offa, King of Mercia, by whom it was erected. At first, the maintenance of the gate was considered to devolve upon the Bishop of London, but after an agreement with the Hanse merchants, it was ruled that the bishop, quote, "is bound to make the hinges of Bishopsgate, seeing that from every cart laden with wood he has 1 stick as it enters the said gate." End quote. The liability was limited to the hinges, for after some dispute it was, 1305, quote, "awarded and agreed that Almains belonging to the house of the merchants of Almain shall be free from paying 2 shillings on going in or out of the gate of Bishopsgate with their goods, seeing that they are charged with the safekeeping and repair of the gate." End quote. The line of the wall bears southward to Aldgate, and is marked by the street named Houndsditch. The earliest form of the name Aldgate appears to have been Alegate or Algate, and therefore has nothing to do with old, the D being intrusive. Within the walls was the great house of Christ Church, founded by Queen Maud or Matilda, wife to Henry I, in the year 1108, and afterwards known as the Priory of the Holy Trinity within Aldgate. In 1115, the famous Knighten Guild, possessors of the ward of Portsoken, which was the soak without the port or gate called Aldgate, presented to the priory all their rights, offering upon the altars of the church the several charters of the guild. The king confirmed the gift, and the prior became ex officio an alderman of London. This continued to the dissolution of the religious houses, when the inhabitants of the ward obtained the privilege of electing their own alderman. Stowe tells us that he remembered the prior riding forth with the mayor as one of the aldermen. Quote, "These priors have sitten and ridden amongst the aldermen of London, in livery like unto them, saving that his habit was in shape of a spiritual person, as I myself have seen in my childhood." End quote. The old name of Christ Church is retained in St. Catherine Cree, or Christ Church, on the north side of Leadenhall Street, which was built in the cemetery of the dissolved priory. This church was taken down in 1628, and the present building erected in 1630. The wall led south by the line of the street now called the Minories to the Tower, thus dividing Great Tower Hill, which was within the wall, from Little Tower Hill, which was outside. The Abbey of Nuns of the Order of St. Clare, which was situated outside the city walls, gave its name of Minoresses to the street. When William the Conqueror built the tower, he encroached upon the city ground, a proceeding which was not popular with his subjects. Near Tower Hill, that is out of George Street, Trinity Square, there is a fine fragment of the old London Wall. We must now turn westward and follow the course of the river from the Custom House to the Blackfriars, as this forms the southern boundary of the city. A little to the west of the Tower Gate was Galley Quay, where, according to Stowe, quote, "The galleys of Italy and other parts were used to unlade and land their merchandises and wares." End quote. These strangers, inhabitants of Genoa and other parts, lodged, says Stowe, in Galley Row, near Mincing Lane. They, quote, "were commonly called galleymen, as men that came up in the galleys, brought up wines and other merchandises, which they landed in Thames Street, at a place called Galley Quay. They had a certain coin of silver amongst themselves, which were halfpence of Genoa, and were called galley halfpence. These halfpence were forbidden in the 13th of Henry IV, and again by Parliament in the 4th of Henry V. Notwithstanding, in my youth I have seen them pass current, but with some difficulty, for that the English halfpence were then, though not so broad, somewhat thicker and stronger." End quote. Next Galley Quay was Bear Quay, appropriated chiefly to the landing and shipment of corn. The first custom house of which we have any account was built by John Churchman, Sheriff of London, in 1385, and stood on Customers Quay, to the east of the present building, and therefore much nearer Tower Wharf. Another and a larger building was erected in the reign of Elizabeth, and burnt in the Great Fire of 1666. Wren designed the third building, which was completed in 1671 and destroyed by fire in 1718. Ripley's building, which succeeded this, was destroyed in the same way in 1814. The present is therefore the fifth building devoted to the customs of the country. Billingsgate must be of great antiquity, but it has not always held its present undisputed position. In early times, Queenhithe and Billingsgate were the chief city wharfs for the mooring of fishing vessels and landing their cargoes. The fish were sold in and about Thames Street, special stations being assigned to the several kinds of fish. Queenhithe was at first the more important wharf, but Billingsgate appears to have gradually overtaken it, and eventually to have left it quite in the rear, the troublesome passage of London Bridge leading the shipmasters to prefer the below-bridge wharf. Corn, malt, and salt, as well as fish, were landed and sold at both wharves, and very strict regulations were laid down by the city authorities as to the tolls to be levied on the several articles, and the conditions under which they were to be sold. In 1282, a message was sent from Edward I to the sergeants of Billingsgate and Queenhithe, commanding them, quote, "to see that all boats are moored on the city side at night," end quote. And in 1297 the order was repeated, but it was now directed to the warden of the dock at Billingsgate and the warden of Queenhithe, who were, quote, "to see that this order is strictly observed," end quote. Opposite to Billingsgate, on the north side of Lower Thames Street, the foundations of a Roman villa were discovered in 1847, when the present coal exchange was built. A spring of clear water which supplied the Roman baths was found running through the ruins at the time of the excavations. This was the spring which supplied the Boss, fountain or jet by the corner of an opening, of old called Boss Alley, where a reservoir was erected by Sir Richard Whittington or his executors expressly for the use of the inhabitants and market people. We now come to London Bridge, the great southern approach to London, and the most important strategical position, as when that was fortified, the inhabitants were safe from attack on the south. Passing westward from the bridge, we come to the Old Swan Stairs, the Steel Yard, Cold Harbour, Dowgate, and the Vintry, and then we come to Queenhithe, said to have been named after Eleanor, widow of Henry II, to whom it belonged. It was previously known as Edred's Hythe. Passing Paul's Wharf, we come to the vast building known as Baynard's Castle, built by Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, in 1428. This mansion had an eventful history until it was destroyed in the Great Fire. A previous Baynard's Castle was situated on the Thames nearer the Fleet River, which was named after Ralph Baynard, one of the Norman knights of William the Conqueror. It afterwards came into the possession of Robert Fitzwalter, chief bannerer or castellan of the City of London. When the Dominicans or Blackfriars removed from Holborn to Ludgate, they swallowed up in their precincts the Tower of Montfichet and Castle Baynard, which were the strongholds built at the west end of the city. Edward I allowed the friars to pull down the city wall and take in all the land to the west as far as the River Fleet. Moreover, the king intimated to the mayor and citizens his desire that the new wall should be built at the cost of the city. We here pass up to Ludgate, which does not appear to have been a gate of much importance until the beginning of the 13th century. The idea that it is named after a mythical King Lud is, of course, exploded now, and there are at present two etymologies to choose from. Dr. Edwin Freshfield supposes the name to be derived from the word lode, a cut or drain into a large stream. The main stream of the Fleet passes from the Thames to the foot of Ludgate Hill, but a short branch went in a northeastward direction to Ludgate, joining there the town ditch. Mr. Lofty explains Ludgate as a postern, and supposes it to have existed in the Saxon period as a postern gate. All along the riverfront of London originally there was a wall, remains of which have been found at various times. Fitzstephen, writing in the 12th century, says, quote, "London formerly had walls and towers on the south, but that most excellent river the Thames, which abounds with fish, and in which the tide ebbs and flows, runs on that side, and has in a long space of time washed down, undermined, and subverted the walls in that part." End quote. Outside Ludgate, the road to the west was not much frequented. Fleet Street and the Strand were not the important thoroughfares during the Middle Ages that Holborn was. The roads were much neglected, and no one traversed them who could travel by boat on the Thames, which was literally the silent highway of London. When the gates of London were closed at 8 o'clock at night, and the inhabitants were ruled with an iron hand, it was somewhat a sign of reproach to live outside the walls. This feeling continued for centuries, and the name of suburbs was long held in little respect. In spite of this stigma, the main avenues leading to the several gates became inhabited, and in course of time were added to the City of London as liberties. The extent of these liberties was marked by bars. Thus, outside Ludgate was Temple Bar, outside Newgate, Holborn Bars, outside Aldersgate, Aldersgate Bars, outside Bishopsgate, Bishopsgate Bars, and outside Aldgate, Aldgate Bars. After this arrangement, the liberties were no longer suburbs, and the disreputable neighbourhood was therefore pushed farther out. The suburbs outside Cripplegate were unlike those of any of the other gates. There was no main road straight north, but a village with a church and a Fore Street grew up outside the walls. There is a great deal of information respecting the protection of the walls and the city gates in the important series of letter books preserved among the city archives and in Riley's Memorials. The authorities were allowed by the king to levy a tax called murage from time to time on goods entering the city to enable them to keep the wall and gate in a state of efficiency. In 1276, Edward I called upon the citizens to devote a portion of the dues to the rebuilding of the city walls by the House of the Blackfriars, and 8 years after, the grant of murage was renewed to the mayor and citizens on condition that they built this wall, so that for some years the city gained no particular advantage from the king's license. The Hanse merchants were freed from payment of murage on account of their engagement to keep Bishopsgate in order. In 1310, a royal writ was issued for the punishment of those who injured the city walls, gates, and posterns. 2 years before this date, special orders were issued as to the guard of the gates. The wards adjoining each gate had to supply a certain number of men-at-arms. Newgate was supplied with 26 men, Aldgate, Bishopsgate, Ludgate, and Bridgegate with 24 each, Cripplegate and Aldersgate with 20 each. The authorities were often very parsimonious, and we find in Riley this curious entry under the date of 1314. Quote, "Removal of an elm near Bishopsgate, and purchase of a cord for a ward hook with the proceeds of the sale thereof." End quote. Some of the gates were let as dwelling houses, Chaucer's tenancy of Aldgate being a familiar instance. But this practice was found to be very inconvenient and objectionable, and in 1386 an enactment was issued forbidding the grant in future of the city gates or of the dwelling houses there. There must have been accommodation at the gates, even when let as dwelling houses, for the sergeants who performed the duty of opening and closing the gates. One of the orders that these sergeants had to carry into effect was to prevent the admission of lepers into the town. Money was collected at the gates for the repair of the roads, a charge which was in addition to murage. The sergeants also had to see that a fugitive bondman did not enter the city, because if one gained admittance and resided in a chartered town for a year and a day, he obtained freedom and was entitled to the franchise. In small towns, it was easier to keep out the fugitive, but in a large city like London, he could often escape notice, although the authorities might be against him. In Letter Book A, we read this notice. Quote, "Pray that the said fugitives may not be admitted to the freedom of the city." End quote. And Pollock and Maitland write, quote, "The townsmen were careful not to obliterate the distinction between bond and free, and did not admit one of servile birth to the citizenship." End quote. There can be little doubt that there was much laxity in keeping the gates at various times, and in cases where there was fear of invasion, the king sent special orders to the mayor to see to the protection of the city. In spite of the singular freedom of England from invasion, the English have constantly been overwhelmed with panic, fearing the worst which never came. In 1335, an alarm was raised of a French invasion. The king, at the beginning of August, wrote to order all men between 16 and 60 to be arrayed, and a council to be immediately held in London. Leaders of the Londoners were appointed who were to defend the city in case the enemy landed. Again, in 1370, preparations were made for an expected attack upon the city, and in 1383, false reports were circulated from the war in Flanders, for the circulation of which an impostor was punished. 3 years later, the citizens were in great terror on account of a widespread report that the French king was about to invade England. There seems to have been something in the report, because Harry Hotspur believed it, and having waited impatiently for the French king to besiege Calais, returned to England to meet him here. Stowe, however, was very satirical about the English fears. He wrote, quote, "The Londoners, understanding that the French king had got together a great navy, assembled an army, and set his purpose firmly to come into England, they, trembling like leverets, fearful as mice, seek starting holes to hide themselves in, even as if the city were now to be taken. And they that in times past bragged they would blow all the Frenchmen out of England, hearing now a vain rumour of the enemy's coming, they run to the walls, break down the houses adjoining, destroy and lay them flat, and do all things in great fear, not one Frenchman yet having set foot on shipboard. What would they have done if the battle had been at hand, and the weapons over their head?" End quote. No improvement in the condition of houses in London appears to have taken place until long after the Conquest, and the low huts, closely packed together, which filled the streets during the Saxon period, were continued well into the 13th century. These houses were wholly built of wood, and thatched with straw or reeds. all medieval cities were fatally liable to destruction by fire, but London appears to have been specially unfortunate in this respect. In the first year of the reign of Stephen, a destructive fire spread from London Bridge to the Church of St. Clement Danes, destroying St. Paul's in the way. This fire caused some improvements in building, but special regulations were required, and one of the early works undertaken by the newly established commune was the drawing up, in 1189, of the famous Assize of Building, known by the name of the first mayor as Fitz-Aylwin's Assize. In this document, the following statement was made. Quote, "Many citizens, to avoid such danger, built, according to their means, on their ground, a stone house covered and protected by thick tiles against the fury of fire, whereby it often happened that when a fire arose in the city and burnt many edifices, and had reached such a house, not being able to injure it, it there became extinguished, so that many neighbors' houses were wholly saved from fire by that house." End quote. Various privileges were conceded to those who built in stone, and these privileges are detailed in the Assize of 1189. No provision, however, was made as to the material to be used in roofing tenements. This Assize, which has been described as the earliest English Building Act, is of the greatest value to us from an historical point of view, and much attention is paid to it in Hudson Turner's Domestic Architecture, where a translation of the Assize is printed. Turner points out that it is evident from this specimen of early civic legislation that although citizens might, if it so pleased them, construct their houses entirely of stone, yet they were not absolutely required to do more than erect party walls 16 feet in height, the materials of the structure built on such walls being left entirely to individual choice, and there can be no doubt that in the generality of houses it was of wood. This assumption is justified by the fact that, in deeds of a much later period, houses constructed wholly of stone are frequently named as boundaries, without any further or more special description than that such was the substance of which they were built. Turner adds that it is obvious that such a description would have been vague and insufficient in a district where houses were generally raised in stone, and he therefore supposes that the Assize of 1189 had no more direct effect than in regulating the method of constructing party walls, and then only in cases where individuals were willing to build in stone. There can be no doubt that the Assize had but little effect, for in 1212 a still more destructive fire occurred which destroyed part of London Bridge, then a wooden structure, and the Church of St. Mary Overy, Southwark. It raged for 10 days, and it is calculated that 1,000 persons, men, women, and children, lost their lives in the fire. This fire had a striking effect upon the authorities, for at once they set to work to enact a new ordinance which introduced certain compulsory regulations. This is known as Fitz-Aylwin's Second Assize, 1212, and thus the first mayor, about whom little else is known, is associated with two important acts, one issued at the beginning and the other near the end of his long mayoralty. Thenceforth, everyone who built a house was strictly charged not to cover it with reeds, rushes, stubble, or straw, but only with tiles, shingle boards, or lead. In future, in order to stop a fire, houses could be pulled down in case of need with an alderman's hook and cord. For the speedy removal of burning houses, each ward was to provide a strong iron hook with a wooden handle, 2 chains, and 2 strong cords, which were to be left in the charge of a beadle of the ward, who was also provided with a good horn, loudly sounding. It was also ordered that occupiers of large houses should keep 1 or 2 ladders for their own house and for their neighbors in case of a sudden outbreak of fire. Also, they were to keep in summer a barrel or large earthen vessel full of water before the house, for the purpose of quenching fire, unless there was a reservoir of spring water in the curtilage or courtyard. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Story of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley Jones. The Story of London by Henry B. Wheatley. Chapter 2. The Walled Town and Its Streets, Part 2. Ancient lights are not provided for, and chimneys are not mentioned. They were not general in Italian cities in the 14th century, but in London they were comparatively common by the year 1300. In the Rotuli Hundredorum, date 1275, a chimney is mentioned as built against a house in St. Mary at Hill made of stone, a foot or more in breadth, and projecting into the street. Most of the houses consisted of little more than a large shop and an upper room or solar. The latter was often merely a wooden loft. When an upper apartment was carried out in stone, it was described in deeds as solarium lapidum. In the 14th century, houses were built of 2 and 3 stories, and in some cases each story was a distinct freehold. This seems to have caused a large number of disputes. It is an interesting fact that at a certain period there was the possibility of London becoming a city of flats. One cannot but feel that it is strange that flats should be general abroad and in Scotland, while it is only lately that they have become at all popular in England. Some reason for this diversity of custom must exist if we could only find it out. Cellars were entered from the street, and possibly in those cases where separate floors belonged to different tenants, the upper stories were entered by stairs on the outside. Sometimes a householder was allowed to encroach upon the road, and in Riley's Memorials we find patents of leave for building a hautpas, that is, a room or floor raised on pillars and extending into the street. Such a grant was made to Sir Robert Knowles and his wife Constance in the year 1381. Penthouses are frequently mentioned in the city ordinances, and they were to be at least 9 feet in height, so as to allow of people riding beneath. It was enacted, for the benefit of landlords, that penthouses, once fastened by iron nails or wooden pegs to the timber framework of the house, should be deemed not removable, but fixtures, part and parcel of the freehold. Shops were open to the weather, and the need of a better place of protection for certain property was felt, which caused the erection of celds, sheds or warehouses, which were let out in small compartments for the storing of cupboards or chests. These served in their day the purpose fulfilled in ours by safe deposit companies. Several of these celds are mentioned in the city books. Thus there was the Tanner's Celd, in or near St. Lawrence Lane, and Winchester Celd, near the Wool Market of Woolchurch, also another in Thames Street. In the Hustings Roll, we hear of the Great Celd of Roysier de Coventry in the Mercery, known as the Great or Broad Celd. In 1311, we find tenants surrendering to Roysier, wife of Henry de Coventry, space for the standing of a certain chest in the celd called La Brozelde, in the parish of St. Pancras, in the ward of Cheap. Windows are mentioned in the assize, but glass was only used by the most opulent. The windows of the citizens in the reign of Richard I were mere apertures, open in the day, crossed perhaps by iron stanchions, and closed by wooden shutters at night. Glass is mentioned as one of the regular imports into this country in the reign of Henry III, and in the time of Edward III, glaziers, verrers, are mentioned as an established guild. The buildings were constantly improved as time passed, and there is reason to believe that London was much in advance of continental cities as to comfort and cleanliness, in spite of some unflattering pictures that have come down to us. we have reason to believe that the standard idea of Englishmen as to comfort and decency was always higher than that of his neighbours. This point, however, will be more fully considered in the 7th chapter on sanitation. It took some time to establish the principle that an Englishman's house is his castle, and some of our kings tried hard to override the rights of the faithful citizens. Mr. Riley makes the following remarks on this point. Quote, "In the times of our early kings, when they moved from place to place, it devolved upon the marshal of the king's household to find lodgings for the royal retinue and dependents, which was done by sending a billet and seizing arbitrarily the best houses and mansions of the locality, turning out the inhabitants and marking the houses so selected with chalk, which latter duty seems to have belonged to the sergeant chamberlain of the king's household. The city of London, fortunately for the comfort and independence of its inhabitants, was exempted by numerous charters from having to endure this most abominable annoyance at such times as it pleased the king to become its near neighbour by taking up his residence in the Tower. Still, however, repeated attempts were made to infringe this rule within the precincts of the city." End quote. Henry III instituted some specially tyrannical proceedings in the year 1266, which naturally gave great offence. The particulars are related in Stow's Chronicle. Quote, "Henry III came to Westminster, and there gave unto divers of his household servants about the number of 60 households and houses within the city, so that the owners were compelled to agree and redeem their houses, or else to avoid them. Then he made Custos of the city Sir Othan, constable of the Tower, who chose bailiffs to be accountable to him. After this, the king took pledges of the best men's sons of the city, the which were put in the Tower of London, and there kept at the costs of their parents." End quote. To meet such violations of the liberties of the city, an enactment was promulgated apparently in the reign of Edward I, to the effect, quote, "that if any member of the royal household or any retainer of the nobility shall attempt to take possession of a house within the city, either by main force or by delivery of the marshal of the royal household, and if, in such attempt, he shall be slain by the master of the house, then and in such case the master of the house shall find 6 of his kinsmen who shall make oath, and himself making oath as the 7th, that it was for this reason that he so slew the intruder, and thereupon he shall go acquitted." End quote. In spite of this, Edward II tried to carry out a similar piece of tyranny, but he was thwarted by John de Corston, one of the sheriffs, who proved himself a stalwart leader of the citizens. Alan de Leck, sergeant harbourer, provider of lodgings, prosecuted John de Corston and said, quote, "that whereas his lordship the king, with his household, on the Monday next after the feast of the translation of St. Thomas the Martyr, in the 19th year of the said king then reigning, came to the Tower of London, there at his good pleasure to abide. And the said Alan, the same day and year, as in virtue of his office bound to do, did assign lodgings unto one Richard de Earmin, secretary to his said lordship the king, in the house of the aforesaid John de Corston, situated at Billingsgate, in the city of London, and for the better knowing of the livery so made, did set the usual mark of chalk over the doors of the house aforesaid, as the practice is, and did also place men and sergeants with the horses and harness of the said Richard within the livery so made as aforesaid." End quote. The sheriff, knowing this to be an illegal exercise of royal privilege, boldly rubbed out the obnoxious marks and turned the king's men and sergeants out of his house. When he was brought to trial, the mayor and citizens appeared for him and pleaded the rights of the city. Corston successfully defended himself before the steward and marshal of the king's household sitting in the Tower in judgment upon him, and he came off scot-free. When we consider the smallness of the houses in the early period of the Middle Ages, and the insufficient accommodation for families, we see that the greater part of the population must of very necessity have constantly filled the streets, and the Londoners appear, from accounts that have come down to us, to have been a rather turbulent body. The watch and ward arranged for the protection of the city was efficient enough in quiet times, but when the inhabitants were troublesome, it was quite insufficient. The regulations were strict, but the streets were crowded, as more than half of them were used as marketplaces, and every moment occasions for quarrelling arose, of which the young bloods were only too ready to avail themselves. Punishments and fines were frequent. Cheats and fraudulent tradesmen were promptly punished, and those who had a sharp tongue soon found that the free use of it was dangerous. The authorities, who had the making of the laws, had no fancy for being maligned. Such entries as these are frequent in Riley's memorials. Process against Roger Thorold for abusing the mayor, 1355. Punishment or imprisonment for reviling the mayor, 1382. Pillory and whetstone for slandering the mayor, 1385. Pillory for slandering an alderman, 1411. Punishment for insulting certain aldermen. Pillory for insulting the recorder, 1390. The pillory was freely used for cheats, users of false dice, false checkerboards, 1382, swindlers, forgers of title deeds, bonds, papal bulls, etc., impostors pretending to be dumb, etc. False measures, false materials, and unwholesome food were confiscated and publicly burnt. Dishonest tradesmen appeared to have been very reckless, and punishment was constantly awarded for the sale of putrid fish, food, and meat. Enhancers of the price of wheat were specially obnoxious to the citizens, and some of the cheats connected with bread-making were curious, such as inserting iron in a loaf to increase the weight, 1387, and stealing dough by making holes in the baker's moulding boards, 1327. The seller of unsound wine was punished by being made to drink it, 1364. Night walkers, male and female, were very summarily treated, but they must have been mostly connected with the dangerous classes, for we read of notorious persons with swords and bucklers and frequenters of taverns after curfew, quote, contrary to peace and statutes, end quote. We may presume that quiet, inoffensive persons who were known to be law-abiding citizens were not necessarily hauled up for being in the streets after regulation hours. Mr. Riley, in his valuable introduction to the Liber Albus, makes special reference to these night walkers. Quote, it being found that the houses of women of ill fame had become the constant resort of thieves and other desperate characters, it was ordered by royal proclamation, Temp. Edward I, that no such women should thenceforth reside within the walls of the city under pain of 40 days' imprisonment. A list, too, was to be taken of all such women by the authorities, and a certain walk assigned to them. The stews of Southwark are once, and only once, alluded to in this volume, and the result of this enactment was no doubt to drive the unfortunates thither. End quote. Ordinances of later date appear to have been still more stringent. The Tun, a roundhouse or prison on Cornhill, was so called from its having been, quote, built somewhat in fashion of a tun standing on the one end. End quote. It was built in 1282 for the special reception of night walkers. In spite of stringent regulations, the streets were seldom free from rioting of some kind, and the watch were kept fully employed. There is a record of inquests or trials by juries, the jury consisting of no less than 4 representatives from each of the wards, held in 1281 upon a number of offenders, quote, against the king's peace and the statutes of the city, end quote. The offences for the most part comprise night walking after curfew, robbery with violence, frequenting taverns and houses of ill fame, and gambling. In 1304, there was an inquisition as to the persons rioting and committing assaults by night, and in 1311 a similar inquisition and delivery made in the time of Sir Richard de Repham, Mayor, as to misdoers and night walkers. Women of bad repute were restricted to a certain garb. It was enacted by royal proclamation of Edward I that none of them should wear minever, spotted ermine, or cendale, a particular kind of thin silk, on her hood or dress, and if she broke the law in this respect, the city sergeant was allowed to seize the minever or cendale and retain it as his perquisite. At later periods it was enacted, quote, that no common woman shall wear a vesture of peltry or wool, end quote. And again, that she shall not wear, quote, a hood that is furred, except with lamb's wool or rabbit skin, end quote. From the letter books, we learn that, in the middle of the 14th century, most of these women were Flemings by birth. The prisons mentioned in the Liber Albus are Newgate and Ludgate, the Tun and the Compters. They could none of them have been pleasant places, but it is probable that they were not so intolerable as they afterwards became. It is impossible that they could have been in a worse condition than the grossly mismanaged prisons of the 18th century. It is not easy to understand what was the level of morality in the medieval cities and towns. In truth, we can only draw inferences from the facts, and as most of the documents that have come down to us relate to those who have broken the laws, we are too apt to take a low view of the morality of the mass. Laws are not made for the law-abiding, except for their protection, and we have reason to know that this class is by far the most numerous. Comfort, as we understand it, could not have existed in the Middle Ages, but the life seems to have been fairly agreeable to those who lived it, and it is only fair to give credence to such witnesses as Fitzstephen, who knew the noble city of London well, and could only write of it in terms of hearty praise. He commences with these words, and then proceeds to substantiate the several points mentioned. Quote, amongst the noble and celebrated cities of the world, that of London, the capital of the Kingdom of England, is one of the most renowned, possessing, above all others, abundant wealth, extensive commerce, great grandeur and magnificence. It is happy in the salubrity of its climate, in the profession of the Christian religion, in the strength of its fortresses, in the nature of its situation, the honour of its citizens, and the chastity of its matrons. In its sports, too, it is most pleasant, and in the production of illustrious men most fortunate. End quote. The people must have been closely packed in some parts of London, but gardens and open spaces within the walls were not uncommon. The statistics of the Middle Ages are not to be relied upon, as they largely consisted of the wildest guesses. Kings and parliaments were continually deceived as to the produce of a tax, owing to the impossibility of knowing the number of the people upon whom it was to be levied. During the latter part of the Saxon period, the numbers of the population of the country began to decay. This decay, however, was arrested by the Norman conquest. The population increased during 10 peaceful years of Henry III, and increased slowly until the death of Edward II, and then it began to fall off. And it continued to decrease during the period of the Wars of the Roses until the accession of the Tudors. A calculation has been made of the population of England and Wales in the last years of the reign of Edward III, 1372, which fixed the number at 2.5 millions. Macpherson adopted this as a correct guess, but it probably errs more on the side of excess than of deficiency. Of this population, it has been estimated that those employed in agriculture were in proportion to townspeople as 11 to 1, but, according to another estimate, it was as 15 to 1. It is not easy to arrive at a satisfactory calculation of the approximate population of London at different periods. At the end of the 12th century, Peter of Blois, Archdeacon of London, in a letter to Pope Innocent III, calculates the population at 40,000, and this is a quite probable calculation. although Francis Drake maintains that London was less populous than York about the time of the conquest. York, however, could not then have had anything like 10,000 inhabitants. Fitzstephen greatly exaggerated the population of London. He wrote, quote, "The city is ennobled by her men, graced by her arms, and peopled by a multitude of inhabitants, so that in the wars under King Stephen there went out to a muster of armed horsemen, esteemed fit for war, 20,000, and of infantry 60,000. End quote. Hallam agrees generally with Peter of Blois' calculation, for he supposes London to have had a population in John's reign of at least 30,000 or 40,000. In 1377, the population, reckoned by the poll tax, was 44,770. The number taxed, consisting of males and females above 14 years of age, being 23,314. We see from these numbers how greatly the population of London was in excess of the other great towns. From the same source, we find the population of the towns next in size were: York, 7,248. Bristol, 6,345. Plymouth, 4,837. Coventry, 4,817. Norwich, 3,952. Londoners were fortunate in not having suffered from any severe attack upon their fortifications, and therefore we are unable to tell how London would have stood a prolonged siege. We know, however, that at some periods it was very insecure. The most portentous event in England during the Middle Ages in respect to the changed conditions of life caused by it was the Peasants' Rising of 1381, the turning point of which is entirely connected with the history of London. For 4 days, the very existence of the city was in the direst peril. It is styled a rising, but it was really a revolution, and it is only lately that the full history of the movement has been presented to us in Mr. G. M. Trevelyan's valuable book, England in the Age of Wycliffe, 1899. There are 2 particular incidents in the history of medieval London which are of the first importance as illustrations of the life of the inhabitants of a walled city. They stand alone, for no other internal occurrences fraught with such possible evil consequences are to be found in our history, and it is well to compare their likenesses and distinguish their unlikenesses. For this purpose, it is not necessary to enter at all fully into the respective causes and effects of Wat Tyler's and Jack Cade's rebellions. The consideration of these points belongs to the history of the country, but a fairly full account of the proceedings of the few days in which the city was given over to the lawless violence of the followers of Wat Tyler and Jack Cade respectively seems to be necessary here. In both insurrections, the mob had their own way entirely at the beginning of the outbreaks. The insurgents were allowed to enter the city through the sympathy of many of the citizens, and in both cases the insurgents were worsted in the end, one hardly knows how, except we explain the cause as due to the inherent weakness of an undisciplined mob. Both insurrections occurred owing to widespread discontent. In the case of Wat Tyler's, from social ills of the most serious character, while in that of Jack Cade's, the evils complained of were purely political. Again, the movement in the earlier rebellion came from below, while in the later one the prime movers were the squires. In Wat Tyler's rebellion, the king and court were present at all the great events, but in Jack Cade's, the king marched off to Kenilworth and left the city to take care of itself. Other likenesses and unlikenesses will be evident in the notices of the respective insurrections. In order to understand the doings in London from Wednesday, June 12th, to Saturday the 15th inst. 1381, it is necessary to take some measure of the movement as a whole. Most of the chroniclers naturally write in strongly condemnatory terms of Wat Tyler's rebellion, but Stowe, in his chronicle, attempts to be just, although he describes John Ball as, quote, "a wicked priest," end quote. He had the advantage of consulting a manuscript account of the rising in 1381, written in Old French, apparently by an eyewitness. The different descriptions are full, but they vary greatly in details, so that, though it is possible to make a complete record of events, we cannot be sure that we are altogether correct. At this distance of time from the occurrences, we ought to be able to consider the sequence of events with a judicial mind. Both sides in the duel are, to a great extent, outside our sympathies. The rebels were exorbitant in their demands and violent in their methods, while the court, being completely at the mercy of the mob, promised everything demanded, with no intention of carrying out their pledges. They had, however, this excuse, that the only way to save the city and its inhabitants was to get the mob into the open country by any possible means available. The vast concourse of persons who demanded entrance into the city was composed of a heterogeneous mass of discontented men with different aims to forward and different grievances calling for redress. The poll tax, although it gave great dissatisfaction to the nation, was not the cause of the outbreak. The great object of the majority was to obtain the abolition of serfdom. Had this been the only demand, the sympathies of the country would have been entirely with the insurgents, but, in order to increase the number of their followers, the leaders had gathered around them all the disaffected persons they were able to get together, and Wat Tyler, to enhance his importance, formulated a number of revolutionary and socialistic demands. It is not necessary here to discuss these demands, for their number sufficiently condemns them. We may allow that the masses have a right to demonstrate and urge upon their rulers a change of so fundamental a nature as serfdom, which affected them all more or less, but an evil which the rulers were very amiss in attempting to redress. At the same time, no government can exist if mob law is triumphant, and if an irresponsible mass of people is allowed to demand changes which require much consideration by a legislative body, as Wat Tyler's followers did. It is instructive to find that although the demands were first agreed to by the king, and then the promise revoked, the serfs were gradually freed while the other demands were quite overlooked. Serfdom was out of date, and the change could no longer be postponed. Richard II, a boy of 10 years, came to the throne in 1377, and few sovereigns have had to take up a more troubled inheritance. The whole country was distressed, and the agricultural population had been driven to the verge of rebellion. Revolutionary views, supported from the writings of Wycliffe and Langland, had taken root among large masses of the people. Doubtless the reformer and the poet had great influence on the people, and although they were not themselves sowers of sedition, their burning words were quoted with effect by the leaders of the revolutionary movement. John Ball's democratic preaching caused the insurrection, but he gave way to the more practical Wat Tyler as the leader of the rebels. The area of the risings extended over part of the Midlands, south of Yorkshire, and the whole of the south. There was a reign of terror on all sides. The manor houses were broken open and sacked by mobs, and it was said that every attorney's house in the line of march was destroyed. Lawyers were exposed to the special hatred of the rebels, who exhibited an ignorant hatred of legal documents. The University of Cambridge suffered severely from the lawlessness of the mob. The university chest was robbed, and a large number of documents were ruthlessly destroyed. Many of the colleges also suffered. The mob that marched on London and besieged it were mostly from Kent and Essex, and their march was marked by murder and pillage. The authorities were paralyzed, and when the mob arrived at the walls of London, no preparations had been made, save the strengthening of the gates, so the king and the court were cut off from communication with all outside London. It is remarkable that we are able to record the daily proceedings of the mob which took place more than 6 centuries ago. Still, we can be fairly certain that the events which dovetail into one another are to a great extent correctly reported. The chief difficulty arises when we consider the speeches of the several actors. Chroniclers like John Stow are very picturesque in their descriptions, and often put words into the mouths of their puppets which are evidently written for the purposes of effect. Even when the words are probably historical, there is some doubt as to whether they have not been attributed to the wrong persons. On Monday, June 10th, Canterbury had been overrun, and on Wednesday the 12th, the main body of the rebels from Kent were crowded together on Blackheath. John Ball preached to them from the text which has come down to us in the familiar couplet, "When Adam Dalf and Eve span, woe was than a gentleman," and he kept his audience enthralled with his eloquence. Messengers were sent by the king to demand the cause of the rising, and brought back the answer that the Commons were gathered together for the king's safety. The king's mother, Joan, Princess of Wales, and widow of Edward the Black Prince, who had been on a pilgrimage to the shrines of Kent, was allowed by the rebels to enter the city. Mr. Trevelyan tells us how a conference was proposed. Quote, "The rebels invited the king to cross the river and confer with them at Blackheath. He was rowed across in a barge accompanied by his principal nobles. At Rotherhithe, a deputation from the camp on the moor above was waiting on the bank to receive them. At the last moment, prudence prevailed, and Richard was persuaded not to trust himself on shore. The rebels, shouting their demands across the water, professed their loyalty to Richard, but required the heads of John of Gaunt, Sudbury, Hales, and several other ministers, some of whom were at the moment in the boat. The royal barge put back to the Tower." End quote. Stowe tells us that the watchword of the peasants was, "With whom hold you?" and the answer was, "With King Richard and the true Commons." The chronicler adds, quote, "Who could not that watchword? Off went his head." End quote. Mr. James Tate, the author of the excellent Life of Wat Tyler in the Dictionary of National Biography, mentions, quote, "a proclamation in Thanet Church on 13th June, which ran in the names of Wat Tyler and John Rackstraw, but the St. Albans insurgents, who reached London on Friday the 14th, were divided as to which was the more powerful person in the realm, the king or Tyler, and obtained from the latter a promise to come and shave the beards of the abbot, prior, and monks, stipulating for implicit obedience to his orders." End quote. The men of Essex were outside Aldgate in great numbers, and as the day advanced, the leaders became fearful as to their condition. They had no means of breaking into the city, and if they remained long where they were, they would inevitably have been starved. Quote, "Walworth guarded the bridge, and sent to the peasants, bidding them, in the name of the king and the city, come no nearer to London." End quote. If there had been no treachery, it would have been easy to keep the rebels outside till they were forced by hunger to desist from their endeavours to enter, for time was on the side of the besieged. But the peasants had friends and well-wishers within, and the city being divided against itself, fell. Mr. Trevelyan writes, quote, "A committee of 3 aldermen rode out to Blackheath to deliver Walworth's message. 2 of them, Adam Carlyle and John Fresh, faithfully performed their mission, but the 3rd alderman, named John Horne, separated himself from his 2 colleagues, conferred apart with the rebel leaders, and exhorted them to march on London at once, for they would be received with acclamation into the city. After this treachery, he did not fear to return to the city, and brought some of the peasants with him and lodged them in his house. He even advised Walworth to admit the mob." End quote. The rioters burnt the Marshalsea prison, situated in the High Street, Southwark, and set the prisoners free. Others gutted Lambeth Palace to show their hatred of the Archbishop, but he was not there. On Thursday morning, 13th June, Horne, the disaffected alderman, rode out to Blackheath to confer with the rebels, and he urged them to come to the bridge, where they would find friends. He had an ally in Walter Sibyl, alderman of Bridge Ward, who, in virtue of his office, took command on the bridge, and he announced that he would let the rebels in by the bridge gate in spite of all opposition. Then Walworth, the mayor, finding that he was powerless, gave leave to Wat Tyler's followers to enter the city on condition that they paid for everything they took and did no damage. The Kentish rebels poured into the city over the bridge, and at the same time the men of Essex were let in at Aldgate. The first cry of the mob as they entered the city, their defiant answer to the mayor's condition, was, "To the Savoy, to the Savoy," the house of John of Gaunt, outside the city liberties and by the riverside, which was burnt and entirely destroyed. In the accounts of the Savoy for 1393 to 1394, mention is made of the annual loss of £4 13 shillings and fourpence. Quote, "The rent of 14 shops belonging lately to the manor of the Savoy annexed, for each shop by the year, at 4 terms, 6 shillings and 8 pence. The accomptant had nothing, because they were burnt at the time of the insurrection, and are not rebuilt." End quote. In these accounts, the rising of 1381 is referred to as the rumour. End of Chapter 2, Part 2. End of Section 4. Section 5 of the Story of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley Jones. The Story of London by Henry B. Wheatley. Chapter 2. The Walled Town and its Streets. Part 3. Sir Robert Hales, the treasurer, was a marked man, and his manor house at Highbury was burnt and utterly destroyed. Jack Straw's castle, which was built on the site of the Highbury castle, retained the name of the second leader of the revolt almost to our own time. Later in the same day, the Priory of the Order of St. John at Jerusalem, at Clerkenwell, of which Hales was prior, was burnt by the men of Essex, who in their march to London had previously attacked the Priory of the Order at Cressing, Essex. Stowe informs us that the Commons passed through the city and did no harm. They took, quote, "nothing from any man, but bought all things at a just price, and if they found any man with theft, they beheaded him." End quote. This, however, was soon changed. First, they were joined by the dangerous classes in the city, who were glad of an opportunity of punishing their enemies the Flemings by the riverside, and the lawyers of the Temple. Then the prisons of Fleet, Newgate, and Westminster were broken open, and hordes of rascality were added to those contributed by the Marshalsea. To add to these elements of disorder, the men became drunk with wine supplied by the rich citizens, and we hear no more of restraints. Gross outrages against property and life now follow one another rapidly. Much damage was done in Fleet Street and the Temple. The rolls and records of the lawyers were burned or otherwise destroyed. The royal account book suffered in the same way. Stowe relates that the insurgents, quote, "determined to burn all court rolls and old muniments, that the memory of antiquities being taken away, their lords should not be able to challenge any right on them from that time forth." End quote. Not content with destroying the documents, they desired to destroy the producers of documents. Again, Stowe tells us that, quote, "they took in hand to behead all men of law, as well apprentices as utter barristers and old justices. With all the jurors of the country whom they might get into their hands, they spared none whom they thought to be learned, especially if they found any to have pen and ink, they pulled off his hood, and all with one voice crying, 'Hale him out, and cut off his head.'" End quote. The only place of safety was the Tower, and here the young king watched the flames in several parts of the city, and listened to the turbulent cries of the mob on all sides of him. Just beneath, on the east side, near St. Catherine's Hospital, was an encampment of the rebels who clamoured for the murder of the Chancellor and others who had taken refuge in the tower. This was an eventful day for all, crowded with actions more than enough to terrify a boy suddenly called upon to act. The councillors were hurriedly called together, and after considering the serious dangers which surrounded them, agreed to a policy of concession. The rebels, however, were invited to meet the king at Mile End on the following day. On Friday, the 14th of June, the king and his court went to Mile End to hear the demands of Wat Tyler and his followers. We learn from the Stowe manuscripts, referred to above, that when they arrived, the commons came to the king, and all knelt to him, saying, quote, "Be welcome, our Lord King Richard, if it please you, and we will not have any other king than you." And Wat Tyler, master and leader of them, praying to him, the king, on the part of the commons, that he would suffer them to take and have all traitors that were against the king and the law. End quote. The demands are recited as follows in the manuscript. Quote, "That no man should be a serf by birth, nor do homage or any manner of suit to any lord. No man should be a serf to any man except by his own will, and by covenant duly indentured. To give 4d. for an acre of land." End quote. Stowe gives the demands in fuller detail. Quote, "The first, that all men should be free from servitude and bondage, so as from thenceforth there should be no bondmen. The second, that he should pardon all men of what estate soever, all manner actions and insurrections committed, and all manner treasons, felonies, transgressions, and extortions by any of them done, and to grant them peace. The third, that all men from thenceforth might be enfranchised to buy and sell in every country, city, borough town, fair, market, and other place within the realm of England. The fourth, that no acre of land holden in bondage or service should be holden but for 4d., and if it had been holden for less aforetime, it should not hereafter be enhanced." End quote. Stowe adds, quote, "These and many other things they required. Moreover, they told him, the king, that he had been evilly governed till that day, but from that time he must be governed otherwise." End quote. After consultation with his courtiers, the king conceded everything asked by Wat Tyler. They agreed that serfage should be abolished, and that all servile dues should be commuted for a rent of 4d. per acre, and a general pardon was pronounced on all. Clerks were set to work to draw up charters of liberation and pardon in proper legal form for every village and manor, as well as for every shire. While these arrangements were going on, the soldiers, who could have kept the tower with ease, were ordered, or at least permitted, to let in the mob. This appears to have been part of the agreement, and we cannot but brand it as a wicked compact, as it was clearly the duty of the court to protect its servants. The unfortunate Legge, the farmer of the poll tax, was murdered, and a learned friar, the friend and adviser of John of Gaunt, was torn in pieces as a substitute for his patron. In the chapel, Archbishop Sudbury and Hales were torn from the altar and hurried to Tower Hill, where their heads were struck off and straightway placed on London Bridge. John Ball was said to be among the first who entered the Tower, and to have directed the outrages. The mob suffered the Princess of Wales to escape by boat, when she went to the Queen's wardrobe, which had been given to Queen Philippa, and was afterwards called the Tower Royal in the Vintry Ward. In some accounts, it is said that she went to the wardrobe in Carter Lane, but this is a mistake. The king, after his return from Mile End, joined his mother at the Queen's wardrobe. On Friday and Saturday, as they received their charters, the bulk of the insurgents left London and returned to their homes, leaving the residue and more dangerous masses behind them. Mr. Trevelyan relates how the king and his nobles rode out from the Queen's wardrobe through Ludgate and Temple Bar, passed along the Strand by the smouldering ruins of the Savoy to Westminster. This was on Saturday the 15th of June. The royal party was met at the doors of the abbey by a sorrowful procession of monks in penitential garb, bearing the cross before them. The king dismounted and kissed the cross. The nobles, the courtiers, and men-at-arms entered the church and performed with unusual fervour the acts of piety. The reason why the monks were in this subdued condition was owing to the fact that a violation of sanctuary had just occurred. The insurgents had marched on Westminster, broken open the exchequer, destroyed the books and records, and violated the sanctuary. Richard or John Inworth, warden of the Marshalsea, after the destruction of that prison, had fled for refuge to Westminster Abbey. On their arrival, the mob found him at the shrine of Edward the Confessor, and having torn him away, carried him back to the city, where his head was struck off on the block in Cheapside. Stowe gives a vivid account of the king's visit to the abbey. Quote, "The same day, June 15th, after dinner, about 2 of the clock, the king went from the wardrobe called the Royal, in London, toward Westminster, attended only by the number of 200 persons, to visit St. Edward's shrine, and to see if the Commons had done any mischief there. The abbot and convent of that abbey, with the canons and vicars of St. Stephen's Chapel, met him in rich copes with procession, and led him by the charnel house into the abbey, then to the church, and so to the high altar, where he devoutly prayed and offered. After which he spake with the anchoret, to whom he confessed himself. Then he went to the chapel called Our Lady in the Pew, where he made his prayers." End quote. Froissart tells us that the figure of the Virgin in this chapel was renowned for its many virtues, and that the kings of England had much faith in the miracles performed at this shrine. When Richard left Westminster, he, quote, "made proclamation that all the commons of the country that were in London should meet him at Smithfield." End quote. In the Stowe manuscript, there is a very full and clear record of the subsequent proceedings. The king went to the house of the canons of St. Bartholomew, quote, "and then the mayor of London, William Walworth, came to the king, who commanded him to go to the commons to make their chieftain come to him, and when he was called by the mayor, Wat Tyler of Maidstone by name, he came to the king with great countenance, mounted on a small horse, so as to be seen by the commons, and dismounted, carrying a dagger in his hand, which he had taken from another man. And when he was dismounted, he took the king by the hand, half kneeling, and shook his arm sharply and strongly, saying to him, Brother, be of good comfort. And the king said to the said Wat, Why will you not go to your country? And the other replied with a great oath, that he and his companions would not go unless they had their charter such as they wished to have. End quote. The points are then set forth in fuller particularity than they were in the previous meeting at Mile End. Such demands as were not mentioned previously are as follows. Quote, that there should be no law outside the law of Winchester. That no outlawry should be by any process of law made henceforth. That the goods of Holy Church should not be in the hands of men of religion, nor of the parsons and vicars, nor of others of Holy Church, but the Avantes should have their sustenance easily, and the remainder of the goods should be divided among the parishioners, and no bishop should be in England except one, and all the lands and tenements of the possessors should be taken from them and parted among the commons, saving to them their reasonable sustenance. To this the king replied easily, and said that he, Wat, should have all this that he, the king, could properly grant, saving to him the rights of his crown, commanding him, Wat, to go to his hold without more delay. End quote. From this point there are differences in the accounts, and it is difficult to be quite certain about the sequence of events which brought about Wat Tyler's death. Stowe accuses the leader of a deep-laid scheme for which there does not appear to be any special authority. He writes, quote, Wat Tyler, being a crafty fellow, of excellent wit, but lacking grace, answered that peace be offered, but with conditions to his liking, minding to feed the king with fair words till the next day, that he might in the night have compassed his perverse purpose, for they thought the same night to have spoiled the city, the king first being slain, and the great lords that cleaved to him, to have burnt the city by setting fire in 4 parts thereof. End quote. We now have to coordinate the different accounts of the end of Wat Tyler. Some of these take no notice of the causes that led to Walworth's action, but Stow's description seems in the main to make the whole scene clear, although he does not produce a consecutive narrative, but rather relates incidents out of their proper order. The great open space of Smithfield, the favourite meeting place on the north of London, and the chosen site for the tournaments and jousts, was crowded on all sides. Near the gate of St. Bartholomew's Priory were the king and his court, and farther to the west were the ranks of the commons set in order of battle. There had been some conference between the leaders, but no agreement had been come to, and naturally the state of tension was profound. Wat Tyler threatened the king, and took umbrage at the position of Sir John Newton, or Newington, keeper of Rochester Castle, who bore the king's sword. He treated with much disrespect the knight, who remarked that he recognized in the rebel leader the greatest thief and robber of his country. This so enraged Wat Tyler that he first ordered his followers to behead Newington, and then attempted to strike him with his dagger. At this, Walworth came forward and requested the king to allow him to arrest Wat, who struck at him, but without effect, as Walworth's armour protected him. The mayor then, in self-defence, attacked Wat and wounded him in the neck, and gave him a blow on the head. John Cavendish, or, as some say, Ralph Standish, then came forward in support of the mayor and wounded Wat in several places. The chieftain spurred his horse and cried to the commons to avenge him. After riding some 30 yards, he fell off his horse, half dead, and was taken to the hospital of St. Bartholomew's, where he died. What purports to be the dagger with which Walworth struck Wat Tyler is in the possession of the Fishmongers' Company. The suspense at this crisis must have been intense. The rebels prepared their bows, but the arrows were not let fly, for the king, spurring his horse, rode forward across the square to the host, and cried out, "Will you shoot your king? I am your captain and leader. Follow me." This brilliant display of courage by the beautiful boy of 14, who had the misfortune to be king, had its effect, and the commons followed him peaceably into the fields of Clerkenwell. Walworth raised a body of loyal citizens, and these marched out under the command of Sir Robert Knowles, and surrounded the rebels, who surrendered and asked for pardon. The host was divided into companies and sent to their respective homes under proper escort. Now that the authorities were triumphant, the leaderless rebels fared badly. On July 2nd, the charters were revoked. John Ball fled to the Midlands, and, according to Froissart, he was taken prisoner at Coventry in an old ruin. On the 15th of July, he was drawn, hanged, and quartered, just 1 month after the death of Wat Tyler. On December 13th, the king proclaimed a general pardon. A contemporary account of the insurrection was drawn up and inserted in the City Letter Book H. A translation of this is printed in Riley's Memorials. It is of great interest, but naturally no attempt at a judicial statement is made. The events are described as, quote, "among the most wondrous and hitherto unheard of prodigies that ever happened in the city of London," end quote. And it is stated that, quote, "hardly was there a street in the city in which there were not bodies lying of those who had been slain," end quote. The traitors who let in the mob are described as, quote, "perfidious commoners within the city," end quote. The whole account is written with spirit, and the ending of the fearful days is graphically described. Quote, "Therefore our Lord the King returned into the city of London with the greatest glory and honour, and the whole of this profane multitude in confusion fled forthwith for concealment in their affright. Our Lord the King, beneath his standard in the said field, with his own hands, decorated with the order of knighthood the said mayor, William Walworth, and Sir Nicholas Brember and Sir John Philipot, who had already been mayors of the said city, and also Sir Robert Lamb." End quote. Thus ended the Peasants' Rising, which, although it ended in total defeat to its promoters, exercised an enormous influence on the course of English history. The insurrection of Jack Cade was not so important an event as that of Wat Tyler, but it must not by any means be considered merely as an outbreak of the lower classes. Fabian, the alderman and sheriff, has left us particulars of the insurrection, and some further details have been discovered by Dr. James Gairdner, C.B., who has given a connected account in the preface to his authoritative edition of the Paston Letters, and also in the Dictionary of National Biography. It is almost impossible to understand the characters of the men who held responsible positions in the reign of Henry VI. The uncles of the king quarrelled among themselves, and their respective followers were hunted down by their enemies. William de la Pole, the 4th Earl and 1st Duke of Suffolk, a distinguished leader in the French wars, but a politician in later life, was the chief opponent of Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, the leader of the warlike party. Suffolk was an active agent for peace. Apparently, the English people were then very much like what they have been in later time. Peace after a successful war has usually been unpopular, and the unfortunate Suffolk was howled at for having given back the provinces to France. Quote, "By thee Anjou and Maine were sold to France. The false revolting Normans, thorough thee, disdain to call us lord, and Picardy hath slain their governors, surprised our forts, and sent the ragged soldiers wounded home." End quote. The Londoners were strongly antagonistic to Suffolk, who was generally accused of maladministration and malversation without definite charges. His friends could not protect him against his enemies, and when trying to escape to France, he was intercepted in the Straits of Dover, put in a little boat, and murdered. His body was thrown on the beach near Dover. It was afterwards buried by order of the king. His death did not satisfy the discontented, and other courtiers succeeded to his place in the disfavour of the people. Whole districts of the counties of Kent, Surrey, and Sussex rose in arms to the extent of 30,000 men, clamouring for the redress of grievances. The masses received assistance from some of the best families of these counties. The chronicler Gregory says that the captain, quote, "compassed all the gentles to arise with him." End quote. A man who called himself John Mortimer and affirmed that he was a cousin of the Duke of York was chosen to be leader. His real name was believed to be Cade. He was an Irishman who had had some experience in war and showed himself a strong leader. On the 1st of June 1450, a considerable army marched on London and encamped at Blackheath, where they formed a regular encampment. On hearing of this, Henry VI came from Leicester to London, where he arrived on the 6th. He took up his quarters at the Hospital of St. John's, Clerkenwell, and with him were 20,000 troops. The king sent to know the cause of the rising, and was answered thus, quote, "To destroy traitors being about him, with other diverse points." End quote. A message was then sent by the king, and proclamation was made that loyal men should immediately quit the field. Upon the night after, all the insurgents were gone, and the insurrection seemed to have come to an end. On the 11th of June, the king proceeded to Blackheath, and he found that the rebels had withdrawn in the night time. Instead of leaving well alone, it was decided to pursue the insurgents, and a detachment of the Royal Army under Sir Humphrey Stafford and his brother William was sent in pursuit. A battle took place on the 18th at Sevenoaks, in which both the Staffords were killed and the rest of the party completely routed. The followers of the king in the royal camp were dismayed, and many of them threatened that if justice was not done on certain traitors who had resisted the king, they would go over to the captain of Kent. One of the chief of these unpopular courtiers was James Fiennes, Lord Say and Sell, a follower of Suffolk, and to please the disaffected, he was sent to the Tower. The king withdrew to Greenwich, and the whole of the army dispersed. He returned to London by water and made preparations for removal to Kenilworth. The mayor and the commons beseeched him to remain in London, offering to live and die with him and to pay half the cost of his household, but he would not consent. The city authorities did not know what to do, and a party among them opened negotiations with the insurgents. Alderman Cook passed to and fro under the safe conduct of the captain. Stowe prints in his chronicle, quote, "The safeguard and sign manual of the Captain of Kent sent to Thomas Cook, Draper of London, by the Captain of the Great Assembly in Kent." End quote. He also gives, quote, "the complaint of the Commons of Kent," end quote, and, quote, "the requests by the Captain of the Great Assembly in Kent," end quote. These are differently worded from the, quote, "proclamation made by Jack Cade," end quote, which has been printed from a manuscript in the handwriting of Stowe, but the sentiments and complaints in all of the documents are essentially the same. They contain a remarkable expression of the feelings of general unrest among the people, although they are doubtless very unjust to the character of the Duke of Suffolk and his followers. On the 1st of July, the insurgents entered Southwark, and Jack Cade made the White Hart Inn his headquarters. According to Fabian, while the Commons of Kent settled themselves in Southwark, the rebels of Essex made, quote, "a field upon the plain of Mile End," end quote, their resting place. On the 2nd of July, a court was held by the mayor for the purpose of considering the best means of resisting the entry of the rebels into the city. It was found, however, that the majority were in their favour, so that Alderman John Horne was committed to Newgate for opposing the views of the malcontents. In the afternoon, about 5 o'clock, the insurgents were admitted into the city and passed over London Bridge, Cade cutting the ropes of the drawbridge with his sword. Cade then issued proclamations in the king's name against robbery and forced requisitions, and rode through the streets, taking the city under his complete control. When he came to the London Stone in Cannon Street, he struck it with his sword and said, quote, "Now is Mortimer lord of this city," end quote. This was a circumstance of the greatest interest in the history of London, for it shows that some special virtue was supposed, in the popular mind, to be connected with London Stone. Cade now gave orders to the mayor and returned to Southwark for the night. On Friday the 3rd of July, he returned to the city and sent for Lord Say and ordered him, after a mock trial, to be beheaded at the Standard in Cheapside. Cromer, an unpopular sheriff of Kent and son-in-law to Say, was beheaded at Mile End. As Jack Cade did not wish to be publicly recognized by those who knew his origin, he caused one Bailey, who was supposed to be an old acquaintance, to be beheaded at Whitechapel. Attention to the rules of order and honesty at length tired the leader, and Stowe relates that, quote, "he went into the house of Philip Malpas, draper and alderman, and robbed and spoiled his house, taking from thence great substance, and returned unto Southwark. On the next morrow he again entered the city, and dined that day in the parish of St. Margaret Pattens, at one Gerstie's house, and when he had dined, like an uncourteous guest, he robbed him, as the day before he had Malpas. For which two robberies, although the poor people drew to him and were partners in the spoil, yet the honest and wealthy commoners cast in their minds the sequel of this matter, and fear lest they should be dealt with in like manner." End quote. On Sunday the 5th of July, Cade and his followers remained in Southwark all day, and in the evening the mayor and citizens, with a force under the command of Matthew Gough, occupied London Bridge to prevent the Kentish men from entering the city. Desperate fighting on the bridge continued all through the night, from 9 o'clock till 9 on the following morning. Quote, "Sometime the citizens had the better, and sometimes the other, but ever they kept them upon the bridge, so that the citizens never passed much the bulwark at the bridge foot, nor the Kentish men no farther than the drawbridge. Thus continued the cruel fight to the destruction of much people on both sides." End quote. Matthew Goff, John Sutton, alderman, and Roger Hoysand, citizen, were among the killed. When the rebels got the worst of the encounter, a truce was made. A conference was arranged, and Waynfleet, Bishop of Winchester, and some others met Cade in St. Margaret's Church, Southwark. The bishop produced 2 general pardons sent by the Chancellor, Cardinal Kemp, Archbishop of York, one for the captain himself and the other for his followers. These were eagerly accepted, as the insurgents were disgusted with their leader, and they were only too glad to return to their homes. It seems to have been generally believed that Cade was entitled to the name of Mortimer, but after this conference the truth got abroad, and his pardon was necessarily invalidated in consequence of this discovery. On the 12th of July, therefore, a proclamation of the king was issued for the apprehension of Cade, and the offer of a reward of 1,000 marks to anyone who should take him alive or dead. Cade escaped in disguise towards the woody country round Lewes. He was pursued by Alexander Iden, and captured and mortally wounded by him at Heathfield, Sussex, on the 13th. The place is known as Cade Street, and a stone with an inscription stands on the site of the capture. Cade's body was taken to London. His head was placed on London Bridge, and his 4 quarters were sent to different parts of Kent. Thus ended this dangerous rebellion. The whole history of the origin of the rising is most complicated. Not only, as already mentioned, were the gentry of Kent on the side of the rebels, but most of the important persons in Southwark supported them. There were Richard Dartmouth, Abbot of Battle, John Daniel, Prior of Lewes, and Robert Poynings, uncle of the Countess of Northumberland and husband of Margaret Paston. Quote, "When the pardon time came, a goodly list of names was recorded, with which it was thought wise to deal leniently." End quote. The second part of King Henry VI, which Shakespeare slightly altered from "the first part of the contention betwixt the 2 famous houses of York and Lancaster," is chiefly concerned with Cade's rebellion. But it is sad that such a perversion of history should in any way be connected with the honoured name of our greatest poet. The libel against Suffolk, quote, "There let his head and lifeless body lie, until the Queen his mistress bury it," end quote, is apparently devoid of the slightest foundation. The representation of Cade is also a ridiculous travesty. His proclamation, which has come down to us, will be seen to be a very clear and ingenious piece of composition. Moreover, Latin is quoted in it, and therefore the writer is not likely to have considered it a crime to speak Latin. Cade's description of Lord Say, quote, "Thou hast most traitorously corrupted the youth of the realm in erecting a grammar school, and whereas before our forefathers had no other books but the score and the tally, thou hast caused printing to be used, and contrary to the king, his crown, and dignity, thou hast built a paper mill," end quote, has no foundation whatever in history. In spite of the anachronism of the allusion to the printing press, Gibbon was deceived by the description, and, in claiming Lord Say as an ancestor, styled him a martyr to learning. Dr. Gairdner discovered in Gregory's Chronicle a very remarkable statement which, if true, would throw great light upon the origin of the outbreak. Quote, "And after that, the Battle of Sevenoaks, upon the first day of Juil, the same captain come again, as the Kentish men said, but hit was another that named himself the captain, and he come to the Black Heath." End quote. Dr. Gairdner is inclined to take this as something more than a mere rumour, but he waits for some corroboration from another source before entirely accepting it. He adds in a note, quote, "The story of Jack Cade, however, is attended with difficulties from any point of view, and it is remarkable that when Cade's body was brought to London, it was taken to the White Hart at Southwark, where he had lodged before his entry into the city, and identified by the woman who kept the house. We hear nothing of its being identified by anyone who had seen the leader before the Battle of Sevenoaks. End quote. End of Chapter 2, Part 3. End of Section 5. Section 6 of the Story of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley Jones. The Story of London by Henry B. Wheatley. Chapter 3. Round the Town with Chaucer and the Poets of his Time. Having considered some of the chief conditions of life in a walled town, and the manners of the inhabitants, we can now proceed to look at old London through the eyes of the great English poets of the later medieval period, to whom we are so much indebted for the insight they give us into the habits of a long-dead past. That wonderful book, Piers Plowman, not only brings before us in the most vivid fashion the life of the 14th century, but opens out to us the thoughts and hopes of the leaders of men. One of the most striking passages contains a description of the interior of a beer-house in the reign of Edward III, with the company assembled therein. This is a scene common to the whole country, but London places are also frequently mentioned in Piers Plowman. The author, William Langland, called Long Will, probably from his tallness, was an inhabitant of London, but he has little to say in its favour. He wrote, quote, "I have lived long in London, but have never found charity. All whom I have seen are covetous." End quote. Professor Skeat says, quote, "One great merit of the poem is that it chiefly exhibits London life and London opinions, which are surely of more interest to us than those of Worcestershire. He does but mention Malvern 3 times, and those 3 passages may be found within the compass of the first 8 passus of Text A. But how numerous are his allusions to London! He not only speaks of it several times, but he frequently mentions the law courts of Westminster. He was familiar with Cornhill, East Cheap, Cock Lane in Smithfield, Shoreditch, Garlickhythe, Stratford, Tyburn, and Southwark, all of which he mentions in an offhand manner. He mentions no river but the Thames, which is with him simply synonymous with river. For in one passage he speaks of 2 men thrown into the Thames, and in another he says that rich men are wont to give presents to the rich, which is as superfluous as if one should fill a tun with water from a fresh river and then pour it into the Thames to render it wetter. To remember the London origin of a large portion of the poem is the true key to the right understanding of it." End quote. Footnote: There was another Cock Lane near Shoreditch, now Boundary Street, which may be the one connected with Langland. End of footnote. Monsieur Jusserand, in his interesting study of Piers Plowman, says of Langland, quote, "He tells us what he has seen and nothing else. His sole guide is the light that shines over the town where truth is imprisoned." End quote. He continues, quote, "It clears the darkness of the London lanes, where, under the pent roof of their shops, the merchants make guile, disguised as an apprentice, sell their adulterated wares. It brightens the hovel in Cornhill where the poet lodges his emaciated body. It throws its rays on the scared faces of sinners for whom the hour of punishment has rung. We have here a whole gallery of portraits which stand out in an extraordinary manner." End quote. Monsieur Jusserand takes a somewhat unfavourable view of Langland's character. He says that the poet, quote, "blames those who go to London and sing for souls, yet he confesses that he does the same. He blames people of a wandering habit, yet he is a wanderer. He heaps scorn on the men who seek for invitations at the houses of the great, yet he does so. He condemns "though that feignen here follis," and he assumes the appearance of a foal. He hates lazy people, laurels, lollers, yet he lives himself as a laurel, a loller, a spill-time, and loved well fare, and no deed to do but drink and to sleep. End quote. The satirist and the censor cannot always be consistent, and without deciding upon the character of Langland, gratitude to him causes us to forgive his inconsistencies, and make us more inclined to agree with the high estimate of Professor Skeat, rather than with the condemnation of Monsieur Jusserand. Langland was taken by the leaders of the Peasants' Rising as the great prophet of their movement, but he himself stood outside the political circle. He complained of the evils that were everywhere rampant, but he did not wish to set himself against the government. As Dr. Skeat says, quote, "His Richard the Reedless is a tender and touching remonstrance to the king, Richard II." End quote. Thomas Hoccleve and John Gower were Londoners, the former a clerk in the Privy Seal office, and the latter probably a city merchant. Hoccleve is supposed to have taken his name from the village of Hoccliffe, Bedfordshire, on the Roman road, 4.5 miles south of Woburn and 3.5 east of Leighton Buzzard. He intended at first to become a priest, but instead he entered the Privy Seal office in 1308, when he was 19 or 20 years of age. He complained of the drudgery of copying, and seems to have always been ready to shirk his work. Dr. Furnivall's side notes to the autobiographical portion of the Regiment of Princes shows what the complaints are like. Quote, "A copier must always work, mind, eye, and hand together. He can't talk to other folk, or sing, but must give all his wits to his work. Workmen talk, sing, and lark. We labour in silence, stoop and stare on the sheepskin. Our copying hurts our stomachs, our backs, and our eyes. Anyone who has copied for 20 years like I have suffers for it in every bit of his body. It's nearly done for me. Had I always lived in poverty, I shouldn't feel it so much now, but the change is strange. God keep me from poverty. I'd sooner die than live miserably." End quote. As there were many copyists employed in London, we must hope that they were not all so weary of their work as the poet was. He lived at Chester Inn, which stood on part of the site of the present Somerset House. Quote, "At Chester Inn, right fast be the Strand." End quote. His daily occupation took him to Westminster, where the Privy Seal office was situated, and as the Strand was but a poor road, we may suppose that he went from home to office in a boat. He went frequently to Paul's Head Tavern in St. Paul's Churchyard, where he made love to the waitresses and others. He also belonged to a dining club called the Temple Club, quote, "the Court of Good Company." End quote. Often, after dinner, instead of going back to the office, he took his pleasure on the Thames, being flattered by the watermen, who fought amongst themselves for his patronage and called him master because he paid them well. He was a good churchman, and denounced the Lollard rising in St. Giles Fields in January 1414 in good, set terms. Hoccleve was not a very lively poet, and he always seems to have been in want of money. He enjoyed the early part of his life, but when he married, and the pinch of poverty came upon him, he was very dejected. In spite of his faults, we cannot but esteem him, and feel that he has a claim on our gratitude because he was devoted to Chaucer, and was the cause of our possessing the best portrait there is of the poet. Hoccleve was near Chaucer in his last days. He could easily pass from Westminster Palace to the garden of the chapel of St. Mary. Dr. Furnivall suggests that he was with Chaucer when the great poet died there. Dr. G. C. Macaulay, in the introduction to his valuable and exhaustive edition of Gower's Complete Works, says that the poet speaks with special respect of the estate of merchants, which seems to suggest that it was as a merchant he made the money which he spent in buying his land, and this inference is supported by the manner in which he speaks of, quote, "our city," end quote, and by the fact that it is with members of the merchant class that he seems to be most in personal communication. Dr. Macaulay supposes Gower to have been a dealer in wool, with a natural dislike of the Londoner for foreigners. The jealousy of the Lombards which he expresses has every appearance of being a prejudice connected with rivalry in commerce. Quote, "I see Lombards come," he says, "in poor attire as servants, and before a year has passed, they have gained so much by deceit and conspiracy that they dress more nobly than the burgesses of our city." End quote. John Gower at one time lived at Southwark, and in St. Saviour's Church his tomb still stands. One day, in the year 1390, when he had taken boat on the Thames, he accidentally met the King, Richard II, in his tapestried barge. The river was the silent highway for all Londoners, also the royal road from Westminster to the Tower, and from thence to Greenwich. Brilliant scenes were to be seen on the river, which joined all parts of the town in one. Here all classes were brought together, the gentry and the working classes, and court pageants were constantly being enacted. When Richard saw Gower, he commanded him to come into the royal barge, and then charged him to write some new thing which he might read. The poet obeyed the command, and produced the Confessio Amantis, with a prologue in which occur these lines. Quote, "In our English, I think make a book for King Richard's sake, to whom belongeth my allegiance, with all mine heart's obeisance, in all that ever a liege man unto his king may do nor can. So perforth I me recommend to him which all me may command. Prehend unto the high reign, which causeth every king to reign, that his corone long stood. I think and have it understood, as it befell upon a tide, as thing which should though betide, under the town of New Troy, which took of Brute his first joy, in Thames when it was flowend, as I be bot cam rowend. So as fortune here time set, my liege lord par chaunce I met, and so befell as I came nigh, out of my bot when he me sigh, he bade me come into his barge. And when I was with him at large, amongs other things said, he hath this charge upon me laid, and bade me do my business, that to his high worthiness some new thing I should boke, that he himself it might loke after the form of my writing. And thus upon his commanding, mine heart is well the more glad, to write so as he me bade, and eke my fair as well the lass, that none envy shall compass, without a reasonable wight, to pine and blame that I write." End quote. As time went on, Gower lost faith in Richard. The personal reference to the king was suppressed, and instead of "a book for King Richard's sake," he wrote, quote, "a book for England's sake." End quote. The original picture is of all the more interest because Gower's verse is not usually allusive to the characteristics of London life. John Lydgate was a countryman and monk of Bury, born at Lydgate, near Newmarket, about 1370, as he himself tells us in the Tale of Princes. He was not in sympathy with the doings of the city, but his London Lickpenny is an invaluable record of London life in his day, in which are related the adventures of a poor Kentish man who comes to London in search of justice, but cannot find it for lack of money. First, he went to Westminster Hall, and visited successively the different courts of law, the King's Bench, and the Common Pleas, and then to the rolls, quote, before the clerks of the Chancery. End quote. Quote, within this hall neither rich nor yet poor would do for me aught, although I should die, which seeing I got me out of the door, where Flemings began on me for to cry. Master, what will you copen or buy? Fine felt hats, or spectacles to read? Lay down your silver, and here you may speed. End quote. At Westminster Gate, quote, cooks to me they took good intent, and proffered me bread with ale and wine, ribs of beef, both fat and full fine, a fair cloth they gan for me to spread, but wanting money I might not then speed. End quote. No doubt the countryman had sufficient cause for many of his complaints, but we cannot but ask, why should he expect to obtain things without paying for them? He proceeds to London and hears the various cries of the streets. Hot peas codes, strawberry ripe, cherries in the rise, i.e., on the bough. Some of the tradesmen offered spice, pepper, and saffron. In Cheapside he saw velvet, silk, and lawn, and, quote, Paris thread, the finest in the land. End quote. He goes by London Stone through Cannon Street, where drapers offered him much cloth. Others cried, hot sheep's feet, mackerel, rushes green. In East Cheap there were ribs of beef, many a pie, and pewter pots in a heap. A taverner in Cornhill took him by the sleeve. Quote, Sir, saith he, will you our wine assay? End quote. He was now tired of his excursion, and walked to Billingsgate, where he prayed a bargeman to take him in his boat for nothing. All this is a groundless complaint, but he was also robbed at Westminster of his hood. In Cannon Street he was asked to buy a new one, and in Cornhill, among much stolen property, he saw his own hood hanging up for sale. This reminds one of the oft-repeated story of the man who, walking through Petticoat Lane, was robbed as he entered, and found the object stolen from him ticketed for sale as he turned out of it. The countryman soon has enough of London and its ways, and conveys himself back into Kent, ending his account of his adventures with these words, quote, Save London, and send true lawyers their meed, for those who so wants money with them shall not speed. End quote. The words of the poet already referred to are of the greatest value to us, and we are grateful for the vivid pictures of medieval life they have left us. But we have in Chaucer an ideal Londoner, far beyond the others in the charm of his writing, one who loved the city in which he lived and died. Langland was too much occupied in denouncing the evils of his time to be able to see the good. Lydgate, Hoccleve, and Gower also took partial views of the life around them. It is the great genius and large-heartedness of Chaucer that enables us to see the mixed good and evil. Thanks to the labours of many scholars, we seem to know Chaucer, who died 5 centuries ago, better than many great men who have lived nearer our own days, and, strange to say, although we take him as a representative of the Middle Ages, and he was that, he was so imbued with the modern spirit that we cannot but feel that he is at one with us in his views of the life around him. He was associated with all parts of London, so that, in a walk through the town with him, we can illustrate our journey from the facts known of his life and with extracts from his works. The facts of Chaucer's life, as written in official documents which have been found by enthusiastic searchers, are largely illustrative of London history, and it is only with these special facts that we are here concerned. Geoffrey Chaucer was the son of a citizen and vintner of the city of London, and probably born at his father's house in Thames Street, in the Vintry, at or near the foot of Dowgate Hill. The house came into Geoffrey's possession after his father's death, when he sold it. There has been much discussion as to the date of his birth. It must have been after 1328, because we know that in that year his father was a bachelor. There is much to be said in favour of the supposition that he was born about 1340. His family must have stood well in public esteem, with good connections, as the young man was early attached to the court, and during his lifetime he filled several offices of distinction. His grandfather, Robert le Chaucer, was one of the collectors at the port of London of the new customs upon wine, granted by the merchants of Aquitaine. We have no information as to Geoffrey's schooling, but doubtless the position of his father was such that he would find a place at one of the schools that were attached to the chief religious houses of London. Fitzstephen tells us that the three chief schools were connected with St. Paul's, St. Martin's le Grand, and Holy Trinity, Aldgate. Neither of these schools is far from the Vintry, and Chaucer might have gone to either of them. St. Paul's is, of course, the nearest, but if he went to this school, there ought to be some tradition of the fact still existing. There is no claim, however, to Chaucer, set up by the historians of the successor of the old school, the new foundation of Dean Colet. Chaucer's early life was spent at court and in diplomatic missions. In June 1374, he was appointed Comptroller of the Customs and Subsidy of wool skins and tanned hides in the port of London. Attached to his office was the obligation to keep the records with his own hand and to be continuously present. In the previous May, looking out for a convenient residence, he rented Aldgate from the city authorities. In The House of Fame, we have a picture of the poet at Aldgate after a hard day's work, writing of love, with his head aching, in his study at night. Quote, "That there no tiding cometh to thee, but of thy very neighbours, that dwellen almost at thy doors, thou hearest neither that ne this. For when thy labour doon all is, and hast emad thy reckonings, instead of rest and newer things, thou gost home to thy house anoon, and also dom as thy stoon, thou sittest at another book, till fully dasward is thy look, and livest thus as an hermite, although thine abstinence is light." End quote. Here, at Aldgate, Professor Hales tells us he wrote most of the works of his middle period. Quote, "It was in the old tower of Aldgate that he made himself a supreme master of the poetic craft, and turned his mastery to immortal account in the production of so exquisite a piece as Troilus and Cressida, and in the designing of a work that should give yet ampler expression to his manifold gifts and graces, to his maturest thought and his highest inspiration." End quote. In 1382, he obtained an additional comptrollership, that of the petty customs of the port of London, with leave to nominate a substitute on the understanding that he was responsible for him. In February 1385, the same privilege was allowed him in regard to his old comptrollership, and soon afterwards he left the gate house of Aldgate. In October 1386, he was elected Knight of the Shire for Kent, and then political troubles caused him to lose both his comptrollerships. Professor Hales finds that the premises were granted in October 1386 to Richard Foster, possibly identical with Richard Forrester, who was one of Chaucer's proxies when he went abroad for a time in May 1378. The date of The Legend of Good Women is given as probably in the spring or summer of 1386, and as the house in which he was then living had a garden and an arbour, it could not have been the dwelling house of Aldgate. Professor Hales believes that when the poet left the latter place, he went to live at Greenwich. Quote, "When that the sun out of the south gone west, and that this flower gone close and go to rest, for darkness of the night, for which she dread, home to mine house full swiftly I me sped, to go to rest and early for to rise, to see this flower spread as I devise. And in a little arbour that I have, that benched was on turves, fresh y grave, I bade men should me my couch make, for dainty of the news summer's sake. I bade them strawn flowers on my bed. End quote. The year 1387 has been fixed as the date of the framework of the pilgrimage to Canterbury, starting from the Tabard, fast by the Ball in Southwark. Some of the tales had certainly been written before this, but then it was that they were gathered together. A very interesting note by Professor Hales, on the date of the Canterbury Tales, is printed in the Athenaeum, in which some excellent reasons are given in support of this date. Quote, "It has been, and is by some still, placed as late as 1393. But the evidence for placing it so late is extremely slight, if, indeed, there is any at all that bears investigation. Whereas, assuredly, many things point to the year 1387 or thereabouts as the year of the pilgrimage and of Chaucer's immortal description of it." End quote. In 1389, Chaucer was Clerk of the King's Works at the Palace of Westminster, the Tower of London, and various royal manors. In 1390, he was employed to repair St. George's Chapel, Windsor, and to erect scaffolds at Smithfield for Richard II and his Queen, Anne of Bohemia, for them to view a great tournament. He was also appointed one of the commission for the repair of the roadways on the banks of the river between Greenwich and Woolwich. About this time, a great misfortune overtook the poet. In the pursuit of his duties, with the king's money in his purse to pay the workmen, he was robbed by highwaymen twice on the same day, the first time at Westminster of £10, and the second at Hatcham, near the Foul Oak, of £9 3s. 8d. This was a serious loss, and he was forgiven the amount by writ dated 6th of January 1391. In this same year, Chaucer lost his lucrative clerkships, and we hear no more of him from the records till 1399, when he took a lease for 53 years of a tenement in the garden of St. Mary's Chapel, Westminster, on the site of Henry VII's chapel. Here he died 10 months after, on the 25th of October 1400. Thus ended the full and busy life of the many-sided poet, who was also a man of science, soldier, esquire of the king's household, envoy on several foreign missions, comptroller of customs, and member of Parliament. From this catalogue of Chaucer's offices and official movements, we can see that a better guide to the London of his day could not be found. We may take it for granted that he walked over the greater part of the city continually. As a boy, he was an inhabitant of the Vintry, and from here he could walk to school either in a northeasterly direction to Holy Trinity, Aldgate, or in a westerly direction to St. Paul's or St. Martin's le Grand. Then, at about 17 years of age, he was attached to the court, and for some years he was a frequent attendant at the Palace of Westminster. When he settled to his duties at the Customs House, he went backwards and forwards to Aldgate. Sometimes he would walk up Spurrier's Lane, now Water Lane, cross Tower Street, along Fenchurch Street, up Mark, then Mart, Lane to the gate. At other times he would probably find his way to Great Tower Hill, and pass through the Tower Postern to Little Tower Hill. From here he would walk northward among the trees between the wall and town ditch on the one side, and the nunnery of the Minoresses on the other. In 1381, at the time of the Peasants' Revolt, Chaucer was, we may suppose, in London, but he does not allude at all fully to the reign of terror which, for 4 days, overshadowed the city. The men of Essex were outside Aldgate waiting to be let in, and when the bridge gate was opened to the men of Kent, the eastern gate was also thrown open. One would wish to have known what Chaucer was doing then. Did he look out of the window of his house and watch the threatening crowd, or had he gone to the support of the king in the Tower? He only makes a passing allusion to the murder of the Flemings in the Nun's Priest's Tale. Quote, Certes he Jack Straw and his mane, ne madden shouts never half so skrill, when that they wouldn't any Fleming kill, as thilke day was made upon the fox. End quote. Chaucer must have often wandered outside Aldgate, and after a hard day's work, he would naturally stroll along the wide and pleasant eastern road. He introduces the Benedictine nunnery of Stratford-up-Bow in his description of the prioress, Madame Eglantine. Quote, "And French she spake full fair and fetisly, after the skole of Stratford-up-Bow, for French of Paris was to hear unknow." End quote. And certainly he must have passed over the bridge built by Queen Matilda in the 12th century, which gave its name to the village. In 1389, after he had left Aldgate, and when he was probably settled at Westminster, of which palace he was Clerk of the Works, he was often called to the Tower, close by his old office at the Custom House, to see to the necessary repairs. Like others, Chaucer probably used the river as often as possible, for many of the streets were not very pleasant to walk along, but in carrying out his many official duties, he was obliged to visit all parts of the city, and he must therefore have left few streets within the walls untraversed. We have chiefly noted the places on the east side of London, and we can therefore now pass to the west. The controversy that raged over the question of the respective claims of the families of Scrope and Grosvenor to a certain coat of arms is of high interest to the herald. But in the voluminous evidence, the lover of Chaucer and of London scarcely expects to find a statement by the poet himself as to his being in Friday Street on a certain day, and what he saw there. The whole account of the poet's examination is of the greatest interest. Quote, "Geoffrey Chaucer, Esquire, of the age of 40 years and more, armed 27 years, for the side of Sir Richard Lescrop, sworn and examined, being asked if the arms, azure, abend, or, belong or ought to pertain to the said Sir Richard by right and heritage, said, yes, for he saw him so armed in France, 1359, before the town of Retters, Rettel, and Sir Henry Lescrop armed in the same arms with the white label and with banner, and the said Sir Richard armed in the entire arms, azure, abend, or, and so during the whole expedition, until the said Geoffrey was taken. Being asked how he knew that the said arms belonged to the said Sir Richard, said that he had heard old knights and esquires say that they had had continual possession of the said arms, and that he had seen them displayed on banners, glass painting and vestments, and commonly called the arms of Scrope. Being asked whether he had ever heard of any interruption or challenge made by Sir Robert Grosvenor, or his ancestors, said, no, but that he was once in Friday Street, London, and walking up the street he observed a new sign hanging out, with these arms thereon, and he inquired what inn that was that had hung out these arms of Scrope, and one answered, saying, they are not hung out, sir, for the arms of Scrope, nor painted there for those arms, but they are painted and put there by a knight of the county of Chester, called Sir Robert Grosvenor. And that was the first time he ever heard speak of Sir Robert Grosvenor, or his ancestors, or of anyone bearing the name of Grosvenor." End quote. Friday Street was close by Old St. Paul's, the glory of the city, which was magnificent within and without. When Chaucer knew it, the fine tomb of Sir John Beauchamp, died 1358, constable of Dover Castle, in the middle aisle of the nave, was new. The monument was the chief object in the nave, and came to be called incorrectly Duke Humphrey's tomb, and the nave from it was styled Duke Humphrey's Walk. The stately tomb of John of Gaunt, died 1399, which was later on the most prominent object in the choir, was probably not erected in Chaucer's lifetime. The old cathedral was full of chantries, as were the other churches of London. The number of chantry priests gave great offence, as appears in Piers Plowman and the works of the other poets. The poor parson is described in the prologue of the Canterbury Tales as attending to his own flock, and not performing the services of the dead at other shrines. Quote, "He set not his benefice to hire, and let his sheep accumbered in the mire, and ran unto London, into St. Paul's, to seeken him a chauntry for souls." End quote. Outside Newgate, Chaucer went up Cow Lane, now King Street, to Smithfield, the open space appropriated to tournaments, markets, and shows, to prepare for the jousts to be held before the King and his Queen in 1390. Passing from London to Westminster, we come to the Mews, the site of the present National Gallery, which Chaucer had for a time under his charge. He settled in the precincts of Westminster Abbey, and there passed away. It has been erroneously stated, on the authority of Stowe, that Chaucer was first buried in the cloisters. This is refuted by Caxton's distinct statement that the body was first buried in front of the chapel of St. Benedict. In 1555 or 1556, it was removed to its present position in the tomb prepared for it by Nicholas Brigham, where it has become the central object of the world-renowned Poets' Corner. The last place to be mentioned, and the one which he has chiefly immortalized, is the High Street, Southwark, called also Long Southwark. Here was the Tabard, where gathered the Canterbury pilgrims, who set out on their pilgrimage under the leadership of Harry Bailey. Bailey was a real personage, and at one time Member of Parliament for Southwark. Footnote: the Tabard was one among many inns from which travellers started on their journeys along the road to Canterbury and to the seaports of the south. The whole of the buildings which Chaucer knew were burnt in the great Southwark fire of 1676. End of footnote. Of all the pictures drawn by Chaucer, the portraits of the pilgrims in the prologue to the Canterbury Tales are the most valuable for our present purpose, as showing us the men and women who are to be seen daily in the streets of London. It is a difficult matter to appraise the relative positions of our great authors, but probably the true test of immortality is the creation of living characters. It is largely the dramatic power displayed in the prologue to the Canterbury Tales which places Chaucer by the side of Shakespeare. End of Chapter 3. End of Section 6. Section 7 of the Story of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley Jones. The Story of London by Henry B. Wheatley. Chapter 4. The River and the Bridge. The river has made London, and London has acknowledged its obligations to the Thames. It was the silent highway along which the chief traffic of the city passed during the Middle Ages, and, probably, the roads of London would have been better if the water carriage had not been so good. The river continued to be the silent highway until the 19th century, when it lost its high position. With the construction of the Thames embankment, the river again took its proper place as the centre of London, but it did not again become its main artery. We have seen in the previous chapter how the poet Gower met King Richard II near Westminster and was summoned to the royal barge. Fitzstephen gives a vivid description of the sports on the Thames. Quote, "In the Easter holidays, they play at a game resembling a naval engagement. A target is firmly fastened to the trunk of a tree which is fixed in the middle of the river, and in the prow of a boat, driven along by oars and the current, a young man who is to strike the target with his lance. If, in hitting it, he break his lance, and keep his position unmoved, he gains his point, and attains his desire. But if his lance be not shivered by the blow, he is tumbled into the river, and his boat passes by, driven along by its own motion. Two boats, however, are placed there, one on each side of the target, and in them a number of young men to take up the striker when he first emerges from the stream. On the bridge, and in balconies on the banks of the river, stand the spectators." End quote. 4 centuries after this, Stowe describes a somewhat similar scene. Quote, "I have also in the summer season seen some upon the river of Thames rowed in wherries, with staves in their hands, flat at the fore end, running one against another, and for the most part one or both overthrown and well ducked." End quote. One of the most remarkable incidents in the life of the Middle Ages is connected with the history of that highly placed lady, the unfortunate Eleanor Cobham, Duchess of Gloucester, whose enemies succeeded in condemning her to do penance in London in 3 open spaces on 3 separate days. She was brought by water from Westminster, and on the 13th of November 1441 was put on shore at the Temple Bridge, on the 15th at the Old Swan, and again on the 17th at Queenhithe, and from these landing places she walked to the place of penance. The Old Swan, which stood near London Bridge, just where its successor now stands, can be traced further back than the reign of Henry VI, for a tavern with the sign of the Swan is mentioned in a deed of Edward II's time. The old chronicles are full of references to what took place on the river. Thus, Edward Hall has a vivid picture of how the Archbishop of York, after leaving the widow of Edward IV in the sanctuary at Westminster, returned home to York Place at dawn of day. Quote, "And when he opened his windows and looked on the Thames, he might see the river full of boats of the Duke of Gloucester, Richard III, his servants, watching that no person should go to sanctuary, nor should pass unsearched." End quote. Cavendish, in his Life of Wolsey, shows us 2 prelates talking confidentially in the cardinal's barge. Quote, "Thus this court passed from session to session, and day to day, insomuch that a certain day the king sent for my lord, the breaking up one day of the court, to come to him in Bridewall. And to accomplish his commandment he went unto him, and being there with him in communication in his grace's privy chamber from 11 until 12 of the clock, and past at noon, my lord came out and departed from the king, and took his barge at the Blackfriars, and so went to his house at Westminster. The Bishop of Carlisle, being with him in his barge, said unto him, wiping the sweat from his face, Sir, quoth he, it is a very hot day. Yea, quoth my Lord Cardinal, if ye had been as well chafed as I have been within this hour, ye would say it was very hot. End quote. The river swarmed with watermen, and these men had their songs and choruses. A favourite song was in honour of Sir John Norman, mayor in 1454, who first broke the rule of riding to Westminster on Mayor's Day, and rode thither by water, a practice which continued for many years, and might now be revived with advantage. Quote, Row the boat, Norman, row to thy leman. End quote. We can see from this how much, both of the business and pleasure of London, took place on the Thames. It reminds us vividly of the busy life of the canals of Venice. The river was the highway of business as well of pleasure, and the intimate relations between England and Normandy after the conquest naturally encouraged commerce between the continent and England, and London rapidly became the centre of this trade. Ships came here from Flanders, Germany, Gascony, Italy, and also from Norway. Wharves lined the sides of the Thames, and each class of goods was landed at a wharf set apart for a special nationality. In Henry II's reign, London and Bristol became the chief commercial ports of the kingdom, the former trading with Germany and the central ports of the continent, and the latter with the Scandinavian countries and with Ireland. The Normans had special privileges, and Mr. Horace Round points out that the charter of Henry, Duke of the Normans, afterwards Henry II of England, to the citizens of Rouen, 1150 to 1151, confers to them their port at Dowgate, as they had held it from the days of Edward the Confessor. Mr. Round adds that this is a fact unknown to English historians. The early history of Queenhithe, for many years the chief rival to Billingsgate, is somewhat difficult to follow. In the Saxon period, it appears to have belonged to one Edred, who gave the wharf his name, by which it continued to be called for some years after the conquest. It was granted to Holy Trinity within Aldgate by William de Ypres, who received it from King Stephen. After some time, it again came into the possession of the king, and John is said to have given it to his mother, Eleanor, Queen of Henry II, after whom it received its name of Queenhithe. By some means not recorded, the Ripa Regina came into the possession of Richard, Earl of Cornwall, who, in 1246, granted it to John Guizot, then mayor, and the Commons of London to farm at an annual rent of £50. Henry III confirmed this grant, and the custody of the Hythe was thereupon committed to the sheriffs, and half a year's rent had been allowed, as the place appears to have fallen into decay, owing probably to the death of John de Stortford during his shrievalty. According to Stowe, quote, Edward II, in the first year of his reign, gave to Margaret, wife to Piers de Gaveston, £43, 12 shillings and 9 halfpenny farthing, out of the rent of London to be received of the Queen's Hythe. End quote. Queenhithe was the usual landing place for wine, wool, hides, corn, firewood, fish, and all kinds of commodities. It was probably to Queenhithe that the wine fleet which brought to London the produce of the vineyards of the banks of the Moselle was bound. In the Liber Customarum there is a full account of the yearly visit of this fleet, and the regulations as to its arrival at the New Year, in the vicinity of Yanlade, the present Yantlet Creek, at the mouth of the Medway, which was the limit of the civic jurisdiction of the Thames. Here it was the duty of the fleet of adventurous hulks and keels, quote, to arrange themselves in due order and raise their ensign, the crews being at liberty, if so inclined, to sing their Kyriel or song of praise and thanksgiving, according to the old law, until London Bridge was reached. Arrived here, and the drawbridge duly raised, they were for a certain time to lie moored off the wharf. Here they were to remain at their moorings 2 ebbs and a flood, during which period the merchants were to sell no part of their cargo, it being the duty of one of the sheriffs and the king's chamberlain to board each vessel in the meantime. The 2 ebbs and a flood expired, and the officials having duly made their purchases or declined to do so, the wine ship was allowed to lie alongside the wharf, the tons of wine being disposed of under certain regulations, apparently meant as a precaution against picking and choosing, to such merchants as might present themselves as customers, those of London having the priority, and those of Winchester coming next. End quote. The boats were bound to leave London by the end of 40 days. Mr. Riley refers to the fondness of the merchants in the Middle Ages for music on board ship, and quotes from Monsieur Michel the following. Quote, En mer s'empeinant et dresseront leur voile, les juglots liens les ébanoiront. They put to sea and set their sails. The jongleurs on board amuse them. End quote. Another passage from the Roman de Tristan, quoted by Riley, is also very much to the point. Quote, À son batel on va amunt, droit à Londres dessus le punt. Sa marchandise il oc découvre, se droit de ses plaies et ouvre. On board his bark he goes straight to London, beneath the bridge, his merchandise he there shows, his cloths of silk smooths and opens out. End quote. Mr. Riley gives an interesting account of the localities adjoining the northern banks of the Thames in the 14th century. Quote, the banks of the Thames from the postern of Petit Wales, near the Tower, so far probably as the Friars Preachers, or Blackfriars, near the entrance of the Fleet River, seem to have been intersected in these times by numberless small lanes, which, themselves public property, ran from Thames Street, by the side of a private residence or other edifice, and led to the owner's wharf in front of his dwelling house. These wharfs again, in some instances, being separated by water gates, through which apparently the public had a right to claim, as an easement, right of passage. From many of the wharfs there also projected bridges or jetties into the river, for the same purpose as the stairs of modern times." End quote. Many of the wharves on the Thames were known as gates besides Billingsgate, as Ebgate, identical with the present Old Swan Lane and Wharf, Upper Thames Street, and Oystergate, on the site of the north end of the present London Bridge. The latter was the principal place for the sale of shellfish, which was only to be sold, quote, "from the way of London Bridge towards the west, unto the corner of the wall of the church of St. Mary Magdalene." End quote. Oystergate was also a place of great resort for the sellers of rushes, who paid a small rent for their standing. We learn from Fitzstephen that, quote, "London formerly had walls and towers in like manner in the south, but that most excellent river the Thames, which abounds with fish, and in which the tide ebbs and flows, runs on that side, and has, in a long space of time, washed down, undermined, and subverted the walls in that part." End quote. Whether there were gates or not along the river front of London, there can be little doubt that there were not structures at all the places named gates. Many of these were doubtless merely ways. This use of the word gate is common enough in the south, as in Ramsgate, Margate, Sandgate, etc. There appear to have been constant attempts made by the landowners on the Thames to close the lanes leading to the river, thus preventing the free access of the public. Special complaint was made before the mayor and sheriffs in 1360 against the prior of St. John of Jerusalem for closing the right of way through the temple. This place having come into the possession of the Knights Hospitallers of St. John after the suppression of the Order of Knights Templars. The evidence of John de Hiddingham and 11 others was taken. Quote, "Who say upon their oath that time out of mind the commonalty of the city aforesaid have been wont to have free ingress and egress with horses and carts from sunrise to sunset, for carrying and carting all manner of victuals and wares therefrom to the water of Thames, and from the said water of Thames to the city aforesaid through the great gate of the Templars, situate within Temple Bar, in the ward aforesaid, in the suburb of London, that the possessors of the temple were wont, and by right ought to maintain a bridge at the water aforesaid, a pier or jetty for landing called Temple Bridge. They say also that the prior of St. John of Jerusalem in England, who is the possessor of the temple aforesaid, molests the citizens of the said city, so that they cannot have their free ingress and egress through the gate aforesaid, as of old they were wont to have." End quote. The prior did not like this interference with his doings on the part of the city, and in 1374 he obtained from Edward III a royal order to stay proceedings. The order, addressed to the mayor, recorder, and alderman of London, after recapitulating the terms of complaint, proceeds, quote, "We, deeming it not to be consonant with reason that this matter, seeing that it concerns you and the commonalty aforesaid, should be discussed before you, inasmuch as a party ought not to be judge in his own cause. And taking into consideration that if the bridge aforesaid, which has been intended for the advantage and easement of the nobles and others coming to our parliaments and councils, and wishing to reach their barges and boats, these should be broken by the laying of stone and timber thereon, it would be greatly to the prejudice of such persons. And desiring for the reasons aforesaid, that this matter shall be discussed and determined before our council, where justice therein unto you as well as to the prior aforesaid may speedily be done, do command you that you appear before our said council at Westminster on that day month after Easter Day next to come. End quote. This question of the exclusion of the common people from certain wharves and stairs continued for many years to be a burning one. In 1417, an ordinance of the mayor and aldermen was issued forbidding this exclusion, which commences as follows. Quote, whereas heretofore, and now also from day to day, many persons dwelling in the city and the suburbs of London, more consulting and attending to their private profit and advantage than to the common good and convenience, do hold certain wharves and stairs on the bank of the Thames, which are held by encroachment upon, and are situate on, the common soil and the course of the water, without having any license or paying anything to the community for the same. And then, the same being by favour obtained and colourably appropriated, have mixed up their own and separate soil and land therewith. And what is even worse, from day to day, these persons do make new customs and imposts upon the poor common people, who time out of mind have there fetched and taken up their water, and washed their clothes, and done other things for their own needs, maliciously interfering with them in their said franchise, and demanding and taking from such as resort thereto, from some 1 halfpenny, and from others 1 penny, 2, or more, by the quarter, to the great injury of all the commonalty, and expressly against the good usages and ancient customs of all the city. End quote. After this preamble, the mayor and aldermen, with the assent of the commons, quote, ordained and established, for all time to come, that no person who dwells on the bank of the Thames, or other person whatsoever, having or holding any wharf or stair, situate or encroaching upon the common soil, to which there has been, or been accustomed to be, common resort of the people heretofore for such needs as aforesaid, shall from henceforth disturb, hinder, or molest any one in fetching, drawing, and taking water, or in beating and washing their clothes, or in doing or executing other reasonable things and needs there, or shall demand or take privily or openly from any person any manner of sum or piece of money or other thing whatsoever for custom. End quote. Many of these alleys and lanes were left in a very objectionable condition, but the consideration of their state must be postponed for Chapter 7 on the health and sanitation of London. In spite of all the recorded impurities of the streets, the water of the river was pure, as may be proved from the fact that fishing was general. In 1343, an inquisition was held before the mayor and aldermen as to the use of unlawful nets, or those whose meshes were less than 2 inches wide, when it was found that 4 nets were good and were to be given back to the owners, and 4 were false and to be burnt. The custom of the city was that the meshes of the nets should be 2 inches wide at least, so that small fish could pass through. In the next year, certain fishmongers were appointed inspectors, quote, to make scrutiny as to false nets placed in the water of Thames, from the place called Yanleet, Yantlet, on the east, as far as the bridge of Staines on the west, for taking the small fish, to the destruction of the fish of such water, and to bring such nets to the Guildhall when found. End quote. In another document, also of the year 1344, 3 nets are mentioned by name, all of which were found to be false, and were burnt near the stone cross by the north door of St. Paul's in the High Street of Cheap. These were a dray net belonging to the Abbot of Stratford, a second net called a cod net belonging to Robert Peasock of Plumstead, and a third net called a kiddle, claimed by no one. A cod net was a net with a cod or pouch containing a stone for sinking the net, also called a purse net, and a kiddle was a net used in kiddles or weirs. There were several different classes of fishermen, as trinkermen, who used trinks or nets attached to posts or anchors for taking fish, and petermen, who used a broom in fishing, beating the bush. There are many other references to the burning of false nets in the city archives. From certain regulations of the year 1388, we learn that, quote, "No man shall fish in the Thames with any nets but those of the assize ordained at the Guildhall, and that only at the proper seasons, and that no one shall fish near to the wharves in London, between the Temple Bridge and the Tower, within a distance of 20 fathoms." End quote. The bridge. It is supposed that during the early years of the Roman occupation, there was a ferry across from London to Southwark, but that a bridge was built when Roman London had become a place of importance. We have already seen that a wooden bridge existed during the Saxon period. This must have been constantly rebuilt, and the last wooden bridge continued for many years after the Norman conquest. The first stone bridge was commenced in the year 1176, under the superintendence of Peter de Colechurch, chaplain of St. Mary Colechurch, a building which stood in the old Jewry until the time of the Great Fire, when it was destroyed. Peter died in 1205, and was buried in the crypt of the chapel built over the centre pier of the bridge and dedicated to St. Thomas of Canterbury. Here the chaplain's bones were found in 1832, when the old bridge was cleared away after the opening of the new bridge. So little public interest was taken in relics of the past at this time, that the bones were sacrilegiously flung into a barge along with the accumulated rubbish and destroyed by careless workmen. The building of the stone bridge was a long operation, and in 1201 King John entrusted its completion to a Frenchman named Isambert. The king seems to have made a careful choice, for the Frenchman had already shown his skill by the erection of fine bridges in the French cities of Saintes and La Rochelle. Monsieur Jusserand, in his English Wayfaring Life in the Middle Ages, quotes from the original patent, published by Hearne in his edition of the Liber Niger Scacariae. Jusserand also quotes from Hearne as to a series of letters patent relating to the maintenance of the bridge. John ordered certain taxes to be devoted to this purpose, and a patent of Henry III was addressed, quote, "to the brothers and chaplains of the chapel of St. Thomas on London Bridge, and to other persons living on the same bridge," end quote, to inform them that the officers of St. Catherine's Hospital by the Tower would receive the revenues and take charge of the repairs of the bridge for 5 years. After the Battle of Evesham in 1265, when the city was at the king's mercy, Henry III granted his queen the custody of the bridge. Quote, "Alienor, by the grace of God, Queen of England, Lady of Ireland, Duchess of Aquitaine, and by our Lord the King Henry, Warden of the Bridge House." End quote. The Queen continued to enjoy the rents and lands belonging to the bridge for nearly 6 years, during which time the repair of the bridge was neglected. Realizing at length how matters stood, she restored it to the citizens, who, on the 1st of September 1271, elected again their own wardens. Early in the reign of Edward I, 1281, a patent was issued ordering a general collection throughout the kingdom on account of the bad condition of the bridge. A tariff of tolls was also issued, and pontage was exacted from all vessels for the passage of which the drawbridge was raised. One William Cross, a fishmonger, was, quote, "sworn to well and faithfully receive all issues of rents of London Bridge, and also all other money accruing to the said bridge from whatever cause, and to expend the same well and faithfully for the use and benefit of the aforesaid bridge." End quote. In the 26th of Edward I, the rents of a house called La Hales were appropriated for the support of London Bridge, and this is recorded in the Liber Customarum. It is not known where this house was situated. Riley conjectures that it was a great house in Stocks Market, but Dr. Sharp suggests that it is just as likely to have been one of a large number of houses which Henry Legales, or Whaleys, erected by license of the King, year 10, Edward I, near Old Change and St. Paul's, the profits of which were also devoted to the support of the bridge. A stone was fixed before each of these tenements in token of the duty of the tenants to repair the bridge, but these appeared to have been removed, in the same reign, by Walter Hervey, Appruator of the city, a title which Riley translated as Improver. The bridge was built on piles, and must have been solidly constructed, for although it needed, from the first, a great deal of cobbling, and underwent much alteration, it survived almost to our own day. It consisted of 20 arches, 19 of stone, and 1 of wood, the drawbridge. By this drawbridge was the tower or storehouse upon which the heads of traitors were set up. This became decayed, and was taken down in April 1577. The heads were removed and set on the gate at the bridge foot towards Southwark. On the 28th of August, Sir John Langley, Lord Mayor, laid the first stone of a foundation for a new tower, in the same place, which tower was finished in September 1579. The great wonder of the bridge was the beautiful wooden structure, called Nonsuch House, which stood on the 7th and 8th arches from the Southwark side, and gave its name to the Nonsuch Lock. The great weight of the buildings caused occasional sinkings and a general insecurity. In 1481, it is recorded that a block of buildings toppled over into the river. In 1633, a fire swept from one end of the bridge to the other, and many of the houses were destroyed, which were not rebuilt. In 1757 to 1758, all the remaining houses were cleared away in order to make the structure more secure. The bridge was one of the chief sights of London, and a great deal of history has grown up about it, but it would require a volume to do justice to these circumstances. One of the most curious of these was the duel between Sir David Lindsay, Earl of Crawford, and John Lord Wells, 5th Baron, ambassador at the Scottish court in 1390. Lord Crawford chose the place and, furnished with a safe conduct from Richard II, came from Scotland to London for this special purpose. The duel took place in this apparently inappropriate locality in the presence of a great concourse of sightseers. Most of the travellers in England who have written on the subject speak of the bridge with high praise. Frederick, Duke of Württemberg, who visited this country in 1592, was pleased with what he saw, and his secretary wrote, quote, "Over the river at London there is a beautiful long bridge, with quite splendid, handsome, and well-built houses, which are occupied by merchants of consequence. Upon one of the towers, nearly in the middle of the bridge, are stuck up about 34 heads of persons of distinction, who had, in former times, been condemned and beheaded for creating riots and from other causes." End quote. It will be seen from this passage that when the new tower was built, the heads which had been removed during the rebuilding to the bridge foot were taken back to the new tower. 6 years later, Hentzner wrote of London Bridge as, quote, "A bridge of stone, 800 feet in length, of wonderful work. It is supported upon 20 piers of squared stone, 60 feet high and 30 broad, joined by arches of about 20 feet diameter. The whole is covered on each side with houses, so disposed as to have the appearance of a continued street, not at all of a bridge." End quote. Correr, The Venetian ambassador in 1610 states that the bridge was so narrow that it was very difficult for two coaches meeting to pass each other without danger. Englishmen were not behindhand in singing the praises of the bridge. Thus, Wheatley wrote in Euphues and His England, quote, "Among all the strange and beautiful shows, methinketh there is none so notable as the bridge which crosseth the Thames, which is in manner of a continual street, well replenished with large and stately houses on both sides, and situate upon 20 arches, whereof each one is made of excellent free stones squared, every one of them being 80 foot in height, and full 20 in distance one from another." End quote. The chapel on the bridge had an endowment for 2 priests or chaplains, 4 clerks, and other brethren, with certain chantries annexed. A dwelling house was afterwards attached to the chapel, which, at the close of the 13th century, was known as the Bridge House. In the year 1298, John de Lewisham, brother of the London quote, Bridge House, end quote, was made bailiff of the manor of Lewisham, quote, the proceeds of which were then, as they still are, devoted to the maintenance and repair of the bridge. End quote. In the folklore of bridges, the frequent practice in the Middle Ages of building a chapel forms a special feature of the subject. There are several instances still remaining, one of which is the chapel of the Old Bridge at Bradford-on-Avon. The waterway of the Thames was obstructed by the bridge, which formed a sort of lock to keep the waters in the upper portion of the river. The widest of the arches was 36 feet, and some were too narrow for the passage of boats of any kind. The resistance caused to so large a body of water on the rise and fall of the tide by the contraction of its channel produced a fall or rapid under the bridge. Quote, "With the flood tide it was impossible, and with the ebb tide dangerous to pass through or shoot the arches of the bridge." End quote. In the latter case, prudent passengers landed above bridge, generally at the Old Swan Stairs, and walked to some wharf, generally Billingsgate. In 1428, according to Stowe, the Duke of Norfolk was like to be drowned passing from St. Mary Overy Stairs through London Bridge. His barge was overset and 30 persons drowned. In A Chronicle of London, edited by Nicholas, we read, quote, "As God would, the Duke himself and 2 or 3 other gentlemen, seeing that mischief, leaped upon the piles, and so were saved through help of them that were above the bridge, with casting down of ropes." End quote. Many such accidents were constantly occurring, so that there was probably truth in one of Ray's proverbs, quote, "London Bridge was made for wise men to go over, and fools to go under." End quote. That boats were frequently overturned is proved by Norden's view of London Bridge, in which boats, bottom upwards, fill the foreground. End of chapter 4. End of section 7. Section 8 of the Story of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley Jones. The Story of London by Henry B. Wheatley. Chapter 5. The King's Palace. The Tower. The Tower of London has existed for over 8 centuries, and long before the Conquest, the site was occupied by a Roman fortification. It is the most time-honoured building in Great Britain, and probably the foremost building, not a ruin, in the world. With so much in London that is new, it is a source of the deepest pride to every Londoner that there is a relic of the past of unequalled interest, on whose walls are written the chief incidents of the history of England. The name has long been a puzzle, but Mr. Horace Round has explained it, and thus thrown a fresh light upon the study of Norman military architecture. There were two different kinds of fortified places during the medieval period, viz. 1. The Roman castrum or castellum, which survived in the fortified enclosure, and 2. The medieval motte or tour, which survived in the central keep. When the tour coalesced with the castellum, a name was required for the entire fortress. Sometimes the keep was added to the castle, and sometimes the castle to the keep. It was then a question which word should prevail: tour, turris, or chastel, castellum. Generally the word castle has prevailed, but the respective strongholds in the capitals of Normandy and England were the Tour de Rouen and the Tower of London. Gray alludes to the Towers of Julius, and Shakespeare's reference to the place is equally erroneous. Prince Edward: I do not like the tower of any place. Did Julius Caesar build that place, my lord? Buckingham: He did, my gracious lord, begin that place, which since succeeding ages have re-edified. Prince Edward: Is it upon record, or else reported successively from age to age, he built it? Buckingham: Upon record, my gracious lord. Richard III, Act 3, Scene 1. Of course, Julius Caesar had nothing to do with the tower, but the Roman remains that have been discovered on the site prove that this grand strategical position had been utilized from the early period of London's history. Mr. George T. Clarke writes, quote, When having crossed the Thames, the Conqueror marched in person to complete the investment of London, he found that ancient city resting upon the left bank of its river, protected on its landward side by a strong wall, a Roman work, with mural towers and an exterior ditch. End quote. In 1777, some Roman coins were discovered, and a double wedge of silver inscribed Ex Officina Honorii, which makes the conjecture probable that at this early period, as in later times, the buildings on the site of the tower were used as a mint. William the Conqueror was crowned in 1066, and Mr. Clarke says that, quote, It was from Barking, immediately after the ceremony, that he directed the actual commencement of the works, which were no doubt, at first, a deep ditch and strong palisade. For the keep, probably the earliest work in masonry, appears not to have been begun until 12 or 14 years later. End quote. The keep, known later as the White Tower, was built by Gundulf, a monk of Bec, who, in 1077, soon after his arrival in England, was consecrated Bishop of Rochester. We learn from the Textus Rafensis, written about the year 1143, that Gundulf, while employed upon the tower, lodged at the house of Edmer Anhund, a burgess of London, but he is not supposed to have commenced the building until 1078. A great work such as the construction of the Tower of London took many years to complete. It is supposed that although the Conqueror, to a great extent, planned the fortress, he did not build more than the inner ward. The existing curtain of the inner ward, 9 to 12 feet thick and from 39 to 40 feet high, is thought by Clarke to be the work of William Rufus. In November 1091, there was a violent storm which did immense damage in London. Stowe says in his chronicle that, quote, The Tower of London was also broken, end quote. And in the survey, he further writes that the tower was sore shaken by the tempest of wind, but was repaired by William Rufus and Henry I. Clarke doubts this, but adds that the outworks, both wall and towers, if in course of construction with scaffolding about them, probably suffered severely. He further writes, quote, The tower, therefore, of the close of the reign of Rufus, and of those of Henry I and Stephen, was probably composed of the White Tower, with a palace ward upon its southeast side, and a wall, probably that we now see, and certainly along its general course, including what is known as the inner ward. No doubt there was a ditch, but probably not a very formidable one. End quote. Fitzstephen is not very full in his description of the tower. He merely says, quote, On the east stands the Palatine Tower, a fortress of great size and strength, the court and walls of which are erected upon a very deep foundation, the mortar used in the building being tempered with the blood of beasts." End quote. The tower is believed to owe much to Henry III, who made extensive alterations and additions. The new works were unpopular among the citizens, and, as some of them were unfortunate, a legend came into existence to account for the misfortune. St. Thomas's Tower and the Traitor's Gate beneath it were in course of construction in 1240, when on St. George's night the gateway and wall fell down. They were at once re-erected, but in the following year they again fell down. The story, as told by Matthew Paris, is that on the night of the second fall, a certain grave and reverend priest saw a robed archbishop, cross in hand, who gazed sternly upon the walls, with which the king was then girdling the tower, and striking them sharply asked, "Why build ye here?" on which the newly built work fell, as though shattered by an earthquake. The priest, too alarmed to accost the prelate, addressed himself to the shade of an attendant clerk. "Who, then, is the archbishop?" "St. Thomas the Martyr," was the answer, "by birth a citizen, who resents these works, undertaken in scorn, and to the prejudice of the citizens, and destroys them beyond the power of restoration." On which the priest remarked, "What outlay and labour of the hands he has destroyed!" "Had it been," said the clerk, "simply that the starving and needy artificers thence promised themselves food, it had been tolerable. But seeing that the works were undertaken, not for the defence of the realm, but to the hurt of the citizens, even had not St. Thomas destroyed them, they had been swept away utterly by St. Edmund his successor." This was Edmund of Abingdon, who died in 1240. The works were resumed, and in spite of the powerful opposition of St. Thomas, they were completely successful, and the rebuilding was strong and satisfactory. The outer ward is supposed to have been completed by Henry III. It is a strip of from 20 feet to 110 feet in breadth, which completely surrounds the inner ward, and is itself contained within the ditch, of which its wall forms the scarp. The tower has been 1. A fortress, and so it remains to the present day. 2. A palace, and 3. A prison. We can now consider it under these three aspects, merely mentioning in passing that it was also a mint, an armory, and a record office. The Tower as a fortress. It was regarded as impregnable in the reign of Stephen, when it was specially required by the king as a fortress, and during the whole medieval period it was always a place of strong defence. It does not appear ever to have endured a siege of any importance, but if it had, it would doubtless have successfully resisted attack. The Byward Tower is the great gatehouse of the outer ward, and the middle tower is its outwork. There was formerly a drawbridge across the ditch or moat, where now there is a stone bridge 130 feet wide. The gateway to the Bloody or Garden Tower is the main entrance to the inner ward. The inner ward is enclosed within a curtain wall having 4 sides, 12 mural towers, and a gatehouse. Wakefield Tower, known also as the Record Tower and as the Hall Tower, is, in its lower story, next in antiquity to the White Tower. Commencing with Wakefield and passing westward, the towers are Bloody, where the Duke of Clarence is supposed to have been drowned in Malmsey, and the 2 sons of Edward IV smothered. Bell, so called from an alarm bell in the little turret. Beauchamp, from Thomas de Beauchamp, Earl of Warwick, and also called Cobham Tower, after Lord Cobham. Devereux, after Robert Devereux, Earl of Essex, also called Robin the Devil's Tower. Flint. Bowyer, so called because it was the residence and workshop of the royal maker of bows. Brick, previously Burbage. Martin, or Jewel, at one time styled Brick Tower. Constables. Broad Arrow. Salt, meaning saltpeter. In the 16th century it was known as Julius Caesar's Tower. And Lanthorn, called in 1532 the New Tower. It was pulled down in 1788 after a fire. The wall of the outer ward has upon it bold drum bastions at the angles of the north front, and the south or Thames front is protected by 5 mural towers, of which one covers the Landgate and one the Watergate, and 2 others are connected with posterns. These towers are Devlin, called Galloway's Tower in 4th Richard II, Well, Cradle, St. Thomas's, over Traitor's Gate, and Bywood. Mr. Clarke writes, quote, "The Tower, at the commencement of the present century, was an extraordinary jumble of ancient and later buildings, the towers and walls being almost completely encrusted by the small official dwellings by which the area was closely occupied. A great fire in 1841 removed the unsightly armoury of James II and William III, on the north of the inner ward, but the authorities at the time were not ripe for a fire. The armoury was replaced by a painfully durable Tudor barrack, and the repairs and additions were made with little reference to the character of the fortress. More recently, the general improvement in public taste has made its way even into the Tower." End quote. The Tower is still a fortress. Each night the medieval ceremony of locking the gates takes place, after which no one can enter without the password, and this, after the manner at fortresses, is changed daily. The password is always communicated to the Lord Mayor, who each quarter receives a list containing the password for each day in the coming 3 months. Residents in the Tower can enter until 12 midnight, when the wickets are locked by the yeoman on watch duty, and no one is allowed to enter after that hour unless they give the password. At a few minutes before 11, the yeoman porter takes his keys and applies to the sergeant for the escort for the keys. The sergeant acquaints the officer, and the officer placing the guard under arms furnishes a sergeant and 4 men. 2 of the men are unarmed. Their duty is to assist in closing the gates and to carry the ancient lantern which contains a tallow candle. The procession is formed, and the yeoman porter with the keys places himself in the midst of the escort. He goes the round of the gates, and when he returns to the main guard, the sentry at the guard-room challenges, "Halt! Who comes there?" "The keys," replies the yeoman porter. "Whose keys?" "King Edward's keys." "Advance, King Edward's keys." The yeoman porter places himself in front of the guard. The guard present arms, and the yeoman porter says, "God preserve King Edward," and the guard, from the officer to the drummer, answer, "Amen." The keys are then carried by the yeoman porter to the king's house, to be delivered into the charge of the officer of the Tower in command. A similar escort is called for by the yeoman porter when the gates are opened in the morning, but no ceremony takes place at that time, nor does the guard turn out. Medievalism is in our very midst, and here, at all events, medieval London still exists. The Tower as a palace. Most of our kings from the Conqueror to Charles II used the Tower as a palace. Those who feared their subjects sheltered themselves there, but those who were popular preferred the comfort of Westminster and Whitehall. Mr. Clarke says that, quote, "The strong monarchs employed the Tower as a prison, the weak ones as a fortress." End quote. After the Middle Ages had closed, the sovereigns kept out of the Tower as much as they could, and seldom visited it unless they were officially obliged, and these visits were almost confined to a lodging there on the day before the coronation. Charles II was the last sovereign to carry out this convention. William I, William II, and Henry I, all 3 inhabited the Tower, but it was not until the reign of Stephen that its value as a place of refuge was proved. With the Empress Matilda at Winchester and King Stephen at London, the state of public affairs, with sieges and counter-sieges, in which neither party gained any great success, came to a deadlock. Stephen, in 1140, sought safety in the Tower in close proximity to his trusty followers, the Londoners, but in the following year he was made a prisoner at Lincoln. The Londoners attended the synod at Winchester and requested the king's release, but without avail. Geoffrey de Mandeville, Constable of the Tower of London, whose faithless conduct in these civil wars has been fully set out by Mr. Horace Round, had been made Earl of Essex by Stephen, but when the Empress came to London, he had no compunction in transferring his allegiance to her, for which conduct she loaded him with honours. He was, however, short-sighted in his action, for Matilda treated the Londoners with such contumely that they rose against her and drove her from the city. They also attacked Mandeville in the Tower, but this Mr. Facing both ways, finding that the Empress Matilda had fled, and the Queen Matilda, Stephen's wife, taken her place in London, saw no objection to supporting the latter's cause. Stephen was soon afterwards released, and he again honoured Geoffrey de Mandeville. No amount of special favour, however, was sufficient to keep this man to his allegiance, and he planned a revolt in favour of the Empress. This came to naught, and the king captured the fortifications erected by the Earl at Farringdon and took him prisoner. Mandeville took no more part in public affairs, and ended his life as a marauding freebooter in September 1143. Thus ignominiously came to a conclusion the career of a man who held a foremost place in London. He was not wise in his conduct, because in the word of the Empress's charter to him, he made the Londoners his mortal foes. As Dr. Sharp says of these same Londoners, they, quote, throughout the long period of civil dissension, were generally to be found on the winning side, and held, as it were, the balance between the rival powers. End quote. In John's reign, London opened its gates to the forces of the barons, organised under Robert Fitzwalter, Castellan of London, as Marshal of the Army of God and Holy Church. During the period that the barons were at war with John, Prince Louis of France lived in the Tower prior to his renunciation of all right of sovereignty in England and his return to France. Henry III, in 1236, summoned the council to meet him in the Tower, but the barons had so little faith in their king that they refused to assemble there. The king was satisfied to be safe in the Tower in 1263, while Simon de Montfort, with the barons, pitched tents at Isleworth. The Londoners were distinctly disloyal, and Stowe tells us that, quote, when the Queen would have gone by water unto Windsor, the Londoners, getting them to the bridge in great numbers, under the which she must pass, cried out on her, using many vile reproachful words, threw dirt and stones at her, that she was constrained to return again to the Tower. End quote. In Edward I's reign, Raymond Lully, the alchemist, is said to have taken up his residence in the Tower at the king's desire, and to have performed in the royal presence the experiment of transmuting some crystal into a mass of diamond or adamant, of which the king is said to have made little pillars for the tabernacle of God. The biographers of Lully, however, express the belief that he never visited England. Edward II seldom visited the Tower, except when he sought shelter from his subjects. His queen gave birth there to her eldest daughter, who was known as Jane of the Tower. His second son, John of Eltham, who was born on August 15, 1316, was appointed Warden of the City of London and Warden of the Tower when he was 10 years of age. In 1328, a year after his father's death, John of Eltham was created Earl of Cornwall, and in 1336 he himself died. The first years of Edward III's reign were spent in the Tower, and the king was forced to remain there till he had put down Mortimer and was able to assume the government himself. He made many additions to the buildings, and Clark supposes that he built the Beauchamp and Salt Towers, and perhaps the Bowyer. The king took great pride in the Tower, which he made his chief arsenal, and strongly fortified and garrisoned. Hence his anger in 1340, when he unexpectedly returned to England and found the Tower unguarded. His first act was to imprison the constable and other officers for their negligence. The mayor, the clerk of the Exchequer, and many others whose duty it was to raise or receive the subsidies which had been granted, were thrown into prison. The Tower stands out very prominently in the history of the reign of Richard II. We have already seen in the second chapter what crimes were perpetrated there during the Peasants' Revolt in 1381. In 1390, a grand international tournament was arranged, when many foreigners of distinction became the guests of the king in the Tower. On the 29th of September 1399, in the council room of the White Tower, occurred that sad scene when Richard, in his kingly robes, sceptre in hand, and crown upon his head, abdicated his throne, saying, quote, "I have been King of England, Duke of Aquitaine, and Lord of Ireland about 21 years, which seigneury, royalty, sceptre, crown, and heritage I clearly resign here to my cousin, Henry of Lancaster. And I desire him here in this open presence in entering the same possession to take the sceptre." End quote. So closed the career of a king whose son rose with so much promise, only to set in misfortune and leave behind him the recollection of one of the greatest disappointments of history. Henry VI had a sorry time in the Tower, but the incidents connected with the constant vicissitudes, which at one time raised the fortunes of the Yorkists and at another those of the Lancastrians, caused so many changes in the occupation of the Tower that it is impossible to note here all that took place. When the Yorkist Earls of Salisbury, Warwick, and March returned to England in 1460, they marched on London, but the Common Council determined to oppose their entrance into the city. This arrangement was agreed on with Lord Scales and Hungerford, who, with others, held the Tower for King Henry. The citizens, however, after a time began to doubt the wisdom of supporting the imbecile Henry, so on July 2nd they admitted the Yorkist earls into the city. While London was thus on the side of the Yorkists, the Tower remained true to the king, but every effort was made to obtain the surrender of the fortress. The Tower was invested by land and water, and the garrison was starved out and had to surrender. In the following year, the Earl of March became king as Edward IV, and made himself agreeable to his subjects. When in 1464 he married Elizabeth Woodville, the citizens showed their respect for the Queen by riding out to meet her and escorting her to the Tower, besides presenting her with a gift of 1,000 marks. A change occurred in 1470, when Edward had to fly and Henry was restored. Henry VI, no longer a prisoner, was removed from his cell to the palace, but soon afterwards he was taken to the Bishop of London's palace at St. Paul's. In the following year, however, Edward recovered the throne and was let into London by the recorder and some aldermen. In May 1471, when Edward IV was out of the city, Thomas, the natural son of William Neville, First Lord Falconberg, Earl of Kent, known as the Bastard Falconbridge, headed a rising of Kentish men and marched on London in support of Henry VI. He was supported by a fleet in the river. With the help of a company of shipmen and other followers, he made an attempt to force Bishopsgate, Aldgate, and the bridge. Some of his followers got through Aldgate, but the portcullis being let down, those who had entered were cut off from the main body and lost their lives. A few days after this unsuccessful assault, May the 21st, King Henry was murdered in the Tower. The name of Richard III was intimately associated with the council chamber, and the consideration of the particulars of his violent methods help us to obtain a vivid picture of the dark passages filled with armed men ready to do the wicked will of their employer. The most memorable of these scenes occurred when the council was sitting. Suddenly there is a cry of "treason" from the adjoining apartment. Gloucester rushes to the door and is met by a party of soldiers, who, at his command, arrest all the council but the Duke of Buckingham. The astonished nobles have scarcely time to recover from their surprise before they see from the windows of their prison Lord Hastings beheaded on Tower Green. In the following reign, when Henry VII fixed the day for the coronation of his queen, November 25th, 1487, she came by water from Greenwich 2 days before, attended by the mayor, sheriffs, and aldermen, and many citizens, chosen some from each craft, wearing their liveries, in barges, quote, freshly furnished with banners and streamers of silk. End quote. One of the barges, called the Bachelors, contained, quote, many gentlemanly pageants, well and curiously devised, to do her highness sport and pleasure. End quote. The king received the queen at the Tower. Much might be said of the doings of Henry VIII, Edward VI, Queens Mary and Elizabeth, James I, and Charles I, but there is no room in this book for a complete history of the Tower, and we must therefore hurry on in order to give some notice of a few of the celebrated prisoners. There could never have been much accommodation in the White Tower, so called on account of the whitewashing it received in the reign of Henry III, as a suitable residence for the sovereign, so that as the centuries passed, and more comfort was expected by all classes, kings and queens would naturally expect to be better cared for. A palace was therefore built in the inner ward, and the Lanthorn Tower formed a part of this palace, containing as it did the king's bedchamber and his private closet. These buildings appear to have fallen into decay in the reign of Elizabeth, by whom or by James the Great Hall was removed. Some were destroyed by Cromwell, and others by James II, to make room for a new ordnance office, and the remains of the Lanthorn Tower were taken down late in the 18th century, 1788. That royalty was not always well housed may be seen by a recorded case in the reign of Edward II. Johann de Cromwell, Constable of the Tower, gave great offence to the citizens by reason of certain of his high-handed actions, and in the end he was dismissed from his office, but the reason given for his dismissal was not on account of the offensive acts complained of, but for the neglect of duties, by which the rooms were allowed to remain out of repair, and because the rain came in upon the Queen's bed. Some particulars are given in the Liber Albus respecting the legal position of the Tower. When the Exchequer was closed, the mayor was to be presented at the Tower, and the pleas of the city with the crown were sometimes held there. And when this was the case, the city barons were to place their own janitors outside the Tower gate, and the king's janitor was to be on the inside. They further had an ostiarius outside the door of the hall when the pleas were held, to introduce the barons, and the king had an ostiarius inside. Mr. Clarke supposes the hall to have been the building afterwards superseded by the Office of Ordnance, and the entrance to which is thought to have been by the modernized doorway close east of the Wakefield Tower. St. John's Chapel is one of the most interesting ecclesiastical buildings in England. It is a singularly fine example of early Norman architecture, and many historical events are associated with it. The triforium was used as a gallery, and it is supposed that the queens and their maids of honour sat there at the services. It is traditionally reported that in front of the old altar, now replaced by a new one, Brackenbury, when kneeling at prayer, was tempted by the emissaries of Richard of Gloucester to make away with the young princes, a suggestion which he indignantly repudiated. Here also Mary I was betrothed to Philip of Spain. One important appanage of the palace was the menagerie of wild beasts, which was placed near the entrance at a very early date. Henry I kept lions and leopards, and Henry III added to the collection. Stowe tells us that in the year 1235, Frederick the Emperor sent to Henry III 3 leopards in token of his regal shield of arms wherein those leopards were pictured, since the which time those lions and others have been kept in a part of this bulwark, now called the Lion Tower, and their keepers there lodged. In 1255 the sheriffs built a house for the king's elephant, which was brought from France and was the first seen in England. Edward II, in the 12th year of his reign, commanded the sheriffs of London to pay to the keeper of the king's leopard 6d. the day for the sustenance of the leopard, and 3 halfpence a day for diet of the said keeper. Edward III appears to have taken much pride in his menagerie, and in 1364 a proclamation was issued by the king for the safe keeping of a beast called an ur, which was in danger from certain persons who threatened to do grievous harm to the keepers, and atrociously to kill the said beast. Mr. Riley, who prints the proclamation in his memorials, supposes the animal to be either the urus, aurochs, or bison, from the east of Europe, or the irwi, from Morocco. The proclamation addressed to the mayor and sheriff runs thus: "We, wishing to preserve the said keepers and the beast from injury and grievance, do command you that in the city aforesaid, and the suburbs thereof, where you shall deem most expedient, you do cause public proclamation to be made, and it on our behalf strictly to be forbidden, that any person, native or stranger, of whatsoever condition he may be, on pain of forfeiting unto us as much as he may forfeit, shall have the audacity to do any damage, violence, misprison, or grievance unto the said keepers or to the beast, which we have so taken under our protection and especial defence, or to any of them, or shall presume to intermeddle for getting a sight of the said beast, against the will of them, the keepers thereof. And if you shall know any one to attempt the contrary hereof, then you are so to punish them that the same punishment may deter all others from attempting the like, and to answer unto us as to such forfeiture in manner as is befitting." End quote. In later times, the collection of wild beasts must have been considerable, and Stowe relates in his Chronicle how trials of strength between the animals were exhibited before the royal family. On the 23rd of June, 1609, quote, "The King, Queen, and Prince, the Lady Elizabeth, and the Duke of York, with divers great lords and many others, came to the Tower to see a trial of the lion's single valour against a great fierce bear, which had killed a child that was negligently left in the bear house. This fierce bear was brought into the open yard behind the lion's den, which was the place for fight." End quote. 2 mastiffs let into the yard passed the bear and attacked the lion. Then a stallion and 6 dogs were introduced. The dogs worried the horse till 3 stout bear wards drove them off, the bear and lion looking on. The latter was allowed to escape to his den, and other lions were brought out, but none would attack the bear. On the 5th of July, this same bear was baited to death. On the 10th of April, 1610, Prince Henry and attendant nobles went privately to the Tower to see a fight between the great lion and 4 dogs. The dogs got the better of the lion, and another lion and lioness were brought to see if they would help the first lion, but they would not, and all 3 were glad to escape to their dens. The few animals that remained in the menagerie in the 19th century were removed to the Zoological Gardens in Regent's Park in 1834. The Tower as a prison. It is as a state prison that the Tower is most associated in our memories. Here have been confined some of the noblest of English men and women, but besides these, there were others who have richly deserved their fate. Some of the prisoners lodged here only for a time, but the majority found it to be merely the threshold of death. The first prisoner was Ralph Flambard, Bishop of Durham, the hated minister of William Rufus. On that king's death, Henry I, with the advice of his council, shut the bishop up in one of the topmost chambers of the White Tower. Flambard was not very carefully guarded, and he used the liberal allowance put aside for him in providing drink for his keepers. He received a rope in a flagon from friends outside, and while his jailers were drunk, he managed to escape by its means on the night of the 4th of February, 1101. Although the rope proved too short and he was injured by his fall, he reached Normandy safely. 5 years after this, the Count of Mortain, who was taken prisoner by Henry I, was imprisoned in the Tower, as we learn from the testimony of Eadmer. The Jews in large numbers were thrown into the Tower in 1282. The Welsh next furnished victims, and then the Scots. The Battle of Dunbar in 1296 caused many prisoners, including the king, John Balliol, and a host of his nobility, to fall into the hands of Edward I. In 1303, the king's treasury was robbed while Edward I was in Scotland, and suspicion fell upon the abbot and monks of Westminster. The sacristan, sub-prior, and others were imprisoned in the Tower. The whole affair is very difficult to understand, but it was fully investigated by order of the king, and there can be no doubt that some members of the monastery were deeply implicated. It created a great scandal, and was one of the most remarkable crimes ever committed. Mr. L. O. Pike gives a full account of the incidents in his History of Crime in England, 1873, and says, quote, It is quite evident that an enterprise which required more than 4 months for its accomplishment could not have been successful had there been no collusion within the abbey gates. The findings of the various juries point to a deep-laid conspiracy between some persons in the abbey and others in the neighbouring palace." End quote. Wallace, in 1305, found a prison here before he was drawn through Cheapside and executed in Smithfield. The Order of the Knights Templar was abolished in 1313, and all the members south of the Trent were imprisoned in the Tower, where the master died. The earliest drawing of the tower which has come down to us contains a curious picture of the building, and a representation of the incidents of the captivity of Charles, Duke of Orleans, who was taken prisoner at the Battle of Agincourt. This interesting picture is in one of the manuscripts in the British Museum. As was the custom of the early artists, a succession of incidents in the life of the prisoner are depicted in the same drawing. The Duke is seen at a turret window, then writing at a desk in a large chamber. At the foot of the White Tower he is embracing the messenger who brings him his ransom. He is then seen mounting his horse, and he and a friendly messenger ride away from the tower. Lastly, we see him in a barge with lusty rowers pulling down the stream for the boat which is to carry him home to France. There were 2 places of execution, that on Tower Hill, under the authority of the governors of the city, and the other on Tower Green, within the Tower walls. Edward IV set up a scaffold and gallows upon Tower Hill, but the City of London insisted upon their ancient right of dealing with offenders within their own precincts, so the king's scaffold and gallows were taken down with many apologies, and the sheriffs maintained their ancient privileges of headings and hangings beyond the Tower walls. The city boundary existed within the Tower, and in James I's reign a question arose as to whether or no Sir Thomas Overbury's murder was committed within the city. As his apartment was situated on the west of the boundary, the criminals came under the jurisdiction of the city. The place of execution on Tower Green is a spot of hallowed memories. It was marked off and railed in by command of Queen Victoria. Lord Hastings was probably beheaded there in 1483, and among the distinguished names of those who suffered on this spot are Anne Boleyn in 1536, Margaret Pole, Countess of Salisbury, daughter of the Duke of Clarence and mother of Cardinal Pole in 1541, Catherine Howard and Jane, Viscountess Rochford, sister-in-law of Anne Boleyn, in 1542, Lady Jane Grey in 1554, and Robert Devereux, Earl of Essex, in 1601. The chapel of St. Peter's ad Vincula was probably first built by Henry II, although the earliest mention of it occurs in the year 1210. It was burnt in 1512, and rebuilt as we see it now about 1532. The great interest of this chapel centres around the names of the great who, having suffered in life, now rest in this temple of the dead. A tablet on the wall contains a list of the most distinguished of these names. The Beauchamp Tower is one of the most interesting of the buildings, as it is full of inscriptions on the walls cut by the prisoners. Close by is the yeoman gaoler's lodging, where probably Lady Jane Grey stood to see her husband taken from Beauchamp Tower to execution on Tower Hill. Sir Walter Raleigh was 3 times a prisoner in the Tower, and he was very differently treated each time. In Elizabeth's reign, he could converse with those outside from the walk near the Bloody Tower, which is named after him. In James's reign, he had for a fellow prisoner Henry, 9th Earl of Northumberland, known as the Wizard Earl. The great philosopher Thomas Harriot was allowed to visit the 2 prisoners, and he travelled on the Thames between the Tower and Sion House, bringing from the latter place books out of the Earl's library for the solace of Northumberland and Raleigh. With Traitor's Gate we end this sad eventful history. Samuel Rogers wrote in his poem of Human Life, quote, "On through that gate misnamed, through which before went Sidney, Russell, Raleigh, Cranmer, More." End quote. These are great names, but there are others. The Duke of Buckingham in 1521 was taken to Westminster in a barge furnished with a carpet and cushions. After his trial and condemnation for the crime of being too nearly related to the throne, he refused the seat of honour on his return to prison, crying, quote, "When I came to Westminster, I was Lord High Constable and Duke of Buckingham, but now, poor Edward Bohun." End quote. The Princess Elizabeth, in her sister Mary's reign, refused at first to land at Traitor's Gate, but agreed at last, using these words, quote, "Here landeth as true a subject, being a prisoner, as ever landed at these stairs, and before thee, O God, I speak it, having none other friend but thee." End quote. What misery and what cruelty a full record of the sufferings of the prisoners in the Tower would unfold to our view. Some of the prisoners reaped the natural consequences of their actions, for they were on the losing side, but others were most unnaturally treated, and among these were noble women whose only fault was that they were related to persons obnoxious to those in power. In later times, imprisonment became somewhat of a farce. Great nobles, unpopular statesmen, and others who were in disgrace were sent to the Tower. It still sounded a serious punishment, but the practice gradually fell into disfavour, because people would no longer allow of the beheading of unpopular statesmen. End of Chapter 5. End of Section 8. Section 9 of The Story of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley Jones. The Story of London by Henry B. Wheatley. Chapter 6. Manners, Part 1. Our notices of the sports of medieval London must commence with a reference to the curious essay of the monk Fitzstephen, who was the first to describe the chief features of London history. Quote, "Moreover, to begin with the sports of the boys, for we have all been boys, annually on the day which is called Shrovetide, the boys of the respective schools bring each a fighting cock to their master, and the whole of that forenoon is spent by the boys in seeing their cocks fight in the schoolroom. After dinner, all the young men of the city go out into the fields to play at the well-known game of football. The scholars, belonging to the several schools, have each their ball, and the city tradesmen, according to their respective crafts, have theirs. The more aged men, the fathers of the players and the wealthy citizens, come on horseback to see the contests of the young men, with whom, after their manner, they participate, their natural heat seeming to be aroused by the sight of so much agility, and by their participation in the amusements of unrestrained youth. Every Sunday in Lent, after a dinner, a company of young men enter the fields mounted on warlike horses, on coursers always foremost in the race, of which each steed's well trained to gallop in a ring. The lay sons of the citizens rush out of the gates in crowds equipped with lances and shields, the younger sort with pikes from which the iron head has been taken off, and there they get up sham fights and exercise themselves in military combat. When the king happens to be near the city, most of the courtiers attend, and the young men who form the households of the earls and barons, and have not yet attained the honour of knighthood, resort thither for the purpose of trying their skill." End quote. Footnote: Proclamation was made against playing at football in the fields near the city as early as 1314, during the mayoralty of Nicholas de Fardon. End of footnote. Then Fitzstephen tells of the sports on the river, but these remarks have already been referred to in the 4th chapter. The description of the sports of summer and winter are then continued. We find a curious account of the Londoner's delight both in sliding and skating, and his contempt for the dangers of the sports. Quote, "During the holidays in summer, the young men exercise themselves in the sports of leaping, archery, wrestling, stone-throwing, slinging javelins beyond the mark, and also fighting with bucklers. Cytherea leads the dances of the maidens, who merrily trip along the ground beneath the uprisen moon. Also, on every holiday in winter, before dinner, foaming boars and huge tusked hogs intended for bacon fight for their lives, or fat bulls or immense boars are baited with dogs. When that great marsh which washes the walls of the city on the north side is frozen over, the young men go out in crowds to divert themselves upon the ice, some having increased their velocity by a run, placing their feet apart and turning their bodies sideways, slide a great way. Others make a seat of large pieces of ice like millstones, and a great number of them running before, and holding each other by the hand, draw one of their companions who is seated on the ice. If at any time they slip in moving so swiftly, all fall down headlong together. Others are more expert in their sports upon the ice, for fitting to and binding under their feet the shin bones of some animal, and taking in their hands poles shod with iron, which at times they strike against the ice, they are carried along with as great rapidity as a bird flying, or a bolt discharged from a crossbow. Sometimes, two of the skaters having placed themselves a great distance apart, by mutual agreement come together from opposite sides. They meet, raise their poles, and strike each other. Either one or both of them fall, not without some bodily hurt. Even after their fall, they are carried along to a great distance from each other by the velocity of the motion, and whatever part of their heads comes in contact with the ice is laid bare to the very skull. Very frequently, the leg or arm of the falling one, if he chance to light upon either of them, is broken. But youth is an age eager for glory and desirous of victory, and so young men engage in counterfeit battles that they may conduct themselves more valiantly in real ones. Most of the citizens amuse themselves in sporting with martins, hawks, and other birds of a like kind, and also with dogs that hunt in the wood." End quote. It was one thing to go out into the fields to play these games, but when there was a large population within the walls, it must have been very inconvenient to the inhabitants to find the streets occupied by footballers. The practice seems to have been allowed until it became a public nuisance. In the year 1406, proclamation was issued forbidding hawking in streets of London. Quote, "Let proclamation be made that no person of this city, or within the suburbs thereof, of whatsoever estate or condition such person may be, whether man or woman, shall, in any street or lane thereof, take hold of or constrain any person, of whatsoever state or condition he may be, within house or without, for hawking on the Monday or Tuesday next, called hawk days, on pain of imprisonment, and of making fine at the discretion of the mayor and alderman." End quote. Hawk Monday and Tuesday were the Monday and Tuesday following the second Sunday after Easter Day, and Spellman describes the sport of hawking as consisting, quote, "in the men and women binding each other, and especially the women the men." End quote. Hone writes in his Everyday Book, quote, "Tuesday was the principal day. Hawk Monday was for the men, and Hawk Tuesday for the women. On both days, the men and women alternately, with great merriment, intercepted the public roads with ropes and pulled passengers to them, from whom they extracted money to be laid out for pious uses. Monday probably having been originally kept as only the vigil or introduction to the festival of Hawk Day." End quote. The proclamation of 1406 does not seem to have been effectual, and therefore 3 years afterwards another proclamation was issued against hawking, football, and cock-threshing. The prohibition of hawking is expressed in the same terms as in the proclamation of 1406, and to this is added the following, quote, "and that no person shall levy money, or cause it to be levied, for the games called football and cock-threshing, because of marriages that have recently taken place in the said city, or the suburbs thereof, on pain of imprisonment, and of making fine at the discretion of the mayor and aldermen." End quote. Cock-throwing and football were especially in season at Shrovetide, and at that time it was difficult for the authorities to hold the Londoners in hand and prevent them from making the streets their playground. The cases of punishment already referred to are connected with prohibitions, but in 1389 a curious case of a fine inflicted for stopping a procession on the festival of Corpus Christi is recorded. A citizen was brought before the mayor and the sheriffs, recorder, and aldermen to answer for having prevented a procession from passing through his house, which the parishioners believed to be their right. It is one thing for the inhabitants of a small town like Helston in Cornwall to pass through houses without hindrance on Furry Day, and quite another for the same right to be claimed in London, even in the Middle Ages. The case is so remarkable that it seems well to quote the whole statement. Quote, "Because that, by the reputable men of the parish of St. Nicholas Acon, Nicholas Twyford, Knight, Mayor of the City of London, was given to understand that whereas they, time out of mind, had been wont and accustomed to have free ingress and egress with their procession, on the befitting and usual days, through the middle of a certain house belonging to John Bass, citizen and draper of London, situate in the parish of St. Mary Abchurch in London, the aforesaid John, together with John Creek, draper, and others of their coven, on Thursday, the feast of Corpus Christi last past, armed with divers arms, guarded the house before mentioned by main force, and would not allow the prisoners of the church of St. Nicholas aforesaid to enter the house with their procession, as they had been wont to do, but grievously threatened them as to life and limb, in breach of the peace of our Lord the King, and to the manifest disturbance of the tranquillity of the city aforesaid. For the said reason the same John and John were arrested. Afterwards, on the 26th day of June, in the 13th year, etc., they were brought before the said mayor and the sheriffs, recorder, and aldermen, in the chamber of the Guildhall, and were there questioned as to the matter aforesaid, and were asked how they would acquit themselves thereof, whereupon they acknowledged that they were guilty of all the things above imputed to them, and put themselves upon the favour of the court as to the same. And counsel having been held hereon, according to the usage of the city in like cases, it was adjudged that the said John Bass, as being the principal and the prime mover in the contempt aforesaid, should have imprisonment for 1 year then next ensuing, to commence from the Friday next after the feast of St. Botolph, 17th of June, namely, Friday the 18th of June then last past, and that on his leaving prison he should pay to the chamberlain of the Guildhall 200 marks to the use of the commonalty for the contempt aforesaid, unless he should meet with increased favour in the meantime, and that the aforesaid John Creek, for the contempt so by him committed, should have imprisonment for half a year after the said Friday next ensuing, and that on his leaving prison he should pay to the aforesaid chamberlain 100 marks to the use of the commonalty, unless he should meet with increased favour in the meantime. End quote. These were truly exemplary damages, and we find that the imprisonment was remitted on the same day, and the fines were respectively reduced to £15 and 100 shillings. Besides sports in the streets, there was a constant succession of pageants, processions, and tournaments in the Middle Ages, which made the streets gay and brought out most of the inhabitants to see the sights. The royal procession arranged in connection with coronations were of great antiquity, but one of the earliest to be described is that of Henry III, in 1236, which was chronicled by Matthew Paris. After the marriage at Canterbury of the king with Eleanor of Provence, the royal personages came to London, and were met by the mayor, aldermen, and principal citizens to the number of 360, sumptuously apparelled in silken robes embroidered, riding upon stately horses. A very interesting point is mentioned by Matthew Paris, viz., that each man carried a gold or silver cup in his hand, in token of the privilege claimed by the city of the mayor being chief butler of the kingdom at the coronation. Something further respecting this claim will be found in the 8th chapter of this book. On this occasion, the streets of the city were adorned with rich silks, pageants, and a variety of pompous shows, and the citizens attending the king and queen to Westminster had the honor of officiating at the queen's coronation. At night, the city was illuminated with an infinite number of lamps, cressets, etc. After the death of Henry III, 1272, the country had to wait for their new king, who was then in the Holy Land. Edward I came to London on the 2nd of August, 1274, where he was received with the wildest expressions of joy. The streets were hung with rich cloths of silk, arras, and tapestry. The aldermen and principal men of the city threw out of their windows handfuls of gold and silver, to signify their gladness at the king's return, and the conduits ran with wine, both white and red. The coronation took place on the 19th of August. The happy married life of Edward I and Eleanor of Castile came to an end in 1290, and in connection with her death was arranged the most striking and most beautiful expression of a husband's and a nation's love in our history. The Queen died in Harby, Lincolnshire, and the funeral procession came slowly to London and Westminster. Beautiful crosses were afterwards placed on the various spots where each night the body stopped. 2 of these stopping places were in London, at Cheapside, beneath the shadow of Old St. Paul's, and at Charing Cross, on the way to Westminster, where the Queen's beautiful tomb remains as one of the chief glories of our wonderful Abbey Church. Cheapside Cross was re-edified in 1441, and afterwards newly gilt and newly burnished. Defaced and repaired at different times, little was left of the original when the cross was cleared away in 1647, at the same time as Charing Cross. Only 3 of the original Eleanor crosses remain, 2 in Northamptonshire, one at Geddington and the other at Northampton, and the 3rd at Waltham Cross. Every Englishman should be proud of these glorious records of a past age, which not only tell of the devoted love of 2 sovereigns, of whom we all must be proud, but also because they prove the high state of English art at this time. Until late years, when certain documents were discovered containing the names of the artists, the historians of art attempted to believe that the designs were too good for Englishmen and must have been made by foreigners. In order to establish peace between England and France, King Edward married Margaret of France, sister of the French king, at Canterbury in 1299, and in the following year she first came to London. The citizens, to the number of 600, rode in one livery of red and white, with the cognizance of their mistress embroidered upon their sleeves, and received her 4 miles without the city, and so conveyed her to Westminster. Edward I was buried at Westminster on October 27th, 1307, and his son, on coming to the throne, recalled Piers Gaveston from banishment. He made him regent of the kingdom when he crossed to France to be married to Isabella, the daughter of Philip IV. In February 1307 to 1308, Edward II returned to England with his bride, and was joyfully received by the citizens. On the 24th, they were crowned at Westminster. The king, we are told by Stowe, offered on the altar first a pound of gold made like a king holding a ring in his hand, and then a mark of gold, 8 ounces, made like a pilgrim putting forth his hand to receive the ring. The crush was very great at his coronation, and in it Sir John Blackwell was killed. In November 1312, Queen Isabel announced to the mayor her safe delivery of a son in the following letter. Quote, "Isabel, by the grace of God, Queen of England, Lady of Ireland, and Duchess of Aquitaine, to our well-beloved, the Mayor and Aldermen of the Commonalty of London, greeting. Forasmuch as we believe that you would willingly hear good tidings of us, we do make known unto you that our Lord of his grace has delivered us of a son." End quote. Afterwards, Edward III. The mayor and his aldermen and commonalty, on hearing the news, quote, assembled in the Guildhall at time of vespers, and carolled, and showed great joy thereat, and so passed through the city with great glare of torches, and with trumpets and other minstrelsies. And on the Tuesday next, early in the morning, cry was made throughout all the city to the effect that there was to be no work, labour, or business in shop on that day, but that every one was to apparel himself in the most becoming manner that he could, and come to the Guildhall at the hour of prime, ready to go with the mayor, together with the other good folks, to St. Paul's, there to make praise and offering to the honour of God, who had shown them such favour on earth, and to show respect for this child that had been born." End quote. At the beginning of the next week, all went richly costumed to Westminster, riding on horseback, and there made offering. After dinner in the Guildhall, quote, "they went in carols throughout the city all the rest of the day and great part of the night." End quote. The conduit of Cheap ran with nothing but wine, and a pavilion extended in the middle of the street near Broken Cross, at the north door of St. Paul's, in which was set a tun of wine, for all passers-by to drink of. In the following February, the Fishmongers' Company caused a boat to be fitted out in the guise of a great ship, to be drawn to Westminster and presented to the Queen. The fishmongers, very richly costumed, escorted the Queen through the city on the same day on her way to Canterbury on pilgrimage. In 1330 there was an accident during the progress of a great tournament in Cheapside, which was part of an entertainment offered by the citizens to the young king, Edward III, and Queen at the birth of their first son. The Queen Philippa displayed the same good qualities which, on a later occasion, she showed after the surrender of Calais, and thereby secured a lasting fame as a good woman. Stowe relates the event as follows. Quote, "There was a very solemn jousting of all the stout earls, barons, and nobles at London in Cheap, betwixt the Great Cross and the Great Conduit nigh Soper Lane, which lasted 3 days, where the Queen Philippa, with many ladies, fell from a stage, notwithstanding they were not hurt at all, wherefore the Queen took great care to save the carpenters from punishment, and through her prayer, which she made on her knees, she pacified the king and council, whereby she purchased great love of the people." End quote. This accident was the cause of Edward III ordering the construction in stone of a shed, celdam, on the north side of Bow Church, so that the royal party might in future be able to view the joustings and other shows with safety. Edward III was for some years the most popular of our monarchs, for he was constantly conquering his enemies, and his people were proud of him. In 1343 a great triumph was organized in his honour, which is described in Sir William Segar's Honour Military and Civil. The king commanded that the tournament should be proclaimed in France, Hainault, Flanders, Brabant, and other places, quote, "giving passport and secure abode to all noble strangers that would resort into England." End quote. The triumph took place in London and continued for 15 days. Dr. Jessopp gives us a vivid picture of what occurred 4 years afterwards. Quote, "When King Edward III entered London in triumph on the 14th of October 1347, he was the foremost man in Europe, and England had reached a height of power and glory such as she had never attained before. At the Battle of Crécy, France had received a crushing blow, and by the loss of Calais, after an 11-month siege, she had been reduced well nigh to the lowest point of humiliation. David II, King of Scotland, was now lying a prisoner in the Tower of London. Louis of Bavaria had just been killed by a fall from his horse, the imperial throne was vacant, and the electors in eager haste proclaimed that they had chosen the King of England to succeed. To their discomfiture, the King of England declined the proffered crown. He had other views. Intoxicated by the splendour of their sovereign and his martial renown, and the success which seemed to attend him wherever he showed himself, the English people had gone mad with exultation." End quote. 2 years later, in 1349, the fearful pestilence, known of late years as the Black Death, was destroying half the population of the country. One of the most interesting of London processions was that which took place when the chivalrous Black Prince brought his prisoners to England in 1357. Stowe's account of the historic scene is so vivid that it needs must be transferred to these pages without paraphrase. Quote, Edward, Prince of Wales, returning into England with John, the French king, Philip, his son, and many other prisoners, arrived at Plymouth on the 5th of May, and the 24th of May entered London with them, where he was received with great honour of the citizens, and so conveyed to the King's palace at Westminster, where the King, sitting in his estate in Westminster Hall, received them, and after conveyed the French King to a lodging, where he lay a season. And after the said French King was lodged in the Savoy, which was then a pleasant place, belonging to the Duke of Lancaster. In the winter following were great and royal jousts holden in Smithfield at London, where many knightly sights of arms were done to the great honour of the King and realm, at the which were present the Kings of England, France, and Scotland, with many noble estates of all those kingdoms, whereof the more part of the strangers were prisoners. End quote. The King of France remained a prisoner for 3 years, but in 1360 King Edward marched upon Paris, and peace was made to the joy of the French, although the English gained a third of that kingdom by the peace of Bretigny. When the peace was confirmed, Edward III came to England, quote, and so straight to the Tower to see the French king, where he appointed his ransom to be 3 millions of florences, and so delivered him of all imprisonment, and brought him with great honour to the sea, who then sailed over to France. End quote. On the 8th of June 1376, that flower of chivalry, the Black Prince, died in the Archbishop's palace at Canterbury. His young son Richard was then created by the King Earl of Chester, Duke of Cornwall, and Prince of Wales. At Christmas, the Londoners formed a torchlight procession from the city to Kennington in honour of the Prince. Quote, on the Sunday before Candlemas, in the night, 130 citizens, disguised and well horsed, in a mummery with sounds of trumpets, large trumpets, horns, shalms, and other minstrels, and innumerable torchlights of wax, rode from Newgate through Cheap, over the bridge, through Southwark, and so to Kennington, besides Lambeth, where the young prince remained with his mother. In the first rank did ride 48, in the likeness and habit of esquires, 2 and 2 together, clothed in red coats, and gowns of say or sandal, with comely visors on their faces. After them came riding 48 knights in the same livery of colour and stuff. Then followed one richly arrayed like an emperor, and after him at some distance, one stately attired like a pope, whom followed 24 cardinals, and after them 8 or 10 with black visors not amiable, as if they had been legates from some foreign princes. These maskers, after they had entered the manor of Kennington, alighted from their horses, and entered the hall on foot, which done, the prince, his mother, and the lords came out of the chamber into the hall, whom the said mummers did salute, showing by a pair of dice on the table their desire to play with the prince, which they so handled that the prince did always win when they cast them. Then the mummers set to the prince 3 jewels one after another, which were a bowl of gold, a cup of gold, and a ring of gold, which the prince won at 3 casts. Then they set to the prince's mother, the duke, John of Gaunt, the earls, and other lords, to every one a ring of gold, which they did also win. After which they were feasted, and the music sounded. The prince and the lords danced on the one part with the mummers, who did also dance, which jollity being needed, they were again made to drink, and then departed in order as they came. End quote. On the 21st of June following, 1377, Edward III, deserted by his mistress, Alice Peress, and his courtiers, and attended by a solitary priest, died at Sheen, now Richmond. Before the breath was out of his body, the citizens waited upon the young Prince Richard and offered their allegiance, requesting him to come to London. In Walsingham's Chronicle there is an account of a pageant in honour of the young king in the following month. On the feast of St. Swithin, the mayor and citizens assembled near the Tower, when King Richard, clad in white garments, came forth with a great multitude in his suite, also dressed in white. The streets were hung with cloth of gold and silver and silken stuff, and the conduits ran wine for 3 hours. At the upper end of Cheapside was erected a castle with 4 towers. In the towers were placed 4 beautiful virgins, of stature and age like to the king, apparelled in white. These damsels, on the king's approach, blew in his face leaves of gold, and threw on him and his horse counterfeit golden florins. When he was come before the castle, they took cups of gold, and filling them with wine at the spouts of the castle, presented the same to the king and his nobles. On top of the castle, betwixt the towers, stood a golden angel, holding a crown in his hands, and so contrived that when the king came, he bowed down and offered him the crown. There was infinite variety in these pageants, and they were very frequent during the Middle Ages, and long after, but the too full description of them is likely to become monotonous. It will therefore be sufficient to refer to some of the other rejoicings in a more succinct manner. On Friday after the Epiphany, 1382, the mayor and aldermen and commons rode to meet the new queen, Anne of Bohemia, and conducted her through the city. All the crafts were charged to wear nothing but red and black. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. End of Section 9. Section 10 of the Story of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley Jones. The Story of London by Henry B. Wheatley. Chapter 6. Manners, Part 2. In 1392, Richard II wanted to borrow £1,000 from the Londoners. However, they not only refused, but killed a certain Lombard who would have lent the sum. The king was very angry and deposed the mayor, imprisoning him in Windsor Castle, and the sheriffs and various prominent citizens in other prisons. Finding that they were in a bad case, the citizens repented and offered the king £10,000. Richard, learning that the Londoners were in heaviness and dismayed, said to his men, as Stowe tells us, quote, "I will go to London and comfort the citizens, and will not that they any longer despair of my favour." End quote. On leaving Sheen, he was met on Wandsworth Common by 400 of the citizens on horseback, clad in one livery, who, in the most humble manner, craving pardon for their past offences, besought him by their recorder to take his way to his palace at Westminster through the city of London. The request having been granted, the king pursued his journey to Southwark, where, at St. George's Church, he was met by a procession of the Bishop of London and all the religions of every degree, and above 500 boys in surplices. At London Bridge, a white steed and milk-white palfrey, both saddled, bridled, and caparisoned in cloth of gold, were presented to the king and queen. The citizens received them standing in their liveries on each side of the street, crying, "King Richard! King Richard!" Handsome presents were made to the king and queen, who proceeded to St. Paul's. After the offerings had been made there, the mayor accompanied the king to Westminster. On the following day, the citizens again went to the palace with presents, and received a new confirmation of their liberties. They had, however, to present a golden tablet of the story of Edward the Confessor for the shrine of that royal saint, and were further mulcted in a heavy tax. 7 years after this, the principal actors were changed, and Henry, Duke of Lancaster, approached London with Richard as a captive. He was received in great pomp by the mayor, aldermen, and sheriffs, and all the several companies in their formalities, with the people incessantly crying, "Long live the good Duke of Lancaster, our deliverer." On the 13th of October in the same year, 1399, Henry went in great pomp from the Tower to Westminster, and there was crowned. In 1413, Henry V passed in procession from the Tower through London to Westminster, where he was crowned. But though there was a brave show on this occasion, it was as nothing to what was provided to do honour to the king's return from the glorious field of Agincourt in 1415. The mayor and aldermen, apparelled in orient-grained scarlet, and 400 commoners in murrey, well mounted, with rich collars and chains, met the king at Blackheath, and the clergy of London in solemn procession, with rich crosses, sumptuous copes, and many censers, received him at St. Thomas of Waterings, a place on the Old Kent road, which Chaucer's pilgrims passed when they had gone about 2 miles from the Tabard. At the entrance of London Bridge, on the top of the tower, stood a gigantic figure, bearing in his right hand an axe, and in his left the keys of the city hanging to a staff, as if he had been the porter. By his side stood a woman of scarcely less stature, intended for his wife. Around them were a band of trumpets and other wind instruments. The towers were adorned with banners of the royal arms, and in the front of them was inscribed Civitas Regis Justitiae. Henry V made another triumphant entry into London with his bride, Catherine of France, who was crowned at Westminster Abbey on the 14th of February 1421. On the 31st of August following, the king died in France. On the 14th of November 1422, the infant Henry VI was carried through the city to the Parliament at Westminster on the lap of his mother, who sat in an open chair. On the 6th of November 1429, the young king was crowned in Westminster Abbey. The coronation was a very imposing ceremony. At the commencement of the proceedings, the Archbishop of Canterbury made proclamation at the 4 corners of the scaffold on which the king sat. He spoke as follows, quote, "Seres, here cometh Harry, King Harry the Fifth is son, humility to God and Holy Church, asking the crown of this realm by right and descent of heritage. If ye hold you well pleased with all and will be pleased with him, say you now, yea, and hold up your hands." End quote. Then all the people with one voice cried, "Yea, yea." Henry VI was crowned in France on the 7th of December 1431 by Cardinal Beaufort, his uncle, Bishop of Winchester, and on his return to England he was met at Blackheath by the mayor and citizens on the 21st of February 1431 to 1432. The mayor and aldermen were dressed in scarlet, and the members of the guilds in white, with the cognizances of their crafts on their sleeves. The figure of a mighty giant with a drawn sword stood at the entrance of the bridge. When the king had passed the first gate and was arrived at the drawbridge, he found a goodly tower, hung with silk and cloth of Arras, out of which suddenly appeared 3 ladies, clad in gold and silk, with coronets upon their head, of which the first was Dame Nature, the second Dame Grace, and the third Dame Fortune. On each side of these dames were 7 virgins, all clothed in white. Those on the right presented the king with the 7 gifts of the Holy Ghost: sapience, intelligence, good counsel, strength, cunning, pity, and dread of God. Those on the left with the 7 gifts of grace: the crown of glory, the scepter of clemency and pity, the sword of might and victory, the mantle of prudence, the shield of faith, the helmet of health, and the girdle of love and perfect peace. On Cornhill was a tabernacle of curious work, in which stood Dame Sapience, and around her the 7 liberal arts: grammar, logic, rhetoric, music, arithmetic, geometry, and astronomy. At the conduit in Cornhill was set a circular pageant, on the summit whereof was a child of wonderful beauty, apparelled like a king, upon whose right hand sat Lady Mercy, on his left Lady Truth, and over them stood Dame Clemency embracing the king's throne. At the conduit in Cheap there were formed several wells, the well of mercy, the well of grace, and the well of pity, and at each a lady standing who administered the water to such as would ask it, and then the water was turned into good wine. A little further west was a tower ornamented with the arms of England and France. By its side stood two green trees, one bearing the genealogy of St. Edward, and the other that of St. Louis. On entering St. Paul's churchyard, Henry VI was met by a procession of the Dean and Canons, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and 6 bishops, who conducted him to the cathedral, where he made his oblations. He then took horse at the west door of St. Paul's, and so rode to Westminster, where he was received by the abbot and taken to St. Edward's shrine. His lords then conveyed him to his palace, and the mayor and citizens returned joyously to London. This was probably the most elaborate and beautiful pageant ever performed in the streets of London. The king married Margaret of Anjou in 1445, and on approaching London, on the way to her coronation, the queen was met on Blackheath by the mayor, aldermen, and sheriffs, and the principal members of the guilds, attired in brown-blue, with embroidered sleeves and red hoods on their heads, every craft having its cognizance, who brought her with great triumph to Westminster. There were, on this occasion, several pageants of a similar character to those described before. In 1461, after the Battle of Mortimer Cross and the Second Battle of St. Albans, Edward, Earl of March, came to London with his forces and was chosen king in St. John's Field, Clerkenwell, on March 2nd. King Edward's title was set forth in the sermon at St. Paul's Cross by the Bishop of Exeter. After the sermon, the king was conveyed in procession to Westminster Abbey, and after having offered at St. Edward's shrine, he went to Westminster Hall and, sitting in the royal seat, was greeted with shouts of "Long live the King." He then returned to St. Paul's and was lodged in the bishop's palace. On the 26th of June, the mayor and aldermen in scarlet and the commons in green brought Edward IV from Lambeth to the Tower, and on the 28th inst. He was crowned with great solemnity at Westminster. Quote, "And on the morrow, after the king was crowned again in Westminster Abbey in the worship of God and St. Peter, and on the next morrow he went crowned in Paul's Church in London, in the honour of God and St. Paul, and there an angel came down and censed him, at which time was so great a multitude of people in Paul's as ever was seen in any days." End quote. On Whitsunday, 1465, Queen Elizabeth Grey was crowned at Westminster Abbey, having on the preceding day ridden in a horse litter through the chief streets of London, preceded by the newly created Knights of the Bath, 4 of whom were men of London, the mayor, and 3 others. Shortly after the murder of Henry VI in the Tower, 1471, Edward was met by the mayor, aldermen, and citizens about a mile from the city, between Islington and Shoreditch, and in the highway he knighted the mayor, 11 aldermen, and the recorder. Edward IV died on April 9, 1483, and his young son, Edward V, was brought from Ludlow by the Greys, his relations on the mother's side. Richard, Duke of Gloucester, fearing the action of the Greys, overtook the procession and sent Earl Rivers and Sir Richard Grey prisoners to Pontefract. Edmund Shah the mayor, the sheriffs and the aldermen in scarlet, with 500 horse of the citizens in violet, met the king and the duke at Hornsey, and, riding from thence, accompanied them into the city, which was entered on the 4th of May. The king was lodged in the bishop's palace, where a great council was held, at which the Dukes of Gloucester and Buckingham and other great lords were sworn. Edward V was deposed soon after this, and on the 5th of July, the day before his coronation, Richard rode from the Tower through the city with his son, the Prince of Wales, 3 dukes, 9 earls, 22 viscounts and barons, 80 knights, esquires and gentlemen not to be numbered, besides the great officers of state. After the Battle of Bosworth, Henry VII was met at Hornsey on the 28th of August 1485 by the mayor, Sir Thomas Hill, and the aldermen in their scarlet robes, accompanied by a great number of citizens on horseback, in violet-coloured gowns, whence they conducted him to Shoreditch, where he was received by the several companies, and then conducted to St. Paul's, where he offered 3 standards, one with the image of St. George, another with a red, fiery dragon, and the third with a dun cow. After the singing of the Te Deum, he went to the bishop's palace. Less than a month afterwards, Sir Thomas Hill died of the sweating sickness. The coronation of Henry VII in 1485 was hurried over with less ceremonial than usual, and without any procession through the city, but that of the Queen, Elizabeth of York, in 1487, was attended with all the pomp customary on similar occasions. On Friday before St. Catherine's Day, the Queen came from Greenwich by water. The mayor, sheriffs, and aldermen, with citizens chosen from every craft in their liveries, were waiting on the river to receive her and attend her to the Tower. On the following day, she went through London to Westminster in a litter. The houses were dressed with clothes of tapestry and arras, and in cheap with rich cloth of gold, velvet, and silk. Along the streets, from the Tower to St. Paul's, stood in order all the crafts of London in their liveries, and in various places were placed singing children, some arrayed like angels, to sing sweet songs as the Queen went by. The Battle of Bosworth we have agreed to consider as the period of the break-up of the Middle Ages, but it was many years after this before the shows and amusements of the people exhibited any great change. The Tudors, especially Henry VIII, showed a particular delight in pageantry, and the Stuarts carried on the tradition. In fact, it was in Elizabeth's reign that special attention was given to the arrangement of the Lord Mayor's pageant. George Peele, the dramatist, is the first on the list of the city poets, although we have already seen that Lydgate was employed to write poetry in honour of King Henry VI. The pageant prepared for the triumphant passage of, quote, King James and Queen Anne, his wife, and Henry Frederick, the Prince, end quote, from the Tower through the city on the 15th of March, 1603 to 1604, were of a magnificent character. 7 beautiful arches of triumph were designed by Stephen Harrison, joiner and architect. These were erected at the expense of the livery companies and the foreign merchants. During the 18th and 19th centuries, the art of pageantry was almost entirely lost. The decoration of our streets on joyful occasions has lately considerably improved, but there is still room for a more artistic treatment. With our knowledge of the past and the possession of artists who are enthusiastic for the revival of a true taste in pageantry, there ought to be no difficulty in the production of pageants that would do honour to our city. It would be well if the authorities would consult with artists for the improvement of the Lord Mayor's show. We have treated of out-of-door amusements, and must now say a few words on one of those enjoyed indoors. Music and poetry were cultivated by certain foreign merchants in England, who established in London, at the close of the 13th and beginning of the 14th century, a society or brotherhood of the Puy, quote, in honour of God, Our Lady St. Mary, and all saints, both male and female, and in honour of our Lord the King, and all the barons of the country, and for the increasing of loyal love, and to the end that the city of London may be renowned for all good things in all places, and to the end that mirthfulness, peace, honesty, joyousness, gaiety, and good love, with infinity, may be maintained. End quote. The majority of the members were foreigners, but Englishmen were not excluded, for we find that John de Cheshunt was the third prince or president. Statutes and full particulars of proceedings are given in Liber Customarum, and curiously enough, no other evidence of the existence of such a fraternity in England is known. From this document, we learn that the society had received from the city great privileges in respect of the chapel of St. Mary in Guildhall, which was building towards the close of the reign of Edward I. Hence, the donation in its favour for a chaplain by Sir Henry Lewales, 1299, who had been mayor both of London and Bordeaux, and in the latter capacity would be likely to feel an additional interest in this musical society of French merchants and their English friends. The regulations are very full and explanatory of the various proceedings at the Festival of the Puy, as the following extracts from Mr. Riley's translation of the Latin original will show. As to the yearly election of a prince, quote, the prince ought to be chosen as being good and loyal and sufficient upon the oath of 11 companions, or of the 12 to their knowledge upon their oath, that the Puy may be promoted thereby, and maintained and upheld. And he who shall be chosen for prince may not refuse it upon his oath. And when the old prince and his companions shall leave to make a new prince, at the great feast the old prince and his companions shall go through the room from one end to the other, singing. And the old prince shall carry the crown of the Puy upon his head, and a gilt cup in his hands, full of wine. And when they shall have gone round, the old prince shall give to drink unto him whom they shall have chosen, and shall give him the crown, and such person shall be prince. End quote. Marriage, death, and burial of the members. Quote, if there be any one of the companions who marries in the city of London, or who becomes a clerk priest, he ought to let the companions know thereof, and each shall be there according to his oath, if he have not a proper excuse. And the married person ought to give them chaplets, all of one kind, and all the companions ought to go with the bridegroom to the church, and to make offering, and to return from the church to the house. And if there be any of the companions of the brotherhood who departs this life and dies, all the companions ought to be there, and to carry the body to church by leave of the kindred, and to make offering. End quote. Common hutch. Quote, there shall be a common hutch of the company of the Puy, in which the remembrances and the revised provisions of the company shall be placed in safe keeping. Of which hutch, in the first place, the new prince, each year after he is chosen, shall have one key, and 2 companions, by assent of the companions, for such custody chosen, each one key, and that this hutch shall stand in such safe place as the companions shall ordain within the city of London. End quote. Clerk and chaplain. Quote, there shall be a clerk, intelligent and residing in London, chosen by the companions, to serve the company, and that he be willing and able to be attendant upon, and obedient unto the prince, and to the 12 companions, in all matters that concern the company. That there be a chaplain at all times singing mass for the living and the dead of the company, and a chapel, founded in honour of God and Our Lady, so soon as the improved means of the company, by the aid of God and good folks, may thereunto suffice. And if the companions of the Puy who are of sufficient means be pressed by illness, so much as to wish to make their testaments, the prince is to go, with 2 of the 12 companions with him, to visit the sick persons, and is to remind them of their faith which they have pledged unto the company, and to admonish them to devise somewhat of their property towards supplying the chapel and chaplain aforesaid, and supporting the same. End quote. The Grand Feast. Quote, whereas the royal feast of the Puy is maintained and established principally for crowning a royal song, inasmuch as it is by song that it is honoured and enhanced, All the gentle companions of the Puy by right reason are bound to exalt royal songs to the utmost of their power, and especially the one that is crowned by assent of the companions upon the day of the great feast of the Puy. Wherefore it is here provided, as concerning such songs, that each new prince, the day that he shall wear the crown, and shall govern the feast of the Puy, and so soon as he shall have had the blazon of his arms hung in the room where the feast of the Puy shall be held, shall forthwith cause to be set up beneath his blazon the song that was crowned on the day that he was chosen as the new prince, plainly and correctly written, without default. As to the serving up the feast, it is also ordained that all the companions shall be served amply, as well the poorest as the richest, in this form. That is to say, they shall be served with good bread, good ale, and good wine, and then they shall be served with pottage, and with one course of solid meat, and then after that with double roast in a dish and cheese without more. End quote. No ladies present. Quote, although the becoming pleasance of virtuous ladies is a rightful theme and principal occasion for royal singing, and for composing and furnishing royal songs, nevertheless it is hereby provided that no lady or other woman ought to be at the great sitting of the Puy, for the reason that the members ought hereby to take example, and rightful warning, to honour, cherish, and commend all ladies at all times, in all places, as much in their absence as in their presence. End quote. Costume and procession. Quote, the prince ought, at his own cost, to be costumed with coat and surcoat without sleeves, and mantle of one suit, with whatever arms he may please, at his own free will, so that at the election of a new prince, at the great feast of the Puy, he give his mantle and his crown to the new prince so soon as he shall be chosen. He who shall be crowned for his song upon that day may ride between the old prince and the new one in the procession on horseback which they shall make throughout the city, after the feast, that they may have knowledge of the one prince and of the other by the suit of the costumes. Forthwith, after they have given the crown to him who shall sing the best, they shall mount their horses and make their procession through the city, and shall then escort their new prince to his house, and there they shall all alight, and shall have a dance there, by way of hearty good-bye, and they shall then take one drink and depart, each to his own house, all on foot. End quote. The fraternity took its name from Le Puy-en-Velay in Auvergne, the celebrated statue of the Virgin Mary in the cathedral of which place was long a popular object of pilgrimage and devotion during the Middle Ages. Monsieur Aymard, administrator of the city of Le Puy-en-Velay, and the historian of the Confrérie de Notre-Dame de Puy, is of the opinion that the document in the Liber Customarum is at once more full and more ancient by far than any set of regulations of a similar French fraternity which is known to have survived to our times. Societies of the Puy flourished in Normandy and Picardy. The place of the meeting of the companions is not known, but Mr. Riley suggests that it was possibly in the Vintry. There is some uncertainty as to how the fraternity came to an end. Londoners were better supplied with eating-houses than their neighbours on the Continent, as we learn from the description of the street of cook-shops on the Thames side by Fitzstephen. Quote, there is also in London, on the bank of the river, amongst the wine-shops, which are kept in ships and cellars, a public eating-house. There every day, according to the season, may be found viands of all kind, roast, fried and boiled, fish, large and small, coarser meat for the poor, and more delicate for the rich, such as venison, fowls, and small birds. If friends, wearied with their journey, should unexpectedly come to a citizen's house, and, being hungry, should not like to wait till fresh meat be bought and cooked, meanwhile some run to the riverside, and there everything that they could wish for is instantly procured. However great the number of soldiers and strangers that enters or leaves the city at any hour of the day or night, They may turn in there if they please, and refresh themselves according to their inclination, so that the former have no occasion to fast too long, or the latter to leave the city without dining. Those who wish to indulge themselves would not desire a sturgeon, or a bird of Africa, or the godwit of Ionia, when the delicacies that are to be found there are set before them. This, indeed, is the public cookery, and is very convenient to the city, and a distinguishing mark of civilization." End quote. Mr. Riley points out in his introduction to the Liber Customarum that the coquina of Fitzstephen was in reality a cook's row, not merely a solitary cookshop. In Fitz Aylwin's Second Assize, 1212, the cookshops on the Thames were ordered to be whitewashed and plastered, and the inner partitions to be removed, from which it would appear that lodging rooms had been, quote, constructed for the harbouring of guests and travellers in contravention of the city regulations, which at all times during the 13th and 2 succeeding centuries strictly forbade cooks and pie bakers to keep hostels for the entertainment of guests. In the 14th century, however, most of these cookshops had made way for genuine hostels and herbergeries, to be kept only by freemen, and on no account by foreigners, though we find mention made of 1 or 2 cookshops lingering on the city margin of the Thames so late as the reign of Edward III. End quote. Mr. Riley adds in his glossary, quote, "To the celebrity which London gained at an early period for its cookshops, its citizens were not improbably indebted for their nickname of Cockney, one which they have retained throughout England to the present day. The earliest recorded instance of its use is probably of this same period. The rhyme uttered, according to Camden, by Hugh Bigot, Earl of Norfolk, in reference to Henry II, the capital of whose English dominions was London. Were I in my castle of Bungay, upon the river of Waveney, I would no care for the king of Cockney." Keepers of wine taverns and ale-houses and victuallers, who merely sold provisions, do not appear to have lodged their guests any more than the cooks. The persons whose business it was to receive guests for profit appear to have been divided into 2 classes, the hostelers and the herbergers. The line of distinction between these 2 classes is not very evident, but it seems not improbable that it consisted in the fact that the former lodged and fed the servants and horses of their guests, while the latter did not. At all events, hostelers are mentioned as supplying hay and corn for horses, but herbergers never. End quote. Hostelers were also forbidden to sell drink and victuals to any other than their guests. The established charge for a night's lodging about the time of Henry IV was 1 penny per night. Quote, "In the times of our early kings, when they moved from place to place, it devolved upon the marshal of the king's household to find lodgings for the royal retinue and dependents, which was done by sending a billet and seizing arbitrarily the best houses and mansions of the locality, turning out the inhabitants, and marking the houses so selected with chalk, which latter duty seems to have belonged to the sergeant chamberlain of the king's household. The city of London, fortunately for the comfort and independence of its inhabitants, was exempted by numerous charters from having to endure this most abominable annoyance at such times as it pleased the king to become its near neighbour by taking up his residence in the town." End quote. By an Act, 7 Edward VI, 1553, 40 taverns and public houses were allowed in the city, and 3 in Westminster. End of Chapter 6. End of Section 10. Section 11 of the Story of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley Jones. The Story of London by Henry B. Wheatley. Chapter 7. Health, Disease, and Sanitation, Part 1. When I mentioned to a friend that I intended to devote one of the chapters of this book to the consideration of sanitation in the Middle Ages, he hinted that, as there was no such thing, this would partake somewhat of the character of the famous chapter on snakes in the history of Ireland. In this opinion, I hope to prove that he is wrong. There are many conflicting accounts of the general sanitary condition of a walled town in the Middle Ages. But although some have painted the condition of early London in a very unfavourable light, there is sufficient evidence on the other side to induce us, in taking a general survey of so large a subject, to be careful not to use too dark colours for our picture. Probably the town was healthier in ordinary times than in the country, because the regulations were stricter. But in time of pestilence it was doubtless worse, from the confined space and the want of fresh air caused by the closeness of buildings. We do not hear much of the health of London between the periods of pestilence, but occasional information shows how great was the mortality among infants. The vast disproportion between the births and deaths made the influx of immigrants from the country necessary to keep up the population. As a sign that the general conditions of life were unhealthier then than now, we may note that the expectancy of life in the Middle Ages was much shorter than at present. It is said that as large a number of persons died at 40 years of age as now live to 70. Queen Elizabeth was the first of the 23 sovereigns of England after the Conquest who attained the age of 70, although Edward I indeed lived to his 69th year. Dr. Jessup gives a vivid picture of the frightful condition of town populations. He writes, quote, "The sediment of the town population in the Middle Ages was a dense slough of stagnant misery, squalor, famine, loathsome disease, and dull despair, such as the worst slums of London, Paris, or Liverpool know nothing of." End quote. Dr. Charles Creighton, in his monumental work on epidemics, takes the view that we must receive with some skepticism the extremely unsatisfactory accounts of the conditions of old London. He points out that, while Erasmus gives a most repulsive description of the state of the houses, his contemporary and friend, Sir Thomas More, takes a much more flattering view. Dr. Creighton says, quote, "Some part of the rather unfair opinion as to the foulness of English life in former times may be traced to a well-known letter by Erasmus to the physician of Cardinal Wolsey. There are grounds for believing that Erasmus must have judged from somewhat unfavourable instances." End quote. Dr. Creighton further points out that William Harrison, Description of England, gives proof enough that the filthy floors described by Erasmus had no existence 2 generations later, even among the poorer classes. Fitzstephen was quite satisfied with the salubrity of the city, and he becomes enthusiastic over the gardens and clear springs which abounded on all sides, and made the walks of those who took the air in the summer evenings so agreeable. In fine, he says, quote, "The city is delightful, indeed, when it has a good governor." End quote. Sir Thomas More, at a later period, saw so little amiss that he was content to consider London as a fair sample of what he would wish the capital of Utopia to be. We know, at all events, that whatever its faults, it was in advance of foreign cities. It has been said that the English word comfort cannot be translated, and a curious confirmation of this is found in the fact that in the old French contemporary account of Wat Tyler's rebellion, the word is introduced in a French context, as if there was no equivalent in that language. Dr. J. W. Tripe, in 1881, took as the subject of his inaugural address on assuming the presidential chair of the Society of Medical Officers of Health, the sanitary condition and laws of medieval England. Referring to this, a writer in the Medical Times and Gazette says, quote, "His description of the streets and houses of old London, and of the habits of our forefathers, though most graphic, was not new, but few, we think, have any idea of the antiquity of sanitary, nuisance removal, and river conservancy acts, and Dr. Tripe has therefore done well to again set forth the accounts of them that have been exhumed from the records of the city. Rude as they may seem to modern notions, they ought to have sufficed for the prevention of the epidemics which, from time to time, decimated the population, if they had not, like so many more recent enactments, been in advance of the age, and consequently remained for the most part dead letters. End quote. Before entering into particulars as to means taken for the protection of the city from disease, and as to those upon whom the duty was laid of carrying them out, it will be necessary to make a few remarks upon the healing art in the Middle Ages. It may be presumed that at all times large numbers suffered from illness and required medical aid, yet none has come down to us relating to the treatment adopted by the doctors. Unfortunately, the medical men of the Middle Ages do not appear to have trusted to themselves or to their own practical knowledge. Instead, they put their whole trust in the little they knew of Greek practice which they learnt from the Arabs, so that, even when writing on cases that came under their own observation, they give but slight information respecting the clinical treatment they adopted, and were afraid to express an opinion without the authority of a great name. Dr. Norman Moore says, quote, "The basis of medicine is the patient." End quote. This being so, as the patient always exists, the medicine man must always have been required. Those whose duty it was to combat disease among the Saxons seem to have been of little account, if we are to judge from the Reverend Oswald Cockaine's collection of leechdoms, wort cunning, and starcraft of early England, published in the Master of the Rolls series, 1864, and Dr. J. F. Payne's Fitzpatrick Lectures on the History of Medicine, 1903. The Saxon leech received a professional education, and was often learned, although he did not advance knowledge. He seems to have placed more reliance upon charms and magic than upon any sensible treatment. He compounded recipes of the most incongruous character, and paid special attention to the use of herbs, but few instances of cures performed by him are recorded. It is not until after the conquest that we are able to find the first signs of the noble profession of today. It is said that medieval medicine first began to emerge from obscurity in the 13th and 14th centuries. The Jews and the clergy were among the first to practice medicine. A noted Jewish physician is recorded by William of Newburgh as practicing at King's Lynn at the end of the 12th century, but shortly afterwards the Jews were driven out of the country, and we hear no more of them except of an occasional physician who managed to escape the general outlawry of his nation. The clergy also, in course of time, largely gave over their noble attempts to heal their fellow citizens, and a medical profession was gradually formed. John of Salisbury died 1180, the friend and counsellor of Thomas à Becket, who is called by Bishop Stubbs, quote, "the central figure of English learning for 30 years," end quote, and may therefore be considered to some extent as an authority on the subject, had a very poor opinion of the medical profession of his day, and rated its members roundly for their ignorance and incompetence. He affirmed that they had two maxims which they never violated. Quote, "Never mind the poor, never refuse money from the rich." End quote. There was no school of anatomy or surgery throughout England in the age of Chaucer and Wycliffe, but the medical schools of Salerno, Naples, and Montpellier were attended by Englishmen. St. Luke is usually considered as the patron saint of the medical profession, but in the Middle Ages he was to a great extent dispossessed by St. Cosmas and St. Damian, two brothers who practiced as physicians in Cilicia and were martyred in the early part of the 4th century. These were the patron saints of the Company of Barber Surgeons, but the Fellowship of Surgeons, whose history has been written by Mr. Darcy Power, kept St. Luke's day as well as that of St. Cosmas and St. Damian. Chaucer found room for the Doctor of Physic in his wonderful gallery of medieval portraits, and a very vivid picture he gives of the studies and practice of this worthy. It is drawn with the poet's tolerant humour, but he ends by saying that the Doctor loved his gold, and all accounts appear to corroborate this opinion. Quote, "With us there was a Doctor of Physic. In all this world ne was there known him like, to speak of physic and surgery, for he was grounded in astronomy. He kept his patient a full great deal, in hours by his magic naturel. Well could he fortune the ascendant of his images for the patient. He knew the cause of every malady, were it of hoot or cold, or moist or dry, and where they engendered and of what humour. He was a very parfait practiser. The cause he know, and of his harm the root. Anon he hath the sick man his boot. Full ready had he his apothecaries, to send him drugs and his lecheries. For each of hem made other for to win. Here friendship was not new to begin. Well knew he the old Aesculapius, and Dioscorides, and eke Rufus, old Hippocras, Halley, and Galen, Serapion, Rhasis, and Avicen, Averrois, Damascene, and Constantine, Bernard, and Gateston, and Gilbertin. Of his diet measurable was he, for it was of no superfluity, but of great nourishing and digestible. His study was but little on the Bible. In sanguine and in purse he clad was all, lined with taffeta and with sendal, and yet he was but easy of dispense. He kept that he wan in pestilence. For gold in physic is a cordial, therefore he loved gold in special." End quote. Chaucer here shows great learning and knowledge of the history of medicine. He gives a full list of the Greek and Arab authorities, and also of the men living nearer to his own day. Bernard was Bernardus Gordonius, the professor of medicine at Montpellier in Chaucer's time. Gilbertin was Gilbertus Anglicus, and Gateston was John of Gaddesden. Footnote: Dr. Poore has analyzed the different points in Chaucer's description and explained the various allusions of the statement that the doctor's line of study had little to do with the Bible. Dr. Poore writes, quote, "This line is frequently quoted to show that the skepticism with which doctors are often charged is of no modern growth. The point of the line is, however, to be found in the fact that Chaucer's doctor was certainly a priest, as were all the physicians of his time, and that the practice of medicine had drawn him away, somewhat unduly perhaps, from the clerical profession to which he also belonged." End quote. End of footnote. Gilbertus Anglicus, author of A Compendium Medicinae, about 1290, is said to have been the first English practical writer on medicine, but as Gilbert quotes a Master Richard, there may have been a still earlier English writer on the subject. The book contains the first description of leprosy written by a European. Little is known of the particulars of his life, but he is said to have been a chancellor at Montpellier. He travelled in the East at the time of the Crusades, probably during the Third Crusade in which Richard I took part. John of Gaddesden, 1280 to 1361, was a doctor of physic of Oxford, graduating from Merton College, Oxford, who subsequently obtained a large practice in London. He was in priests' orders and held a stall in St. Paul's Cathedral. His famous medical treatise entitled Rosa Anglica was written about the year 1305. It treats of fevers and injuries of all parts of the body, and soon became a medical textbook throughout Europe. In his book there is an account of his special treatment of smallpox. He wrote, quote, "Let scarlet red be taken, and let him who is suffering smallpox be entirely wrapped in it or in some other red cloth. I did thus when the son of the illustrious King of England suffered from smallpox. I took care that everything about his couch should be red, and his cure was perfectly effected, for he was restored to health without a trace of the disease." End quote. Gaddesden was court physician to Edward II and Edward III, and seems to have taken advantage of his position to exact high fees. He recommended his contemporaries to make arrangements about payment before undertaking a case. The clergy were forbidden by Pope Innocent III, 1215, to undertake any operation involving the shedding of blood, and subsequently they were forbidden to practice surgery in any form. From this cause, the practice of surgery largely came into the hands of the barbers. We shall see later how the profession was divided between the military surgeon and the barber surgeon, but here we have only to deal with the physician. We learn from Riley's memorials that Roger Clark of Wandsworth was placed in the pillory in May 1382 for pretending to be a physician. He was brought before the mayor and aldermen and charged with deceit and falsehood by Roger at Hash. Quote, "Whereas no physician or surgeon should intermeddle with any medicines or cures within the liberty of the city aforesaid, but those who are experienced in the said arts, and approved therein, the said Roger Clark knew nothing of either of the arts aforesaid, being neither experienced nor approved therein, nor understood anything of letters." End quote. He pretended to heal Roger at Hash's wife Joanna of her bodily infirmities by making her wear an old parchment leaf of a book rolled up in a piece of cloth of gold. This being of no avail, Clark was adjudged to be led, quote, "through the middle of the city with trumpets and pipes, he riding on a horse without a saddle, the said parchment and a whetstone for his lies being hung about his neck." End quote. This man was evidently an impostor and was properly punished for obtaining money under false pretenses. But many of the recipes adopted by the recognized physicians would probably be as ineffectual as the charm of Roger Clark. John de Gaddesden made a disgusting plaster of dung, headless crickets, and beetles, which was rubbed over the sick parts to cure the stone, and we are told in the Rosa Anglica that, quote, "in 3 days the pain had disappeared." End quote. It was very long before the doctors gave up the making of extraordinary plasters and decoctions. Apparently they had the assistance of laymen on occasions. Dr. Furnivall has printed in his edition of Vickery's Anatomy of the Body of Man, 1888, a series of 10 recipes by Henry VIII and his physicians, Dr. Augustin, Dr. Butts, and Dr. Cromer, taken at random from the Sloane manuscript 1047 in the British Museum. Among these are, quote, "the King's Majesty's own plaster, a black plaster devised by the King's Highness, a plaster devised by the King's Majesty at Greenwich and made at Westminster, to take away inflammations and cease pain and heal excoriations, a decoction devised by the King's Majesty, and a cataplasm made ungement-like of the King's Majesty's device made at Westminster." End quote. A conjoint faculty of medicine and surgery was founded in 1423. On the 15th of May, 1423, the mayor and aldermen were petitioned for this purpose. Quote, "The petition prays that all physicians and surgeons practicing in London may be considered as a single body of men, governed by a rector of medicine, with the assistance of 2 surveyors of the faculty of physic and 2 masters of the craft of surgery. There was to be a common place of meeting, consisting of at least 3 separate houses, one fitted with desks for examinations and disputations in philosophy and medicine, as well as for the delivery of lectures. The second house was for the use of the physicians, and the third for the convenience of the surgeons." End quote. The petition was granted, and on the 28th of May, 1423, Master Gilbert Keimer was sworn before the mayor and aldermen as rector of the Faculty of Medicine. Dr. Keimer was a graduate of the University of Oxford, and physician to the household of Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, and also an ecclesiastic. Dr. John Somerset and Dr. Thomas Southwell were sworn on the 27th of September to act as supervisors of physic. The former was also a graduate of Oxford University and a physician to Duke Humphrey. Of the latter's history, Mr. Power could find nothing. There is no record, quote, of the swearing in of a rector of medicine after the 27th of September 1424, nor is there any other indication of the continued existence of a conjoint college after 1425. End quote. Dr. Keimer went to the west of England in 1428 and became Dean of Salisbury in 1449. He continued, however, to practice medicine. Quote, "For in June 1455 he was summoned to Windsor to attend Henry VI in the fit of imbecility which attacked him after the first battle of St. Albans." End quote. Little is known of the action of the physicians from 1427 until the College of Physicians was founded by Linacre in 1518. Surgeons. Barbers were of old humble practitioners in the art of surgery and performed minor operations such as bleeding, tooth drawing, and cauterization. They largely assisted the clergy, in whose hands the practice of surgery and medicine was almost wholly confined. The action of the popes, already alluded to, in forbidding the clergy to interfere in any matter connected with the shedding of blood as incompatible with holy office, caused the clergy to devote themselves specially to medicine, and the duties of the barbers were thereby largely extended. Mr. Darcy Power has drawn attention to a matter which is of the greatest interest in the history of the profession, viz., that two types of surgeons flourished side by side in London during the Middle Ages. The military surgeons, who formed the aristocracy of the profession, and the barber surgeons. As early as the Third Crusade, 1189 to 1192, military surgeons, quote, "were in attendance upon the kings and nobles, often in a purely personal capacity, but in the 13th century they had formal gradations of rank and were known as the royal surgeon, the common surgeon, etc." End quote. In 1308, Richard Le Barber, the first master of the Barbers' Guild, who dwelt opposite the Church of All Hallows the Less in Upper Thames Street, was sworn at Guildhall, and in 1310 barbers were appointed to keep strict watch at the city gates, so that no lepers should enter the city. John Ardern was an early surgeon of mark who is worthy of special notice as one of the first English writers on surgery. He had an extensive experience in the treatment of wounds, and it is supposed that at one time he was attached to the English forces during the French wars in the capacity of field surgeon. He was born in 1307 and practiced at Newark from 1349 to 1340, when at the age of 63 years he settled in London. He was specially famous for his treatment of fistula, and he made his great reputation by curing Sir Adam Everingham of this complaint after his case had been pronounced incurable by the chief doctors in France. Ardern had many distinguished patients and received very large fees. In his works he entered very fully into the history of his cases and his mode of treatment, and when describing the manner of the leech, he throws a remarkable light upon the professional ethics and habits of his time. He was by no means reticent as to the best means of getting over his patients and making them pay well. The surgeon is told to, quote, "beware of scarce askings," end quote, and as an example, Ardern says that, if he had to do with, quote, "a worthy man and a great," end quote, he charged 100 marks, or £40, for a cure, quote, "with robes and fees of 100 shillings term of life by year," end quote. Of less men, he would take £40 or 40 marks without fees, but he adds, quote, "never in all my life took I less than 100 shillings for cure of that sickness," end quote. He counsels doctors to be careful in estimating the length of time of a cure, in fact to suggest double the time he expects. If the patient wonders at the rapidity of cure and asks, quote, "why that he put him so long a time of curing, sith that he held him by the half," answer he, that it was for that the patient was stony-hearted, and suffered well sharp things, and that he was of good complexion, and had able flesh to hale, and fain he other causes pleaseable to the patient, for patients of such words are proud and delighted, end quote. Ardern's instructions for the guidance of doctors are very sensible, and they help us to form a correct estimate of the manners of the public who are patients. Dr. Poore, after giving an analysis of the surgeon's work, writes, quote, "It is evident that John of Ardern was a consummate man of the world, and knew all the tricks of his trade. His fees seem to have been enormous, and indeed he is only one out of many examples among our early professional forerunners who made very large professional incomes." End quote. Mr. Anderson, the biographer of Ardern, remarks that although he called himself, quote, "chirurgus intermedicos," there is nothing to show that he possessed a master's degree or any formal license for the exercise of his calling. End quote. Mr. Anderson adds, however, quote, "His writings prove that he was a man of clerkly attainments, with a good knowledge of Latin and French, and well read in the available literature of his profession, quoting freely from the works of the medieval surgeons, the Arabs, and even from the Greeks." End quote. Mr. Anderson notes that there are no less than 22 manuscripts of the works of Ardern in the British Museum, both in the original Latin and in early English translations, quote, "some repeating or overlapping others in matter." End quote. His book, Da Cura Oculi, is dated from London in 1377. It is not until the next century that a surgeon of equal distinction has arisen in England. There must have been many incompetent practitioners in London in the 14th century, an instance of which evil we find in Riley's Memorials. John Le Spicer of Cornhill in 1354 attended Thomas de Sheen, who suffered from a serious wound in the jaw. Certain surgeons sworn before the mayor found that, quote, "enormous and horrible hurt on the right side of the jaw of Thomas de Sheen," end quote, was incurable, but they held that if John Le Spicer had been expert in his craft, or had called in counsel and assistance to his aid, the injury might have been cured. When the charter was granted to the Barbers' Company in the next century, it is expressly stated in the preamble, 1462, that through, quote, "the ignorance, negligence, and stupidity," end quote, "of various barbers and other practitioners in surgery, many of the king's lieges had, quote, gone the way of all flesh." End quote. Mr. Darcy Power states that, quote, "a guild of surgeons, distinct from the guild of barbers, existed in London from time immemorial. The guild was always a small body, probably never more than 20 in number, and sometimes dwindling to less than a dozen. It existed and remained unincorporated at a time when many of the other guilds either vanished or were converted into companies. The earliest notice of the Surgeons' Guild occurs in 1369." End quote. This information is obtained from Letter Book G, translated from the Latin by Riley. Quote, "On Monday next, after the feast of the Purification of the Blessed Virgin Mary, 2nd of February, 1369, Master John Dunhewed, Master John Hinstoke, and Nicholas Kildsby, surgeons, were admitted in full husting before Simon de Morden, mayor, and the alderman, and sworn, as master surgeons of the city, that they would well and faithfully serve the people in undertaking their cures, would take reasonably from them, would faithfully follow their calling, and would present to the said mayor and alderman the defaults of others undertaking cures, so often as should be necessary, and that they would be ready at all times, when they should be warned, to attend the maimed or wounded, and other persons, and would give truthful information to the officers of the city aforesaid, as to such maimed, wounded, and others, whether they be in peril of death or not, and also faithfully to do all things touching their calling." End quote. There is a similar ordinance dated April 1390, in which Master John Hinstock, Master Geoffrey Grace, Master John Bradmore, and Master Henry Sutton, surgeons, were admitted and sworn before the mayor. Mr. Power points out that this ordinance is specially interesting because the inspecting master surgeons are sworn, quote, faithfully to follow their calling, and faithful scrutiny to make of others, both men and women, undertaking cures or practicing the art of surgery, and to present their defaults, as well in their practice as in their medicine, to the aforesaid mayor and alderman, so often as need shall be. End quote. Mr. Powers says, quote, the officers thus put under an obligation to perform certain public duties were the masters or aldermen of the Surgeons' Guild, and it is certain that they took so wide a view of their duties as to harass the members of the Barbers' Guild who meddled with surgery. Thus, in 1410, certain good and honest folk, barbers of the city, appeared by their counsel in the private chamber of the aldermen and sheriffs, and demanded that they should for ever peaceably enjoy their privileges, without scrutiny of any person of other craft or trade than barbers, and this neither in shaving, cupping, bleeding, nor any other thing in any way pertaining to Barbary, or to such practice of surgery as is now used, or in future to be used, within the craft of the said barbers. End quote. In 1417 there is in the city records special reference to the wardens of the faculty or craft of surgeons. Security was given by a surgeon to the chamberlain of the city to ensure due care of his patients. John Severall Love, surgeon, undertook to pay £20 sterling to the chamberlain if he, quote, should take any man under his care, as to whom risk of maiming or of his life might ensue, and within 4 days should not warn the wardens of the craft of surgery thereof. End quote. Half of this sum was to go to the city, and the other half to the faculty of surgeons. We now arrive at the time when another great surgeon arose. This was Thomas Morstead, surgeon to Henry V and Henry VI, and probably previously to Henry IV, who, Mr. Power says, made the first serious attempt to convert surgery into a profession. When Henry V, in the spring of 1415, entered on his campaign in France, which ended with the victory at Agincourt on the 25th of October, the medical arrangements of the army were very complete. Quote, the agreement, dated the 29th of April 1415, is to the effect that Nicholas Colnett was to accompany the king for a year as physician to the forces in Guienne and France. He was to be attended by 3 archers as a guard, each archer receiving 6d. a day, whilst Colnett drew 12d. for his own pay. Thomas Morstead, the surgeon, had also 3 archers assigned to him for protection, and he too received 12d. a day, in addition to the usual allowance of 100 marks a quarter, the pay, it is stated, for 30 men-at-arms, with a share of the plunder. Morstead was directed further to take with him 12 of his own craft, each subordinate surgeon to receive the pay of an archer, 6d. a day. The scale of pay here granted is very liberal. The ordinary day's wage of a labourer at this time was 1 penny. Each archer and each surgeon was considered to be worth the wages of 6-day labourers, and the 2 chiefs double their assistants. Yet in spite of these attractions, the service was a perilous one, even though it only lasted a few months. Morstead engaged William Bradwardine to act under him, but he had such difficulty in securing the services of the 12 assistants that he prayed the king to grant his letters of privy seal directed to your Chancellor of England, to cause him to deliver to your suppliant letters of commission under your great seal, by force of which he should have power to press 12 persons of his craft, such as he should choose, to accompany him, and to serve your most gracious sovereign lord during your campaign. Morstead became a rich and influential London citizen, and served as sheriff in 1436. He died in 1450 and was buried in the church of St. Olav Upwell, Old Jewry, where he had built a fair new aisle. End quote. Footnote. William Hobbs, appointed in 1461, was the first sergeant surgeon, a distinguished office which carried with it certain well-defined professional privileges. Thomas Morstead, William Bradwardine, and John Harwer, who attended Henry V in his French campaigns, did not receive this title, but are called simply surgeons to the king. End of footnote. Dr. Furnivall printed in his edition of Thomas Vickery's Anatomy of the Body of Man, a paper from a manuscript in the British Museum containing a statement of the pay of Navy surgeons in the reign of Henry VIII. The Henry Grace de Dieu carried 2 surgeons at 23 shillings and 4 pence a month. Also, the Mary Rose and the Great Galley, with 2 surgeons each at the same pay, and 19 other vessels, each with 1 surgeon at 10 shillings a month. To return to the Fellowship of Surgeons, Mr. Power tells us that in 1435 the surgeons, then 17 in number, became an established body, with a code of laws and regulations which still exist in a small vellum volume now preserved in Barber's Hall. In 1462 they obtained a charter of incorporation, and in 1492 were given a grant of arms. In 1493 the Guild, quote, was living on friendly terms with the Barbers' Company, for in this year the 2 guilds entered into a composition, dated the 12th of May, and signed by representatives of both bodies. This composition recognized the independence of the 2 fellowships, of surgeons enfranchised within the City of London, and of barber surgeons and surgeon barbers enfranchised in the said city. It was agreed that neither body should admit any one except a regular apprentice to practice surgery without the consent and knowledge of the other, and to ensure this being carried into effect, every stranger seeking a license to practice in London was to be presented to the mayor by the 4 wardens of the 2 guilds. End quote. The end of the Fellowship of Surgeons came in 1540, when it was united by Act of Parliament, 32 Henry VIII, with the Company of Barbers. The granting of the charter on this occasion was the cause of Holbein's famous picture being painted. This picture still decorates the Barber's Hall in Monkwell Street. Allusion has already been made to the Barbers' Company, to its first master in 1308, and to its incorporation by royal charter in 1462 by Edward IV. In 1376, the Guild elected 2 masters, and at this time the members were sharply divided between the barbers proper and the barbers exercising the faculty of surgery. In 1390, 4 masters were sworn in 1 year, but these were really only master and wardens, as stated by Mr. Young in his most valuable and exhaustive account of the Barber Surgeons' Company. The relative positions of the city companies has frequently changed. Thus, at one time the barber surgeons were entitled to the 17th place, but in 1516 they only ranked as the 28th. In 1537, the barber surgeons formed the most numerous company in London, the number of freemen being 185. The next in order of numbers was the skinners, with 151, then the haberdashers with 120, the leather sellers with 113, and the fishmongers with 109. The rest of the companies numbered less than 100, the bowyers being the lowest with 19. In 1745, the surgeons, who had long chafed under the inconveniences caused by official connection with the barbers, seceded and formed the Surgeons' Company, under the title of the Masters, Governors, and Commonalty of the Art and Science of Surgery, which was established by Act of Parliament. The surgeons found a temporary home at the Stationers' Hall until 1751, when the premises known as Surgeons' Hall in the Old Bailey were ready for occupation. The company came to a premature end in 1796, and it was not until 1800 that the Royal College of Surgeons was established. End of Chapter 7, Part 1. End of Section 11. Section 12 of the Story of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley Jones. The Story of London by Henry B. Wheatley. Chapter 7. Health, Disease, and Sanitation. Part 2. Hospitals. St. Bartholomew's Hospital. We are justly proud of the hospitals of the 20th century, but one of them stands out from the rest on account of its early foundation, and its enormous influence on the growth of professional feeling. In following the incidents in the history of St. Bartholomew's Hospital, we cannot doubt but that this is one of the most noblest institutions in London. The hospital was founded by Rahere in 1123 and refounded in 1546. We have little history of the earlier period, but the documents relating to the refoundation evidently echo the sentiments formed during the earlier period. Dr. Norman Moore, in his paper on the progress of medicine at St. Bartholomew's Hospital, 1888, writes, quote, "We are in the very middle of the sacred land of medicine, and many of the great events in the history of medicine are connected with the particular region in which our hospital is, or have occurred in our hospital itself." End quote. Rahere, while building the hospital, continued his labors by founding the priory, of which all that now remains is the Church of St. Bartholomew the Great. This consists of the choir and transept of the church of the priory, and a part of the site of the close is marked by the present Bartholomew Close. The hospital and the priory were independent, but connected. The relations between the two were revised by Richard de Ely, Bishop of London, in 1197, by Eustace de Fauconberg, Bishop of London, in 1224, and by Simon of Sudbury, Bishop of London, in 1373, and the two foundations were finally separated on the dissolution of the priory in 1537. There is in the British Museum, Cotton Manuscript Vespasian, Book 9, a life of Rahere written by one who had known those who knew the founder. The manuscript is a copy of an earlier one written in the reign of Henry II, within 50 years of the foundation of the hospital. This work, which is of great value, is described by Dr. Norman Moore and analysed in Mr. Morant Baker's Two Foundations of St. Bartholomew's Hospital, A.D. 1123 and A.D. 1546. Rahere has been described as the king's minstrel or jester, but there is no authority for this. The writer of his life says that he was a frequenter of the palace and of noblemen's houses, and made himself so agreeable as to be highly esteemed as the leader of tumultuous pleasures. He was, however, converted to a better state of life, but probably, as is the wont of those who write about conversions, the author rather darkens the picture of the courtier's early follies. Rahere determined to go to Rome, and after visiting the shrines of St. Peter and St. Paul, he was taken ill with a grievous sickness. He feared that God was angry with him for his sins, and he vowed that if God would give him health so that he might return to his own country, quote, he would make an hospital in recreation of poor men, and to them so there gathered necessaries minister after his power. End quote. In the night he saw a vision which filled him with dread. He seemed to be borne up on high by a beast having 4 feet and 2 wings, and set down in a high place. From this great height he looked into a deep pit, and he feared to slide down into it. Then appeared to him a certain man of great beauty and majesty, who fastened his eye upon him and said, O man, what and how much service shouldst thou give to him that in so great peril hath brought help to thee? Rahere answered, Whatsoever might be of heart and of might, diligently should I give, in recompense to my deliverer. So the kingly man spoke again, I am Bartholomew, the apostle of Jesus Christ, that came to succour thee in thine anguish, and to open to thee the secret mysteries of heaven. Know me truly by the will and commandment of the Holy Trinity, and the common favour of the celestial court and council, to have chosen a place in the suburbs of London at Smithfield, where in my name thou shalt found a church, and it shall be the house of God. My part shall be to provide necessaries, direct, build, and end this work, and this place to me accept with evident tokens and signs, protect and defend continually it under my wings. And therefore of this work know me the master, and thyself only the minister. Use diligently thy service, and I shall show my lordship. Rahere, when he got back to London, made overtures to the citizens for the purpose of obtaining the land he required for building, and the authorities were favourable to his scheme, but they could not settle the matter until Henry I had been consulted, because the place at Smithfield was within the King's market. When the petitioner applied to the King, his plea was acceded to, and he was given authority to execute his purpose. It is not quite clear where all the money came from for the carrying out so vast an undertaking. But Rahere had a winning way, and from the King downwards he appears to have obtained liberal help. Before he could build, he had to drain the land, which was nothing but a marsh, and when he went there, the only sign of civilization was a gibbet. The hospital, which from the first was a hospital for the sick, and not a mere almshouse, had a master, 8 brethren, and 4 sisters. The first master was Alfon, an old man who had previously built the church of St. Giles, Cripplegate, and Rahere was the first prior. Alfon was also styled hospitaller or proctor of the poor, and the writer of the manuscript Life of Rahere tells how it was the custom of Alfon to go about begging for provisions and other necessaries for the poor men that lay in the hospital. He also looked after the welfare of those who were employed in building the church. Rahere had many troubles in his later life, and a large number of envious enemies spoke evil of him and did him injuries. There was a plot against his life, which failed on account of the confession of a penitent conspirator. He had, however, a good friend in the King, who helped him and confirmed his previous grant by a charter which gave full liberty and great privileges to the priory and hospital. When, therefore, Rahere died, after having been prior for 22 years and 6 months, he left his great establishment in a prosperous condition. Dr. Norman Moore points out that in the Life of Rahere there is an account of the admission of the first patients of which we have any record. This was a man named Adwin, who came up to London from Dunwich in Suffolk in the reign of Henry II. There are many records of people who were supposed to be healed by praying at Rahere's tomb, but this man is described as having been admitted into the hospital, and therefore a genuine patient. He was discharged cured, but although his condition is described, no details of his treatment are given. Dr. Moore supposes that by long lying in bed, Adwin's muscles had become anemic and enfeebled. He was encouraged, quote, to move his limbs a little, and he found that he was able to move them much more than he expected. He began to make small objects, commencing with cutting and carving, and so at last was able to work again and to follow the craft of a carpenter. End quote. John Murfield, a canon of St. Bartholomew's Priory, wrote a general treatise on medicine entitled Breviarium Bartholomeae, about the year 1380, when Richard Sutton was master of the hospital. This book is of considerable interest, both as an early medical treatise written at a time when this form of literature was not general, and for its connection with the hospital. Dr. Moore gives a full description of the contents and adds, quote, this picture is complete of the medical and surgical practice in St. Bartholomew's Hospital in the reign of Richard II. End quote. London was doubtless well able to supply the hospital with patients, and the dismounted knights in the jousts at Smithfield must have found it convenient to have their wounds attended to at once. It is recorded that when Wat Tyler fell from his horse, half dead from his wounds, he was dragged within the hospital gate, and died in what is now the open space between the church and the outer wall of the great hall. The body was then laid in the master's chamber. Walworth, however, had the body brought out and beheaded, the head being sent to London Bridge to replace that of Archbishop Sudbury. By a composition dated 1373, the master of the hospital was ordered to be presented to the prior of St. Bartholomew's Priory after election, and previous to presentation to the bishop. The last master was John Brereton, who subscribed to the king's supremacy in 1534. The last prior, Robert Fuller, surrendered the priory to the king in 1540. About the year 1423, the famous Richard Whittington repaired the hospital at his own expense. Little more than a century after this, it was refounded by Henry VIII, but with very little pecuniary help from the king. In 1538, the mayor, aldermen, and commonalty of the city of London petitioned Henry VIII that they might from thenceforth have the order, rule, disposition, and governance of St. Mary's Spital, St. Bartholomew's Spital, and St. Thomas's Spital, and the new abbey at Tower Hill, with the rents and revenues appertaining to the same, for the only relief of the poor, sick, and needy persons. In 1544, the king confirmed by letters patent the grant and establishment of St. Bartholomew's Hospital to the master and chaplains, but in 1546 a deed of covenant between Henry VIII and the mayor, commonalty, and citizens of London respecting the hospital was sealed, by which they came under the rule of the city. It is stated in the deed that, quote, His Highness, of his bountiful goodness and charitable mind, was moved with great pity for and towards the relief, aid, succor, and help of the poor, aged, sick, low, and impotent people. End quote. Additional letters patent were issued in 1547. In 1552 was published The Order of the Hospital of St. Bartholomew's in West Smithfield in London, with this text on the title. Quote, First Epistle of John, 2nd chapter. He that saith he walketh in the light, and hateth his brother, came never as zeal in the light. But he that loveth his brother, he dwelleth in the light. End quote. We have already seen how the later years of Raher's life were darkened by the attacks of enemies, and a curious revival of similar slanders appears to have occurred when the hospital was refounded. And so virulent were the slanders that it appears to have been thought that a reply from the governing body was needed, and such a reply is found in the preface to the Order. This commences as follows. Quote, The wickedness of report at this day, good reader, is grown to such rankness that nothing almost is able to defend itself against the venom thereof, but that, either with open slander or privy whispering, it shall be so undermined, that it shall neither have the good success which otherwise it might, nay the thanks which for the worthiness it ought. End quote. Henry VIII being dead, the governing body appeared to have felt it possible to tell the truth as to the little he had done in endowing the hospital. In fact, both Henry VIII and Edward VI have gained credit as founders, when they really did little more than give buildings for public purposes that were of no use to themselves, and then leave others to find the money to support them. The writer of the preface says that the slanderers ought to repent and praise both the deed and the doers so as to wipe away the slander. Quote, But forasmuch as it is doubtful whether they will do as they may, and of conscience are bounden, and the slander is so widespread that a narrow remedy cannot amend it, it is thought good to the Lord Mayor of this city of London, as chief patron and governor of this hospital, in the name of the city, to publish at this present the offices and orders by him appointed, and time to time practised and used by 12 of the citizens the most ancient in their courses, as at large in the process shall appear, partly for the stay and redress of such slander, and partly for that it might be an open witness and knowledge unto all men how things are administered there and by whom, wherein if any man judge more to be set forth in word, then indeed is followed there be means to resolve him. End quote. The case in abstract is as follows. For the relief of the sore and sick of the city of London, Henry VIII was pleased to erect a hospital in West Smithfield for 100 sore and diseased. He endowed it with 500 marks a year, on the condition that the citizens found another 500 marks. The citizens soon discovered that the king's endowment was far under what at first they had hoped. The 500 marks rent was to come from houses in great decay, and some rotten ruinous, so that to make them again worth the wanted revenue was no small charge, and after paying certain pensions, etc., there only remained towards succouring the 100 poor sufficient for the charge of 3 or 4 harlots then lying in childbed. The citizens, therefore, to relieve their own poor and others coming daily out of all quarters of the realm, spent above their covenant of 500 marks yearly not much less than £1,000, which enabled them to receive the number agreed upon. In spite of this, certain busybodies more ready to espy occasion to blame others than skilful to redress things blameworthy indeed, rounded into the ears of the preachers their tender consciences. These preachers took upon them to make known these slanders, so that the good citizens, for their 5 years' loathsome work done for Christ's sake, received only open detraction, and the poor a greater hindrance. During these 5 years, 1547 to 1552, 800 sick folk were healed in the hospital, and 92 died. The preface writer ends by saying that if any man spieth aught in the order worthy to be reformed, he will find those at the hospital glad and willing to reform it, and the city wish, if by any means it is possible, to raise the number of those receiving the benefits of the hospital from 100 to 1,000. The number of district paid officers is given as 7, in this order: 1. The hospitaller. 2. The renter clerk. 3. The butlers. 4. The porter. 5. The matron. 6. The sisters. 12. 7. The beadles. 8. Quote, there are also, as in a kind by themselves, 3 chirurgeons in the wages of the hospital, giving daily attendance upon the cures of the poor. End quote. The charges in this little book of orders are of great interest, and will well repay careful perusal. The surgeons are charged to the uttermost of their knowledge to help cure the diseases of the poor without favouring those with good friends. They are not to admit the incurables, so as to keep out those who are curable. When they dress any diseased person, they are to advise him to sin no more and be thankful unto God. They are to receive no gift from anyone, and never to burden the house with any sick person, for the curing of which person they have received any money. In conclusion, they are to report any wrongdoing to the almoners. The nurses of the present day would be surprised at the stringency of the instructions in the charge to the sisters. Mr. Morant Baker specially refers to one command, quote, and so much as in you shall lie, ye shall avoid and shun the conversation and company of all men. End quote. And adds, quote, an order which, I have no doubt, was as implicitly obeyed then as any similar command would be now. End quote. At the end of the charges is, quote, a daily service for the poor, end quote, and, quote, a thanksgiving unto Almighty God to be said by the poor that are cured in the hospital, at the time of their delivery from thence, upon their knees in the hall before the hospitaller, and 2 masters of this house, at the least. And this the hospitaller shall charge them to learn without the book before they be delivered. End quote. Thomas Vicary, sergeant surgeon to the king, and the foremost surgeon of his time, was first appointed governor of St. Bartholomew's on the 29th of September 1548, and in January 1552 he was made governor for life. He was the first medical officer of the hospital. Dr. Norman Moore describes his position as, quote, intermediate between that of the master of older times and that of the surgeons subsequently appointed. For some years he seems to have had both medical and general charge of the hospital. End quote. At this time, he had long held a distinguished position, although not originally a trained surgeon, and at first in small practice at Maidstone. In 1525, he was junior of the 3 wardens of the Barber Surgeons' Company. In 1528, he was upper warden and one of the surgeons to Henry VIII. On the 29th of April 1530, he was granted the office of sergeant surgeon to the king, quote, as soon as Marcellus de la Mor shall die, or resign, or forfeit his post. End quote. And in the same year he became master of the Barber Surgeons' Company. L'Amour died or disappeared from England at some time after Easter 1535, when he received his last payment. Vicary received his first quarter's salary as sergeant surgeon on the 20th of September 1535, and filled this distinguished office under Henry VIII, Edward VI, Mary, and Elizabeth. The sergeant surgeons were originally military surgeons, whose first duty was to attend the king upon the battlefield. John Ranby was the last to perform this duty when he attended George II at the Battle of Dettingen in 1743. In 1541, Vicary was appointed First Master of the Amalgamated Company of Barbers and Surgeons, and in 1548 he is said to have published for the first time his Anatomy of Man's Body. This work was reprinted in 1577 by the four surgeons of St. Bartholomew's Hospital of that time: William Close, Will Betton, Richard Story, and Edward Bailey, who dedicated it to the President and Governors. The book is one of great interest, but Dr. Payne has lately proved that it is not an original work, but merely a réchauffé of an anatomical treatise of the 14th century, from which the greater portion has been transcribed word for word. The first physician of St. Bartholomew's was Dr. Rodrigo Lopes, a Portuguese Jew who was appointed about 1567. St. Thomas's Hospital. This hospital is almost of as great antiquity as St. Bartholomew's. The original hospital belonged to the canons of the Priory of St. Mary Overy, and was situated on the west side of the road running south from London Bridge. In 1207, the hospital was destroyed in the fire which devastated the borough of Southwark, but a temporary building was erected on the old site, now occupied by the Bridge House Hotel and the London and Westminster Bank. Peter de Rupibus, Bishop of Winchester, projected a new hospital on a more suitable site on the east side of the road, and appealed for funds for this purpose by means of a charter of indulgence, 1228. Quote, "Behold, at Southwark, an ancient hospital built of old to entertain the poor, has been entirely reduced to cinders and ashes by a lamentable fire. Moreover, the place wherein the old hospital has been founded was less appropriate for entertainment and habitation, both by reason of the straitness of the place and by reason of the lack of water and many other conveniences. According to the advice of us, and of wise men, it is transferred and transplanted to another more commodious site, where the air is more pure and calm, and the supply of water more plentiful." End quote. The new hospital was dedicated to St. Thomas à Becket the martyr, and became independent of St. Mary's Priory. It was frequently referred to as Becket Spital. The third building was erected about 1507, and in 1535, a short time before the dissolution of the religious houses, the custos, or master, the brethren, and the 3 lay sisters had the charge of 40 beds for poor and infirm people who were to be supplied with food and firing. The hospital was refounded in 1553 by Edward VI, and endowed with 4,000 marks a year. It was dedicated to St. Thomas the Apostle, but was often called, in honour of Edward, the King's Hospital. The parish of St. Thomas Apostle, Southwark, contained within its walls the 2 hospitals of St. Thomas and Guy's, and was often called the parish of St. Thomas's Hospital. Thus the old name remained, but the dedication was changed from that of the famous saint of the Middle Ages to that of the Apostle St. Thomas. Dr. Payne, who wrote an essay, quote, "on some old physicians of St. Thomas's Hospital," end quote, says that in old times the staff was exclusively surgical. Dr. Elias Hodson, who was appointed about 1620, was the first named that Dr. Payne could find, but he does not think that Hodson was the first physician. The building, having fallen into disrepair, was entirely rebuilt in 1701 to 1706, and the hospital remained on the same spot from 1228 until 1862, when the property was sold to the South Eastern Railway Company and a new hospital was opened on the Albert Embankment at the southern end of Westminster Bridge. Lepers. There were other medieval hospitals in London besides those now described, which were the two chief ones. Many smaller buildings in the suburbs were devoted to the reception of lepers. Dr. Creighton writes, quote, "The remarkable ordinance of Edward III in 1346 for the expulsion of lepers from London seems to have been the occasion of the founding of two so-called lazar houses, one in Kent Street, Southwark, called the Loke, and the other at Hackney or Kingsland. These are the only two mentioned in the subsequent orders to the porters of the city gates in 1375, and as late as the reign of Henry VI, they are the only two besides the ancient Matilda's Hospital in St. Giles's Fields. Another of the suburban leper-spitals was founded at Highgate by a citizen of 1468, and it is not until the reign of Henry VIII that we hear of the spitals at Mile End, Knightsbridge, and Hammersmith." End quote. Dr. Creighton adds that the Lock was doubtless the house of the quote, "leprosy apud Bermondsey," end quote, who are designated in the Royal Charter of 1 Henry IV, 1399, as recipients, along with the leprosy of Westminster, St. James's, of £5,000 or £6,000. The village of St. Giles in the Fields is of great interest, largely because the place still retains some of its old special features. Up to the middle of the 19th century, when the Rookery of St. Giles was destroyed and New Oxford Street was built on the site, the lines of its contour were little altered since the hospital was founded at the beginning of the 12th century. The ordinance of Edward III, 1346, and the swearing of the porters of the city gates that they will prevent lepers from entering the city are printed in Riley's Memorials. Dr. Creighton states that, as far as he knows, the ordinance of 1346 is the only one of the kind in English history, and adds, quote, "The statutes of the realm contain no reference to lepers or leprosy from first to last. The references in the rolls of Parliament are to the taxing of their houses and lands. The laws which deprive lepers of marital rights and of heirship appear to have been wholly foreign. In England, leprosy as a bar to succession was made a plea in the law courts." End quote. Doubtless there were many cases of true leprosy in the Middle Ages, but there was a great confusion of diseases under this generic term, and we are told that, quote, "In some instances of leper hospitals with authentic charters, the provision for the leprous was in the proportion of 1 to 3 or 4 of the non-leprous inmates." End quote. It was a very terrible fate for a man or woman to be accused of being a leper, for the sufferers were driven from the haunts of men, and being in many cases uncared for, they grew worse and worse. The disease was largely caused by bad food, and this cause was quite neglected in many places. A monstrous ordinance of the Scottish Parliament at Scone in 1386 is recorded in the ancient laws and customs of the burghs of Scotland. Quote, "Gif ony man brings to the market corrupt swine or salmon to be sold, they shall be taken by the bailey, and incontinent, without ony question, shall be sent to the leper folk. And gif there be now leper folk, they shall be destroyed all utterly." End quote. The Reverend W. Denton, in quoting this instance of horrible cruelty, writes, quote, "Sir Walter Scott must have had instances of such economy in his mind when he put into the mouth of John Girder the directions, quote, 'Let the house be redd up, the broken meat set by, and if there be ony thing totally uneatable, let it be gi'en to the pure folk.' Bride of Lammermuir." End quote. Men sometimes took advantage of a charge of leprosy to injure an enemy. In 1468, Joanna Nightingale of Brentwood in Essex was accused of leprosy. She refused to remove herself to a solitary place, and appealed to Edward IV, who issued a chancery warrant for her examination by his physicians and certain lawyers to be associated with them. The Court of Inquiry reported that they found the woman to be in no way leprous, nor to have any sign of lepra. This case is recorded in Rymer's Foedera. There was another evil caused by the privilege of begging which was accorded to lepers. For men sometimes pretended to be lepers in order to avail themselves of this privilege. It is worthy of mention, in passing, that the two districts of London which have given their name to the extremes of high and low life, viz., St. James's and St. Giles, both have their origin in the leper hospitals of the Middle Ages. End of Chapter 7, Part 2. End of Section 12.